Chapter 451, Death 3 Hallows Resurrection Stone. Thinking of that possibility, Dumbledore's brows frowned, and his slender index finger kept tapping on the desk, making a dull noise. Although he didn't want to believe it, he told him sensibly that Harry was probably also one of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore sighed slowly, his face seemed to be getting older for a while, the magic in his body was unconsciously dissipating everywhere, and the surrounding space seemed a bit depressed. But soon, the melodious singing sounded in the silent office. Phoenix Fox, standing on his shoulders, had noticed Dumbledore's scorched palm, so he flapped his wings anxiously and quickly flew to the table, leaned his head, and blinked his eyes. A drop of tears slowly slipped down, dripping onto the scorched skin. The corrosive sound continued one after another, and strange black air escaped from the palm of the hand, and they shrank back as if they had been suppressed, but the scorched black traces showed no signs of disappearing. Fox became more and more sad, and more tears fell, but to no avail. "It's okay, Fox." Dumbledore calmed the golden-red phoenix with his intact hand. This situation had long been his expectation. The magic that Voldemort had set on this Horcrux was extraordinary and could not be removed by conventional means. "Go and inform Severus, bring him here, Fox." Dumbledore said suddenly. He could only start with the potion now to see if he could find a solution. The golden-red phoenix nodded, and disappeared into the principal's office as quickly as possible. It didn't take long for a flame to explode in the open space on the side, and the flame rapidly expanded into a human shape. Then the flames gradually subsided, and Snape in a black robe appeared in the principal's room. What made Dumbledore feel a little surprised was that Snape, who had been teleported over, maintained the action of boiling the potion, and there were still a few scratches on his clothes. "What is it that you are so anxious to let this red bird come to me?" Snape asked with a sullen face, throwing the remnants of the potion in his hand onto the table, and asked in dissatisfaction. He was brewing a very precious potion in the basement, but the phoenix suddenly appeared in front of him. Without asking, he pulled his clothes and forcibly teleported him over. Dumbledore didn't reply, just raised the scorched palm. "Are you hurt?" Snape's pupils tightened. "Yes, as you see." Dumbledore nodded. Snape ignored the previous episode for a while, and hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Dumbledore's arm, and looked at it carefully. "How is the injury?" Dumbledore asked. "It's difficult to do. This is a very special black magic that can become stronger by corroding your magic power and is difficult to eradicate. I remember that there is a potion that may be useful, but it can only be contained at most." Snape, after probing for a while, he slowly shook his head. "Enough." Dumbledore took his hand back, which was better than he had originally expected. "Trouble you anyway, Severus?" Snape looked at him worriedly and then turned to leave. Fox felt that he was walking too slowly, so he simply gave him a ride. About half an hour later, when Snape returned again, he had an extra reagent cup in his hand, which was full of rich golden liquid medicine. "Do I need to drink it?" Dumbledore took the reagent, and after checking with Snape, he drank it. After the entrance of the rich golden liquid, it turns into a warm stream and spreads all over the body. At the same time, Snape picked up Dumbledore's scorched palm and put his wand on it, chanting and casting the spell. The black air in his palm gradually subsided, and the abnormality on his skin was slowly reduced. "Thank you, your potion is very useful, Severus. I feel better," Dumbledore said with appreciation, feeling some physical conditions. "That's just your illusion." Snape's face was cold, and he didn't mean to comfort the centenarian at all. "I only temporarily suppressed the effect of this black magic. It will only become stronger day by day, and it will reappear in about a year, and we will have no way to limit it." Dumbledore listened to Snape's warning, but did not respond. He was staring at the scorched palm and examining it carefully, as if looking at something interesting. Dumbledore's indifferent attitude made Snape a little discouraged. He hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help asking aloud. "How did you get caught?" He can't imagine anyone in the magic world today who can hurt Dumbledore, and has the ability to leave such a powerful black magic in his hands. Dumbledore pointed directly to several items on the table. Snape looked down, only to find a diary, a crown, and a ring on the desk. The diary and the crown are very familiar to him. Those are the two Horcruxes destroyed by Evonhalls last semester. The extra rings are easy to guess. This ring is the third Horcrux of the Dark Lord? Did it hurt you? Snape saw it at a glance. The powerful black magic that had been cast on this ring should have been triggered. You should also be able to see that it was cursed by someone, then why touch it? Snape looked at Dumbledore angrily. This Horcrux was hidden by Tom in the old house of Gunter's house. An ancient magic was applied inside it. It can arouse people's obsession. When someone finds this ring, it will be triggered. It's a wonderful arrangement. Dumbledore couldn't help sighing, but Tom gave him a big surprise this time. The more obsessive people are, the easier it is to be recruited. He can't refuse to see Angelina again, let alone pursue the 3 Hallows of Death as an agreement with his best friend. So Tom used the power of the resurrection stone to set up traps, and he caught his weakness by accident. At the same time, Dumbledore was very thankful that Tom did not randomly find a place to bury the Horcrux in the soil, or throw it into a creek to drift with the flow, but choose a specific place just like the carrier of the Horcrux, otherwise if that happens, he will really be caught blind. Snape looked at Dumbledore, who was still admiring the Dark Lord leisurely, and was anxious and angry. He glanced over the 3 Horcruxes and said sarcastically, "A 12 or 13-year-old child can destroy 2 Horcruxes unharmed, but you die with this ring. It seems that the greatest white wizard in the magical world is nothing more than that." Chapter 452, Master of Reaper. Don't say that, Severus. You should be more tolerant to an elderly old man. I occasionally make mistakes. Dumbledore didn't explain the meaning of the 3 sacred artifacts in detail. Said jokingly. Snape looked at him with a sneer, but he soon remembered something, his face changed, and he stared suspiciously at the old man in front of him. "No. Your injury occurred a few days ago, otherwise it won't get worse, but I just saw you 2 days ago." Snape squinted and asked. "I was injured and it was not convenient to meet other people." Dumbledore explained in a vague tone, stroking the golden ring, staring at the hollow and broken cracks in the ring. It took him a long time to try countless ways to find a way to destroy the Horcrux, that is, the fire curse. Since he has not used black magic for decades, he almost forgot how to use this magic. "So the person who met with me 2 days ago was really not you?" Snape's face was very ugly. Although Dumbledore didn't clearly say who it was, Snape filtered the possible candidates in his mind, combined with the other party's recent weird behavior, and quickly came to a conclusion. "Is it Yvonne Halls? That little devil? He pretended to look like you with the compound soup, under your instruction." Snape said affirmatively. "I praise myself, and add hundreds of points to Gryffindor Academy, which is like what Yvonne Halls would do." Snape's mouth kept twitching, and he remembered that he ran in front of the opponent 2 days ago to file a complaint. But, how did he know that promise? Snape was puzzled. Only he and Dumbledore should know about this. But Snape recalled what Yvonne had said in reply to him. The other party seemed to say, "Our agreement has always been valid." Snape's face suddenly turned black. He understood that he was being tricked. The other party seemed to have answered his own question, but he didn't say anything at all. "What? Did something happen?" Dumbledore noticed that Snape's face was very ugly, and raised his eyebrows and asked in a loud voice. Snape did not intend to talk about his dark history, but shifted his words, questioning that Dumbledore had let a child who had not graduated take on the duties of the principal's agent. It was like a child's play. But he was able to fool the Minister of Magic Fudge and our professors. "It seems that the kid is more suitable for the position of principal than you," Snape said mockingly. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Snape's sarcasm. Instead, he looked very happy, he said. "Do you think so, Severus? This means that I have chosen the right person. When choosing an agent, I originally thought of letting you or Minerva come, but I think the children might be more looking forward to a unique principal." Despite what he said, Dumbledore knew very well that neither McGonagall nor Snape were suitable as agents. McGonagall is strong and experienced in dealing with things, but her personality is more conservative and rigid. Unlike Yvonne, who is not detached and obsessed with the rules, she may be at a disadvantage if she is easily with the Minister of Magic Fudge. And Snape and Sirius had a long history of hatred, and they were not suitable candidates. So he chose Yvonne Halls completely helpless, because he could not find a more suitable person, but fortunately, it seems that he did not choose the wrong person. Snape couldn't stand Dumbledore's madness. He wanted to ask the other party how to fulfill his agreement with him in his current state. It's just that Snape finally held back and didn't say anything. He understood that the old man had been seriously injured in order to completely eliminate the Dark Lord, and he had no reason to blame the other party. After leaving a few words of reminder, Snaplesso flung his sleeves and left. In the huge principal's office, there was once again a lonely old man. Dumbledore meditated alone, but he didn't think about the Horcrux anymore. In his current state, it is not suitable for the time to find the whereabouts of the next Horcrux. Dumbledore placed his gaze directly on the 2 Deathly Hallows on the table. He hesitated and picked up the old magic wand. He magically drew a vertical line on the desk and put on the ring again. A circle is added on it. Finally Dumbledore thought of Harry's invisibility cloak, and added a triangle outside the vertical line and the circle. The faint magical fluorescence is linked together, forming a weird pattern like triangular eyes. The difference is that the pupil is not an eyeball but a vertical line. Old wand. Resurrection stone. Invisibility cloak. Dumbledore gently muttered the names of the 3 Deathly Hallows, wondering what mystery they have. According to legend, the person who owns all the Deathly Hallows will become the Master of the of Death. Except for the Resurrection Stone he had just obtained, he had studied the other 2 Deathly Hallows in his long-term possession. However, there was no gain. It seemed that these two Deathly Hallows were just more powerful alchemy items, which made him doubt the authenticity of those rumors. Having everything means that 3 pieces are required to assemble. Dumbledore stared at the pattern, and a thought suddenly emerged. Perhaps the 3 Deathly Hallows will be put together, what wonderful changes will happen. But the resurrection stone was damaged in the process of destroying the Horcrux. I don't know if it will affect it. At the same time, in the Gryffindor lounge, surrounded by a lot of books, Harry, who looked a little dizzy, finally couldn't help but explode. God! Why did I spend so much time understanding the British International Law and Muggle Protection Act? This has nothing to do with this case. Harry complained loudly. But his voice was quickly suppressed by Hermione. The little witch stared at him and retorted. How can it be okay? Open the book and read it carefully. Peter Pettigrew killed 13 Muggles, just within the jurisdiction of the Muggle Protection Act. And he used the spell of mass destruction on the street to leak the existence of the magical world, which violated the provisions of British international law. In addition, as a Death Eater, Peter also committed 7 crimes related to war crimes. These are also in the British international law. Hermione talked freely, and then looked at Harry in surprise. I remember you watched it for almost an hour, haven't you memorized these regulations? Chapter 453, Harry, honestly, did you secretly make up lessons behind my back? These lore-related books are too cumbersome, how long I have read it, how can I memorize it? Harry curled his lips, seeing the various terms and conditions make him a little dizzy. But you watched it for an entire hour, an hour. I don't even need to memorize these things for half an hour. Yvonne only took 15 minutes. Hermione's voice grew louder, she felt Harry must have not read the book well, he was wasting time. Didn't you read the newspaper? Tomorrow is the day Sirius is in court. You only have one night. Hermione reminded. Harry could only cover his face with a book under Hermione's reprimand, shivering. Of course he knew his time was limited. It's just that there are at least 20 laws related to Peter Pettigrew, and the various additional clauses are very complicated. It took him an hour to understand the general meaning of each clause. How could someone memorize these terms in 15 minutes? Harry muttered softly. Seeing Harry didn't believe it, Hermione couldn't help turning her head to look at Yvonne. Yvonne, who was reading the book, raised his head. Of course he heard the voice of Hermione and Harry talking, so he spoke very quickly and counted all the crimes of Peter Pettigrew. The Muggle Protection Act, Article 3, Article 27, stipulates that any wizard should try to avoid performing magic in public places in the Muggle world. Article 9, Article 12. Article 43 Regulations. Look. What I said before is correct. After Yvonne finished speaking, Hermione snorted softly and said to Harry. Harry completely broke down. Yvonne was there when I was reading those books. But in Harry's impression, Yvonne reads the book very casually, just turning the pages of the book, scanning a few glances, and staying on each page for only half a minute at most. A momentum of just pretending, but unexpectedly Yvonne has already memorized all of them. Harry suddenly felt that this world was really cruel to his kind of scumbag. He very much doubted whether Yvonne secretly got up to endorse the book last night, otherwise how could he learn so fast? Yvonne didn't know that Harry was slandering himself secretly. Although he often woke up in the middle of the night and sneaked into the library to check the banned books, he still didn't recite some legal provisions to such a degree. Perhaps because of learning occlumency and repeatedly using SWIBA experience card, Yvonne keenly perceives that his memory has greatly improved. It's not memorable under normal conditions, but ordinary things can be remembered after seeing it a few times, and it can be regarded as a kind of memorizing talent. Hermione used him as a template to ask Harry, which is indeed difficult for some people. If you want to be a witness in court, there is no need to recite these legal provisions. Hermione is too truthful. It's just that Yvonne didn't mean to interfere. For a bear kid like Harry, it's okay to learn more. Maybe I will hesitate a bit next time I die. Early the next morning, when Yvonne was still asleep, Harry called him up. It was Ron, who was still yawning for a long time. What are we doing when we wake up so early? Yvonne glanced at the lightning sky, and just wanted to get back to bed to get some sleep. It's getting late, and the court will be held in 3 hours. Harry changed his sighing expression last night when he endorsed, and he looked completely vigorous, but he was more nervous. Maybe we have to prepare something and bring something? Also, where is the trial court? Have you been there? Harry was a little frantic. He found the invisibility cloak from under his bed, thinking about whether to bring it. In case something goes wrong and Sirius fails to reverse the case, he may be able to escape with this. Relax, we don't need to bring anything, and we will be back at the slowest night. In addition, Professor Dumbledore is the chief magician of the Visangama Tribunal, so we are set to win this time. Yvonne said comfortingly. Visangamo is the name of the Supreme Court of the Wizarding World, composed of approximately 50 members. Due to the scarcity of wizards in the wizarding world, the court sometimes does not receive litigation cases for several months, so there is no independent court venue. The entire trial process is conducted in the courtroom of the Ministry of Magic. The trial process is very concise. It is conducted in the form of questions raised by the interrogator, the clerk is responsible for keeping records, and finally the ruling is made by a show of hands. Yvonne walked toward the auditorium while popularizing Harry's knowledge from the book. It is less than 6 o'clock, and there is no one in the auditorium. Fortunately, the industrious house elves are on standby at any time to give them a hearty breakfast. Yvonne was enjoying the food leisurely, while Harry did not forget to glance at the Muggle Protection Act while eating breakfast. He felt that he still had a few important points that he had not remembered, and it was not too late to grind his guns. An hour later, Dumbledore walked in through the door of the auditorium. Different from the casual dressing in the past, Dumbledore wore a fuchsia robe today, with a variety of gorgeous patterns engraved on the corners of his clothes, and a delicate silver W symbol embroidered on his left chest. Yvonne knew that it was the exclusive costume of the Wizard of Vizingama, representing the identity of Dumbledore's chief wizard. Professor Dumbledore, are you the chief referee in this trial? Yvonne asked curiously. Since Dumbledore is the nominal supreme officer of Wizengammery, he is likely to preside over this trial. Harry also looked forward to Dumbledore and waited for his reply no. Unfortunately, I did not receive such notification. Dumbledore shook his head as they watched. He just came back yesterday, and he didn't have enough time to influence the other members of Wizengammery to make a decision, so the chances of this trial growing up are those from the Ministry of Magic. Harry's expression became a little disappointed. Don't worry, this time we have very conclusive evidence to prove Sirius' innocence. Dumbledore casually reassured them, and then emphasized some of the rules of the trial court to them, and suggested that Hermione and Ron also do the same. Go with it. When they learned this, both of them were very surprised. But I haven't made any preparations yet. Hermione suddenly became flustered, which was not in her plan at all. You know so much more than we do. What else do you need to prepare? Yvonne vomited, and it was Hermione who read the most books these days as important witnesses instead of himself and Harry. Yvonne even suspects that Miss Know-How may be able to recite the various laws and regulations of the magic world. Hermione only regained some confidence, then suddenly turned her head to look at Ron, and said. What about Ron? He still doesn't understand anything. Ron wanted to refute angrily, but he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Okay, he really doesn't seem to know anything. Chapter 454, How can my little wizard become 1 in 3 of Knockdown Alley? Dumbledore didn't care about Ron in confusion. The reason why Ron was brought on was only because he was the owner of Scabbers, and Ron only had to admit this when he went to the court. Professor Dumbledore, how do we get to the trial court? Shall we go in a carriage? It seems to be late. Harry noticed the clock on the wall of the auditorium and said anxiously. No, don't bother, you hold each other's hands, and I will take you there. Dumbledore stretched out his left hand and held Harry. Harry nodded and held Ron, then Yvonne and Hermione. The 4 people formed a circle. Hermione wanted to go to Dumbledore's other hand to form a closed loop, but the latter did not respond. Where's Sirius? Isn't he with us? Harry didn't find Sirius when he looked around, and he was a little confused. He and Peter have already been taken by the Auror to the Ministry of Magic, not with us. Dumbledore explained, and then looked out the window. A phoenix flew directly over and stayed on his side. Shoulders. Accompanied by a melodious song, a golden red flame ignited from Fawkes's body, and quickly passed to everyone's body, lighting the 4 into a torch. Hermione was taken aback, and she held Ivan's palm tightly, but soon realized that the flame would not hurt people, and it was a little warm when attached to her body. Fawkes's singing became louder and louder, and the flames covering his body swelled suddenly. Hermione felt the sky spin, and when she came back to her senses again, she was already in a deserted street. This is London. Hermione looked around, looked at the surrounding tall buildings, and said with certainty. Yes. Because the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic is located in London. So we are here. Ron showed off his little knowledge. His father works at the Ministry of Magic. Although Ron has never been there, he still knows a little about the ministry. Of course I know. The location of the Ministry of Magic is mentioned in many books. They disguised the entrance as a phone booth. Outsiders must come here and apply for it if they want to enter the ministry. Hermione crackled a lot and said that the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic is common sense that everyone in the magical world knows. Harry looked blank beside him. Is this common sense? Why doesn't he know? Ron was speechless by Hermione, but he still refused to admit defeat and argued from other aspects that he knew the Ministry of Magic better. Stop for a while, boys, you know we don't have much time, you'd better walk and talk. Dumbledore had to interrupt the conversation when it was time for the trial. While staying on his shoulder, Fawkes looked a little tired. It closed its eyes and rested in disgust. Obviously it was still very difficult to carry 4 people across regions at once. Hermione stopped arguing with Ron, only to realize that she was still holding Ivan's hand, and hurriedly took it back. Then Hermione looked at Ivan's expression without any margin, and when he saw that he didn't notice the appearance at all, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt a little angry. At this time, Ivan is wandering outside the sky, watching the changes in the system taskbar. Task: Become the King of Knockdown Alley. Mission Objective: Unified Knockdown Alley, 2nd Ring Road. Task Progress: 32%. Quest Reward: Courageous Loyalty Curse. Task Description: Seeing the 32% task progress prompt, Ivan was at a loss. He discovered an abnormality in the taskbar 2 days ago, and keenly noticed that the progress of the King of Knockdown Alley mission seems to have increased a lot. He remembers that it was not so high before. Is it because the werewolf wizards such as Furin and Walker have soared sincerely with them, or have they dealt with the chain effect caused by Bach? Ivan is very puzzled. He has been studying at Hogwarts for nearly a year and didn't do anything. How come he suddenly became a third of the King of Knockout Alley? It is precisely because of this that Ivan agreed to postpone the time to meet with Nick LeMay, because he has to go home first during the summer vacation to see what is going on. Just thinking about it, Ivan followed Dumbledore into the Ministry of Magic through the phone booth. I was still arguing about how much I knew Hermione and Ron from the Ministry of Magic, and was immediately attracted by the grand decorations inside. The huge and magnificent magic fountain, the fireplace inlaid with golden borders, the towering magical fire and the exquisite magical lights echo each other. This combination of magic and modern beauty fascinates every wizard who steps into it for the first time. Harry was also pleasantly surprised, his eyes kept scanning around. Ivan, have you been here? Hermione noticed that there was no unexpected expression on Ivan's face, she seemed to be familiar with it. More than a year ago, because of something happened once. Ivan replied briefly. It's because of the wolf poison potion, right? You must have come here to register a patent. Hermione thought for a while, and quickly guessed why Ivan came here. Ivan nodded, the little witch guessed it was not wrong. Under the leadership of Dumbledore, after Ivan and others went to the front desk to register, they sat on the magic elevator and went underground, and finally passed through the corridors before seeing the dark in the courtroom. Door. In the waiting hall next to, there were intermittent crying faintly. Please, let him go. He must be innocent, you can't convict him just because of a mark. Ivan was very strange, glanced inward as he approached. The internal space of the waiting hall is very large, and there are many people in it. Most of them are Aurors and a small number of wizards wearing the same clothes as Dumbledore. They should be members of the Wizengarmery Tribunal. It is worth mentioning that Sirius Black and Pettigrew Peter are also here. Sirius. Harry was very excited and wanted to get closer, but was blocked by a few Aurors 3 meters away, and they had to talk at a distance. I haven't seen it for a few days. Sirius's mental head looks good, compared to Peter Pettigrew, who is not far away, looks much worse. Peter seemed to have lost a whole circle, his sparse hair randomly, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, a pair of small eyes looked around nervously, looking a little nervous. Ivan was not surprised, because before he left the observatory, he had asked the Dementors not to disturb Sirius as much as possible. As for what happened to Peter, he couldn't control it. After staring at Peter for a while, Ivan's eyes turned to the side. The sound of crying just now came from there. Chapter 455, Peter's Defender. As far as Ivan's eyes were, stood an old witch, about 60 or 70 years old, wearing a shabby and old robe. She doesn't look tall, she is squatting, with tears remaining in the corners of her eyes, she is constantly begging a member of the Wizengamot Tribunal, and she is still holding a shiny golden thing tightly in her hand. Perhaps feeling Ivan's gaze, the old witch turned her head, and after seeing Ivan's appearance, she stared at him with a hateful look. Ivan felt a little strange because he didn't know each other. However, the old witch blushed and waved the cane angrily, and struck him with a slap in the face. Fortunately, the Auror who was next to him reacted in time and stopped the other person, but the old witch was indeed reluctant. She tried hard to break free, crying and shouting. You liars, scumbags! My son is a glorious Merlin knight, a hero who resists mysterious people. The member of the Wizengamot Tribunal next to him waved his hand in annoyance, and the 2 Aurors dragged her out. Hermione and Ron were scared enough by the old woman's behavior. Ivan had some guesses in his heart, but he turned his head to look at Dumbledore and asked. Professor, who is she? That's Pettigrew's mother, Mrs. Peter. Dumbledore sighed slowly, and replied. Hearing this, Hermione and the others fell silent, and they looked at the old witch who was dragged out of the waiting room with pity. Ivan shook his head secretly, no wonder the other party was so excited. Any mother will be ecstatic when she learns that the child she has already sacrificed is actually still alive. But the Auror who came to inform will soon break the other's fantasy. Because of his identity as Pettigrew, he is no longer a hero who sacrificed honorably for his friends, but a thug who betrayed his friends, took refuge in the Dark Lord, and killed a large number of muggles. Is now facing more than 20 accusations, and it is very likely that he will be executed immediately after this trial. Such a contrast is obviously not acceptable to a 60-70-year-old witch. Dumbledore suddenly reminded when he was there. You need to pay attention. I learned from a friend of Wisengamot that Mrs. Peter will personally be Pettigrew's defender this time. But, she's so old. Can still be a defender. Harry said in a speechless voice. Age is not a problem. Harry. Long years will make some people more wise. For example, this time Sirius's defender will be my responsibility. Dumbledore said jokingly. I didn't say what you meant, Professor. Harry hurriedly wanted to explain. Dumbledore smiled and said that he didn't care, but soon he straightened his face and continued to speak. In short, you'd better not underestimate her because of her age. Mrs. Peter is not a good role to deal with. You must know that the merits of Pettigrew back then are far from enough for a first-class Merlin medal. Dumbledore said very euphemistically. Harry couldn't understand what the old professor was talking about at all. Yvonne knew what Dumbledore wanted to express. That is to say, the Merlin Knights originally did not intend to issue the first-class Merlin medal to Peter Pettigrew. It is likely that Pettigrew's mother just made a fuss about the death of her son and won this honor. Thinking of this, Yvonne couldn't help being a little bit stunned. He knew how difficult it was to obtain a first-class Merlin medal. He had done so many things that he had to nominate Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge at the same time before the Merlin Knights were willing to consider it. At that time, Little Dwarf had a good reputation for bravely going to death in order to avenge his friends, and he didn't have any merits. In the Wizarding War, there are countless victims like Pettigrew, and it is not easy for his mother to win him the highest honor in the magical world. After all, Peter Pettigrew was not born very well. He was not a pure-blooded family, and he must have no influence in the magical world. Dumbledore will also recall the events of the year, and feel a headache. Peter Pettigrew's nomination for the Merlin medal was submitted by him. Firstly, Peter Pettigrew was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and secondly, it was because Peter's mother was too difficult. This old woman cried, made troubles, and hanged herself trying to win the glory of the dead child, and she spent a full month for this. Considering that the other party had just sacrificed his only son, he not only could not speak bad words, but also had to comfort the other party, so in desperation Dumbledore agreed to the nomination. Originally, he thought it was just a cut scene, but he didn't expect to pass the application. Dumbledore wondered whether other colleagues had the same experience as himself. At this moment, the dull bell suddenly rang, and the Aurors in the waiting hall escorted Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew out as if they had received an order. Dumbledore turned to look at Harry and the others, and finally reminded. The court will start soon, don't be too nervous, you are here waiting for the summons, and when you are asked questions, just tell the truth. After finishing talking, Dumbledore walked out the door with the Aurors. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who stayed, all looked very nervous. They discussed countermeasures in a low voice, even simulating mutual questions and answers. Yvonne, aren't you nervous? Hermione looked at him strangely. Yvonne shook his head. Although he was also the first time he went to the Wizarding Court, he had a great chance of winning this time. It was not him who was on trial. What's the cause of panic? Harry and Ron didn't think so. They were crazy about the predicament they might encounter in the trial court, and anxiously asked Yvonne how to deal with it. Didn't Professor Dumbledore tell you? Just tell the truth. Just be careful not to be misled. If you have anything to hide, just say you don't know. I don't know. Anyway, don't lie. Yvonne was helpless. Said. He thinks that the level of lying of Harry and others is so bad that it is easy to be seen through on the spot, so that the truths told before are no longer credible. This is probably the reason why Dumbledore has always emphasized letting them tell the truth. Harry and the others were chatting, the door of the waiting hall was suddenly opened, and a solemn Auror stood at the door and said to Yvonne. Mr. Yvonne Halls. Defender Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore asks you to testify in court. Yvonne nodded, stood up, followed behind the Auror, and walked all the way to the door of the courtroom. Auror opened the door and said blankly. Go in. Also, for the safety of the venue, you cannot bring your magic wand in. Chapter 456, Deformed One Petit Peter. Hearing this rule, Yvonne frowned, not sure if the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. But after hesitating for a while, Yvonne still handed over the wand, because even if he lost the wand, he could still retain part of his combat power. Besides, Dumbledore was also in the meeting, the other party should have no guts to mess around. After the Auror confiscated the wand, he stretched out his hand to show him the way. Yvonne strode in, and noisy discussions continued to reach his ears, only to discover that there was a closed space inside. The surrounding walls are made of dark stones, and the overall light is very dim. Only the magical fire standing on both sides illuminates the passage. On the platform deliberately set aside in the center, Sirius and Pettigrew were sitting on 2 chains with their hands and feet handcuffed. As defenders Dumbledore and Mrs. Peter accompanied them. I think I should have told it very clearly just now, the presiding judge. Dumbledore's voice was very loud, reverberating in the closed courtroom. Ah. Yes. The chief judge in a white robe stood on the high platform. He stared at Dumbledore for a while, then turned to Yvonne who had just walked on the platform and asked. Mr. Yvonne Halls. Just now Black's defender said that you discovered Peter's true identity, is that true? Yes. Yvonne nodded and nodded. Please repeat it again. The presiding judge stared at Yvonne closely, and said in a deep voice. It started when I found a name on the map of Hawaii a year ago. Yvonne told the story that had been told several times. Although there are a lot of lies in this, Yvonne has been tested for a long time, so his face is not red and heartbeat, and even his expression can fluctuate according to the needs of the situation. After Yvonne finished speaking, several staff members who were proficient in alchemy stepped forward and checked the live spot map in Ivan's mouth, confirming that the magic blessed above could indeed show the names of people in a region. Very good. Hearing the feedback from the staff, the presiding judge no longer stared at Yvonne, but turned to the little dwarf star tied to the seat. Then Mr. Peter has anything else to say? Dwarf star had a blank expression on his face, and his face kept changing. He naturally understood what Yvonne said just now, and there were scattered memories in his mind all the time, but they couldn't connect together anyway, which made him want to refute and don't know what to say. Fortunately, at this moment, the old witch behind him paused fiercely on the crutch and roared. Refute. Mrs. Peter looked around, glanced at the Wisengamo committee members sitting on both sides, and said tremblingly. Gentlemen and ladies. A year ago, a kid who had just entered the 2nd grade was able to see through the transformation of animagus. Is there a way to get rid of it on his own? This is ridiculous. He is lying, he must be lying. Mrs. Peter looked at Yvonne with hatred, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. The committee members in the seat discussed each other. They felt that Mrs. Peter's words were very reasonable. It is impossible for a second-year student to understand animagus transfiguration so much, let alone successfully break it. Madam, I have to remind you that Mr. Halls has a very high level of transfiguration, and he was no worse than an average adult wizard in the 2nd grade. Dumbledore's high tone overwhelmed the voices of those discussions and successfully attracted the attention of the committee members. Really? Please prove this to everyone. The presiding judge looked at Yvonne suspiciously. He didn't trust Dumbledore's words. Just give me a magic wand. I can demonstrate it on the spot. Yvonne is not afraid, and transfiguration is his best magic. The presiding judge gave the aura on the side a look, and the latter knowingly returned the wand he had confiscated to Yvonne. For a while, everyone's eyes focused on Yvonne, and the committee members whispered among the seats. Yvonne took the wand and lightly tapped a torch next to it. The faint blue flame slammed up and then disappeared, and the iron base underneath quickly melted, changing its shape like a fluid. But in a moment, the fluid slowly solidified. Another dwarf star tied to a chair appeared in front of the crowd, with the same confused look on his face as Peter. He opened his mouth to make a sound, but he blurted out some unexplained roars. Yvonne put away his magic wand and looked at such a little star, but he secretly shook his head in his heart. It was still too difficult to make a living person. Because everyone has corresponding characteristics, it is easy to distinguish, unlike deformed animals, as long as they are similar. More importantly, the deformed living person's IQ is too low, just like a mental retardation, so this attempt is considered a failure from Ivan's point of view. However, other people present did not think so. Peter's mother straightened her eyes. The petty star deformed by Yvonne is almost indistinguishable from the real little dwarf star Peter. If she does not speak, it will be difficult for her to tell the truth from the false. The presiding judge and the committee members who had also witnessed all this couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. What a wonderful transfiguration! If it weren't right in front of you, I can hardly imagine it was released by a 3rd grade kid. Yeah, there is no flaw at all. This is beyond the level of most aurors. Don't say it's an auror, it turns out a living person, even I can't do it. The discussion became louder and louder. The wizards of Wisengamo swept away the gazes they had just questioned. Several wizards even stood up with excitement, if it weren't for the auror to stop them. I plan to go to the platform to take a closer look. Dumbledore was also surprised that Ivan's transfiguration technique had improved in a short period of time, and he was deeply moved. According to this rate of progress, if a few more years passed, he was afraid that he would surpass himself. I think this should be enough to answer everyone's doubts. Yvonne didn't care about everyone's praise, waved his wand casually, changed the torch back to its original shape, and then looked at Peter's mother and continued to speak. In addition, as far as I know, your child dwarf completed the animagus transfiguration technique before graduation. So I would like to ask Madam to have more trust and less doubt next time. Before the old witch could answer, Sirius sneered and said. That's because with the help of me and James, or Peter's guts, he will never practice. Chapter 457, Yvonne, isn't it just selling badly? Who is afraid of whom? Hearing Sirius's remarks, Yvonne glared at him quickly, but now is not the time to be stunned. Sirius curled his lips and said nothing. You insulted my son so much. Mrs. Peter reacted quite enthusiastically, waving the cane in her hand with excitement, trying to get it on Sirius's head. But this cane was caught by one hand in the air, and Dumbledore stared at the old witch in front of him with a trace of anger on his face. Mrs. Peter's rage was extinguished by a basin of cold water, shaking all over, trying to withdraw the cane from Dumbledore's hand, but she didn't have the courage. Quiet. Stop for me, this is the place where the trial court is not troublesome. The presiding judge was very annoyed and patted the table. Dumbledore let go of his hand, and the crutches dropped to the ground. Mrs. Peter squatted slightly trembling and picked up her crutches. She crouched and looked at the presiding judge on the stage and said with a choked voice. Your Excellency, please forgive me for my rudeness. As a mother, I and my child have been separated for more than 10 years. Today, I have finally seen the last time. I can't talk to him again. Separated. In the end, Mrs. Peter even burst into tears on the spot, tearfully telling how lonely and helpless she was after the only child dead that year, and how a person struggled to survive in the magical world. Coupled with Mrs. Peter's grey hair, old face, and a mending gown, it makes the listener sad and the listener cry. Yvonne frowned. What Mrs. Peter said just now was nonsense that had nothing to do with the case, but the presiding judge didn't mean to interrupt. This was a very obvious bias. Thinking of Dumbledore talking to him before, this time the presiding judge was elected by the Ministry of Magic, and Yvonne had some enlightenment. Obviously, for some people, the truth is far less important than political struggles. In order to add chaos to them, Fudge really did everything. The presiding judge's behavior just now was probably aimed at Dumbledore. I noticed that the members of the surrounding committee were faintly touched and sympathetic under Mrs. Peter's howl of affection, and Yvonne knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The rules of court trials in the magical world are completely different from the country where Yvonne lived in his previous life. The votes of the committee members will greatly affect the final judgment. Generally speaking, the presiding judge will not violate the decisions of the committee members, not to mention that even the presiding judge is not on Sirius's side now. Yvonne was not sure how many of the committee members present were bought and how many remained neutral, but if Mrs. Peter continued to say that, the situation would definitely get worse. Realizing this, Yvonne decisively interrupted the old witch's cry and said, Mrs. Peter, you are wrong to say that. Your child Pettigrew is a Death Eater. He shamelessly revealed the Potter couple's hiding place to the mysterious man, betraying his willingness to surrender his life to him. My dear friend, almost destroyed the hope of the entire magic world. Ivan's impassioned tone made the committee members who had sympathized with the old witch recalled Peter's ugly deeds. However, Yvonne didn't mean to stop. He looked at everyone present and continued with a sharp voice. Harry Potter saved the entire magical world, saved all of us, so that we don't have to live under the brutal rule of mysterious people. But such a hero should have a happy family, love his parents, and enjoy him. Glory. But all this was destroyed by Peter, a despicable betrayer, a running dog of a mysterious man. You must not know what kind of life our hero has been living for more than 10 years. He was adopted by his Muggle relatives. That Muggle family hates wizards and hates everything incomprehensible. Poor Harry was treated unfairly there because of his extraordinary behavior since he was a child. Forced to live in a storage room that is a few square meters in size, do a lot of housework, wear clothes that others don't want, be bullied by peers, and often have to be hungry. What Yvonne said was very bleak, and tried his best to restore Harry's life in the Muggle world. The success made most of the committee members angry at Harry's tragic experience. How dare those Muggles do this? It's a great honor to adopt Harry Potter. They dare to treat him like that. Oh my god, I never knew Harry suffered so much grievances when he was a child, and thought that the Ministry of Magic would definitely arrange the best place for him. What are the people at the Ministry of Magic doing? Why haven't you cared about Harry Potter for so many years? At the seats on both sides, the committee members were furious, and they continued to swear. They have long forgotten the grievances of Mrs. Peter's life. In contrast, Muggles discriminate against wizards and heroes suffer injustice. These are more noticeable. And there is no new generation of wizards who can sit here. Everyone has experienced the last wizarding war, experienced the horror of the mysterious man and the Death Eater army, and had some gratitude for Harry who ended the mysterious man. Some infected witches looked at Peter with contempt, disdain, and irritation. Only one sane witch stood up and asked. Mr. Halls, can you guarantee that what you just said is true? Yes, ma'am. Harry Potter is in the waiting hall now and will testify in court afterwards. You can ask yourself when that time comes. Yvonne replied politely. Ivan's words made some of the originally dubious committee members completely believe his statement, because no one would tell a lie that was quickly exposed. Mrs. Peter witnessed the whole process that Yvonne destroyed the atmosphere she had painstakingly created with just a few words and turned the situation around instantly. She immediately understood that she had encountered an opponent today. For Dumbledore, who was also a defender, she was in awe but not afraid. Because such a big person wants face, can't wipe away face and sell miserables, and will not play rascals like himself. More importantly, he is born in a strong position, which helps to construct himself as a weak and helpless, so as to win the committee members present sympathy. It's just that the little wizard in front of me didn't take this into consideration. Mrs. Peter knew that her usual strategy might be invalidated today. Yvonne was also looking at Mrs. Peter, who was still with tears in the corner of her eyes, and her face was full of playfulness. Isn't it just selling badly? Who is afraid of whom? What I have here is a story. Chapter 458, Peter is still a child, how can you treat him this way? Quiet. Seeing that the conversation became more and more biased, the presiding judge knocked on the table again, warning Yvonne and Mrs. Peter not to say anything unrelated to the trial. However, many committee members ignored him and kept talking in private. No matter how the presiding judge knocked on the table, it was of no avail. The presiding judge has nothing to do, after all, he can't let the aura drive all the committee members out, then the trial can't go on. Mrs. Peter, do you have any questions? If not, I will invite the next witness to come up and give a statement. The presiding judge has only an accentuated tone to silence the noisy voices. Yes. Of course there is. Although Yvonne felt very tricky, Mrs. Peter didn't mean to admit defeat, but continued to speak loudly. At the beginning all of us knew that it was Black who betrayed Harry Potter's parents, not my child dwarf. Mrs. Peter. I have to interrupt you. I have already explained this to you before. Sirius and Pettigrew have secretly exchanged the identities of the secretaries. Dumbledore interrupted the other party's words with a deep voice. Said. Who can prove this? Mrs. Peter asked nonchalantly. You said about the secret exchange. Only Harry Potter's father James Potter, Black, and my child dwarf know the situation. The problem is that Mr. Potter is dead, and my child has amnesia. Now I can only let you talk about it, it's not fair. This is not a question of fairness or unfairness, Mrs. Peter. The law is about evidence. We found the dark mark on Pettigrew, but Sirius did not. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Dumbledore he gave a reply without delay. While Dumbledore was speaking, an aura stepped forward to cooperate and opened the sleeves of Peter Pettigrew, revealing the mark of the dark devil and showing it to everyone. Most of the committee members on the table have seen relevant reports, so they knew about the dark mark in advance, but now they feel a little fidgeting when they see it with their own eyes. Yvonne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this trial should almost be over, because this dark mark is the biggest evidence, enough to convict Pettigrew. However, what he didn't expect was that Mrs. Peter didn't mean to give up. Even in the face of such evidence, Mrs. Peter didn't change her face, but instead shouted loudly. Enough! How can a real undercover agent engrave the mark of the dark devil on his body? And my child has amnesia, he doesn't know anything, who knows what the dark mark is all about? Maybe someone forged a dark devil's mark, and then washed away his memory. I heard that it was not the aura who caught my son first, but you guys. Mrs. Peter stared at them with hatred, that was obvious. Please stop making unreasonable troubles, Mrs. Peter. Dumbledore said helplessly, and after a pause, he continued. After an investigation by the Ministry of Magic, the person who cleansed Peter Pettigrew's memory was a Death Eater who was on the run. If I want to do anything with him, I can probably do it before handing him over to the Ministry. There is one other thing you said wrong. No one can forge the Dark Mark's mark. Because it is Voldemort's unique magic. It is filled with his magic power and is easy to identify. And I don't think anyone would dare to do this, after all. He is still there. Dumbledore's understatement caused the audience to fall into silence. The wizard present had wrapped up the presiding judge on the stage, and after hearing Dumbledore's news that Voldemort still existed in the magical world, there was a chill in his heart. It has been rumored in the magic world that the mysterious man actually did not die that night, but lost his power. Many people have speculated that the mysterious man was hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to plan, and one day he would return again. But the Ministry of Magic has been denying this rumor over the years, insisting on stating that the mysterious man has been completely defeated, and all Death Eater minions have been imprisoned in Azkaban, and he will never come back again. Your Excellency Dumbledore, please don't make similar jokes in court. The presiding judge's face was a bit ugly, he barely pulled out a smile, and said dryly. We all know this is not a joke, I'm just stating some facts. Dumbledore replied lightly. Yvonne silently watched the scared expressions on everyone's faces, and suddenly felt a little funny. These people were so afraid of Voldemort who had lost his power, but they dared to rebuke Dumbledore's words loudly. But it is also true. Normal people dare to speak out against the police with guns, but if they encounter thugs with guns, they will only flee in fear. It's nothing more than that the former speaks the rules and won't do it easily, while the latter has no scruples and kills when you see it. There is also Mrs. Peter who has no scruples. She is very old, and there is only a child like Peter who has been lost now and will not give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Even if Voldemort was resurrected in situ, it would not be able to reverse her will. Therefore, she loudly threatened that Pettigrew was probably controlled by the imperious curse used by the Dark Lord, and was forced to become a Death Eater, or to join the Death Eater just for the purpose of obtaining information. She was actually an undercover. I can't understand him anymore. He is so timid and so kind. He can never be a betrayer. He has forgotten everything now. You still don't want to let him go? Please. He's just a child. Mrs. Peter choked with the little star on the chair. No matter how Mrs. Peter cried, Dumbledore didn't show the slightest movement. He retorted. Don't deviate from the subject, Mrs. Peter. Even amnesia can't offset a person's fault. If you think your child is innocent, then please show me the corresponding evidence to prove Peter. The purpose of sneaking into the Death Eater is to obtain information, otherwise he would be a complete Death Eater. Dumbledore's words completely angered Mrs. Peter. Her expression suddenly became terrifying, and she stared at Dumbledore fiercely and spoke. I asked some Aurors and they told me that a professional wizard had identified them and that my child had forgotten spells many times in a short period of time. Maybe my son knew something. You forcibly tampered with his brain and handed him to the Auror. Then you felt that this was not safe enough, so you simply sneaked into the observatory and completely erased his memory. Having said this, Mrs. Peter suddenly turned her head to look at the presiding judge on the stage, gritted her teeth and said. Your Excellency the presiding judge, I want to test their wands. Use flashback spells. Chapter 459, Yvonne, don't do this, what if you are scared? Mrs. Peter's voice suddenly spread throughout the courtroom. This is undoubtedly a very rude condition, and no wizard would be willing to be known what magic his wand has released. However, in accordance with the requirements of the rules of the magic world, under certain circumstances, the Ministry of Magic will have the right to investigate a wizard's wand, including the use of flashback spells. Can you? Your Excellency Dumbledore. The presiding judge asked aloud, narrowing his eyes. And that kid? He wants his wand too. He will forget the curse too. Mrs. Peter's voice was a little hoarse, but very firm. Dumbledore did not reply, but Yvonne said without hesitation. No, I refuse. Why? The presiding judge looked at him suspiciously. Unless the one who sneaked into the observatory a few days ago to clean my son's memory was not the Death Eater, it was him. Mrs. Peter's voice was sharp and thin, even with a hint of excitement. Yvonne ignored the old witch, but looked at the presiding judge and numerous committee members and explained. Gentlemen and ladies, the Hall's family where I belong has some special magic, which have been passed down for hundreds of years. I clearly remember that the Wizards' Rights Protection Act mentioned that inherited magic it is top secret and should be protected. In addition, I've said that after catching Peter Pettigrew, I used the forgetting curse on him several times to keep him secret. If you use the flashback curse to explore, you will surely find traces of the forgetting curse in my wand, so this is meaningless. Yvonne talked eloquently, very thankful that he had learned a lot of knowledge of the law under the intimidation of Hermione, otherwise he would definitely be very passive now. The flashback curse is a very special and unpopular investigative curse, and Yvonne doesn't know much about it. However, in the original time and space, it has been shown twice. For the first time, Cedric Diggory's father used the flashback spell on Harry's wand on the venue of the World Cup and played back the bones to reproduce the magic. The second time was when Voldemort had just resurrected to fight Harry, because the cores of the two wands were the same, so the flashback curse was accidentally triggered. The magic wand in Voldemort's hand once again cast the used spells in flashbacks. Because of the deadly spells used, the images of those who were mutilated by Voldemort floated out of the magic wand. So Yvonne didn't want his wand to be cast by someone like this. After all, he had used extremely lethal wands such as Thunderbolt and Shenfeng Wuying. If the black wizards who died in his hands floated out of the wand, it would be over. Everyone present will immediately know that although they are not very old, they have killed a lot of people. After Yvonne made an explanation, the presiding judge on the stage suddenly fell into hesitation. The magical world does have regulations to protect inherited magic, and the main advocates are those powerful pureblood families. Excuse. I never knew that the Hall's family had so-called inherited magic, and as far as I know you are not among the pureblood families. Mrs. Peter retorted, and she became more and more convinced that her guess was correct. During the debate between the two, the presiding judge on the stage and the two judges discussed for a while, and finally gave a compromise answer. Why not? We can continue to use the previous flashback curse, just check the magic you have released, and then judge the time for you to release these magic by the interval between the beams. How about 4 days? The presiding judge looked at Yvonne, seeming to be asking, but there was unquestionable firmness in his words. According to the Auror's report, the Pettigrew was attacked at the Hogwarts Observatory 3 days ago, so it is only necessary to check this time period to confirm whether Yvonne is the murderer. In such a short period of time, the probability of using special magic is not high. This is also the biggest compromise he can make. Dumbledore was also waiting for Ivan's answer. Compared to the others, he was 7 to 8 points certain that Pettigrew's amnesia was caused by Yvonne. Because the Death Eaters who escaped the trial in the first place are unlikely to take such a big risk to go to Hogwarts to impose the forgetting curse on Peter. In addition, in his mind, only Yvonne had this leisurely mind and the ability to avoid the Dementors and Aurors. And his wand has been in the hands of Yvonne these days, so Dumbledore is a little worried whether Yvonne has used his wand to release the forgotten charm. Not to mention Mrs. Peter, the more Yvonne shied away, the more she felt that her guess was correct. However, Yvonne changed his attitude just now and agreed very quickly. Okay, yes, of course no problem. I said that I just don't want to expose the family's inheritance magic. It just so happens that I haven't practiced those spells in the past few days. Ivan's casual attitude surprised Mrs. Peter, and the faith in her heart began to faintly shake. Auror immediately took the wand in Ivan's hand and put it on the table in the middle so that everyone could see it clearly. I will come personally. The Auror was about to cast the spell, but Mrs. Peter took a few steps illegally, squeezed the Auror away, raised the crutches, and shouted loudly. Flashback to the previous curse. As the spell was pronounced, almost the next moment, Ivan's wand began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding stone platforms showed signs of transformation. This is a replay of the transformation spell cast just now. Flashback to the previous curse. Mrs. Peter cast the spell again without waiting for the wand's trembling to stop. 1 second later, a beam of light flew from the top of the wand and hit the stone pillar, making a hole in the stone pillar. This shows that Yvonne used the splitting curse a day ago. Then Mrs. Peter cast spells continuously. A series of spells flew out from the top of the wand, and the interval became longer and longer. Mrs. Peter's expression gradually changed from expectation to despair, because all the spells emitted were ordinary spells, and none of them were forgotten spells. It's impossible, it's impossible. Flashback to the previous curse, flashback to the previous curse. Mrs. Peter couldn't believe the result, even though the interval between flying the magic wand in the wand had become extremely long, more than 4 days. Time limit, but she is still using the flashback spell continuously. At this moment, a hand stretched out directly and took away the wand before Mrs. Peter cast the spell again. Stop it. My wand can't stand this kind of rough treatment. Yvonne would not dare to let Mrs. Peter continue, otherwise, he might reveal that he had used the forgetting curse dozens of times on Peter Pettigrew. That will definitely scare everyone. Chapter 460, Sirius regained freedom. Although Yvonne feels that even if exposed, he can explain it, but Mrs. Peter will definitely be mad. Yvonne thinks it's better not to irritate the other person, lest she faint in court. But one thing, feeling a little strange, he said. Your Excellency, I want to ask why she can carry a cane. No, I mean a magic wand comes in. Because Mrs. Peter told us that she can't walk without this crutch. The chief judge replied somewhat helplessly. Yvonne curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Why couldn't he tell? Obviously, when this old witch wanted to smoke Sirius with a cane, her legs and feet were very flexible. While Yvonne was silently complaining, Mrs. Peter asked to see Dumbledore's wand with the last glimmer of hope. Needless to say, the end result was that neither wand had used the forgotten charm in 4 days. The only episode in the middle was that the Auror couldn't force the old wand to backtrack the spell, and it was Dumbledore who solved it by himself. Your Excellency, I think Mrs. Peter has no other doubts. Now that the evidence is conclusive, can the sentence be pronounced? After Dumbledore retracted the old wand, he raised his head and stared at the presiding judge on the stage. On the side of the old witch looked a little lost, she muttered to herself, not knowing what she was talking about. Ah! It seems so right. The presiding judge looked at the old witch with disappointment. As a judge, he was not too partial, so he could only speak out. We heard the testimony of Mr. Halls very clearly, but if we want to confirm the charge of Mr. Peter, we still need to listen to the testimony of other people. Mr. Halls, you can go back, now invite the next witness to come up. After the presiding judge's voice fell, an Auror walked to Ivan's side and motioned for him to follow him and leave. Yvonne was happy to see nothing about himself, and then politely nodded to everyone, then turned and left the closed courtroom. When he had just stepped into the threshold of the waiting hall, Harry and the others who were sitting inside hurriedly greeted him and asked in a frantic manner. Yvonne, you're back. How is the matter? Have we won the lawsuit? Yvonne didn't mean to conceal it either. He casually talked about what happened on the court, and at the same time glanced at Ron's wand without any margin, feeling very grateful in his heart. 3 days ago, at the observatory, he used Ron's wand to release the forgotten curse, so of course Mrs. Peter couldn't find it no matter how. Mr. Harry Potter, please come with me. The aura behind Yvonne quickly interrupted the conversation and said to Harry solemnly. Me. Harry pointed to himself. Although he had expected it, he was a little nervous when he was about to play. Go, it's okay, Dumbledore and Sirius are there. Yvonne smiled comfortingly. It seemed to him that after he had made his statement, the ending of this trial had been set, so Harry and the others just went for a cut scene. Hearing Ivan's words, Harry immediately felt relieved and followed the aura to the interrogation room. Yvonne just sat in the waiting hall chatting with Ron and Hermione while waiting for the outcome of the trial. During the waiting for more than an hour, Ron and Hermione were called out one after another, and Harry returned to the waiting hall after the statement was over. But Harry's expression looked a little weird. He watched Yvonne hesitate to speak, and finally couldn't help asking. Yvonne, what did you tell them in court before? I always think that many people look at me with weird eyes, and a strange lady asked me if I should move to live with her. It's nothing, just talked a little bit about your life at your uncle's house. They sympathized with you a little bit. Yvonne replied with a smile. That's all from the past. Harry said nonchalantly. I have discussed with Sirius, and I will move to the big house of the Black family during the summer vacation this year. That's hard to say. Yvonne opened his mouth to refute, because Dumbledore would never let Harry leave the Dursley house. But soon Yvonne closed his mouth again. Anyway, Dumbledore would say at that time, there is no need to be this villain. The two sat in the waiting hall for a long time. Just as Yvonne was a little impatient and began to complain that the trial process was too slow, Hermione and Ron finally returned to the waiting hall under the leadership of Auror, and brought good news that the result of the trial has come out. Really? How is it now? Harry stood up for the first time and asked excitedly. Sirius was acquitted and released in court, and Peter Pettigrew was established in more than 20 accusations of slaying 13 muggles, exposing the existence of the magical world, and war crimes. Hermione repeated what the presiding judge had said. Awesome! Harry was about to jump up with joy when he heard the news. Then the presiding judge said how to punish Peter. Yvonne was curious about this instead. Of course, Peter will. Hermione was about to speak, but someone said it before her. Originally, the Ministry of Magic wanted to detain him for the rest of his life, but Peter is an animagus, and it is not easy to detain him. The Ministry is not easy to send the Auror to stare at him every day, so he decided to give him a Dementor kiss in 7 days. When everyone heard the sound, they turned their heads and looked over, but Sirius walked in from outside, and the shackles that had bound his hands had been removed. Although Sirius looks a little disgusted because of his previous imprisonment, there is a smile on his face. Sirius, congratulations, you are finally free. Yvonne said congratulatedly. Thank you very much, Halls. Sirius was very grateful. He learned from Dumbledore, Harry, and others about what Yvonne had done in the past few months. Sirius knew very well that most of his success in overturning the case was due to this little wizard. Otherwise, he might still have to worry about the Ministry of Magic's pursuit every day. At best, he sneaked into Hogwarts to kill Peter with some luck, and the truth could not be revealed at all. Yvonne waved his hand so that Sirius didn't care. He was just fulfilling his previous agreement, and then said jokingly. Besides, I took you a firebolt, of course I have to do something. Ha ha ha, if you like it, I will buy a few more and give it to you. After the charges were cleared, Sirius looked a little complacent, as if he didn't care about the money. Chapter 461, Dumbledore's Anomaly. No, what do I want so many firebolts? Can't be a display? I can't put it down in my house. Listening to the remarks of Sirius' prodigal family, Yvonne was very speechless, and I don't know if Black's ancestors will know if he will die of anger. Yvonne shook his head secretly in his heart, but quickly turned to business and asked aloud. By the way, Sirius, you just said that the execution of Peter by the tribunal was scheduled for 7 days? Why did you have to wait so long? Of course it's because of Mrs. Peter. Sirius thought about what happened in the courtroom, silently sighed, and continued to explain to Yvonne. After you finished your statement, the presiding judge announced the final result and planned to execute Pettigrew tonight, but Mrs. Peter strongly disagreed with this trial and strongly demanded another trial, and even passed out crying in court. The presiding judge and the committee members considered that they had to say goodbye to their mother and son more than 10 years after they met, so they postponed it for a week to allow them to see each other more times. Speaking of this, Sirius was also embarrassed. Although Peter killed him and James terribly, but now he was accidentally beaten into an amnesia, and even if he faced death, it was meaningless to care about the past hatred. Everyone present fell into silence, and Harry even more thought of his mother who had died in the hands of Voldemort in order to protect himself, and he couldn't help but sympathize with that wicked Mrs. Peter. I don't know if she can withstand this blow. Heeman said with a tone. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy, Sirius hurriedly changed the subject and went to Hogsmeade Village to celebrate his successful conviction. This reminded Harry and others of those happy things. Dumbledore returned to the waiting hall not long after. Phoenix Fox still stayed on his shoulders. After some rest, the golden red bird regained its energy and looked radiant. Now that Sirius succeeded in overturning the case, they had no need to stay, and when they arrived, they left the ministry together. Following the elevator back to the streets of London, listening to the roar of horns in the distance, Yvonne couldn't help feeling like a world away. Muggles living in London, have you ever thought that there are a group of wizards with special abilities in the underground of this city? Well, just stay here, just as no one is passing by here, take my hand, and I will take you back. Dumbledore looked around, noticed that there was no one around, and said. Yvonne and the others nodded and formed a circle as they were when they came, but this time there was one more person. Aren't you going to go home? Dumbledore looked at Sirius walking up with some surprise. It would be nice to stay in Hogwarts for a few days, but I told the children that I would take them to Hogsmeade Village to have fun. Sirius explained. Dumbledore nodded and said nothing. However, Fox on his shoulder screamed dissatisfiedly, taking 6 people at a time, or teleporting across regions. This is too difficult for the Phoenix. After all, taking people to teleport this kind of thing, the magic power consumed by each additional person must be doubled. Dumbledore was also in trouble at this time, and when he was about to propose to send it in 2 batches, he heard Ivan's suggestion. Professor, we can teleport to Hogsmeade first, and then return to the castle. Good idea. It just happens that you are off today, we can just celebrate and then go back. Sirius suddenly felt his eyes light up and said. Harry and Ron joined together, they didn't want to go back to school so early. Dumbledore did not spoil everyone's interest, so he simply agreed. Then Harry and I will go one step ahead. Let's see you at the Honeyduke's shop. Sirius laughed loudly, grabbed Harry, and immediately changed his shape and disappeared. Come here, Mr. Weasley. We have to hurry up so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Dumbledore beckoned to Ron. He was a little worried about whether Sirius suddenly appeared in Hogsmeade. What confusion caused? What about Yvonne and Hermione? Ron said. I think they can do it. Dumbledore knew that Yvonne was able to transform his shadow, so he just took Ron, put his right hand on his shoulder, and waved the old wand with his left hand. Watching the two teleport away, Yvonne faintly felt a bit offensive. If he remembers correctly, Professor Dumbledore should not be left-handed. Yvonne. We should go now. Hermione reminded her when she saw that Yvonne seemed a little lost. Ah, good. Yvonne returned to his senses, nodded, and took the little witch's hand. Apparition. As the spell was pronounced, the surrounding space distorted and changed like a whirlpool, absorbing the two of them, and was thrown out again in the next instant. When the two stood firm, they had arrived from the Muggle city of London to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone from the sky, and a large number of upper-grade little wizards in college costumes wandered leisurely here, and there was endless noise and clamor. Yvonne sensed the magic power in his body. This time the cross-regional transmission only consumed about a quarter, which was much less than previously estimated. This is not only the increase in his magic power after fusing the blood of Bogut, but more importantly, his phantom shifting charm has been upgraded to level 5, which greatly reduces the consumption of magic power. While Yvonne pondered to himself, a piercing scream suddenly remembered in the distance. He is serious. The sudden screams attracted the attention of the little wizards around him, and Yvonne also turned his head. At this time, Sirius was standing in front of the Duke of Honey's shop with a few packets of candies in his hand, and the previous scream was the owner of the Duke of Honey. It just so happened that there was a wanted notice posted at the door of the candy store that had not been torn off. Sirius's profile picture and a reward of 10,000 gallons were very eye-catching. Yes, I'm right. Please also take the trouble to pack all the new candies here. Sirius admitted very generously, but seeing the fearful look of the owner of the Honeyduke shop, Sirius sighed helplessly, feeling a little disappointed. You should read the latest Daily Prophet. The newspaper said a lot about me. Today is the day of the Wisengama Tribunal's retrial. Because I am innocent, they released me and understand yet. Chapter 462, Party at the Three Broomstick Bar. Sirius' explanation failed to ease the atmosphere, and the owner of the Honeyduke's shop still looked at him with horror. Anyone who sees a fugitive who has killed more than a dozen muggles on the wanted order appear in front of him grandiosely, he will feel fear, even if the fugitive claims to have been exonerated. Fortunately, Dumbledore soon walked over with Ron, and after some explanation, a new long incident was avoided. Although this was just an episode, it still poured cold water on Harry and the others who were happily preparing to celebrate in Hogsmeade Village. So after buying a lot of weird candies, Yvonne and the others didn't stay there any longer, but planned to go to the Three Broomsticks bar to find a remote place for a party. How can the boss there be like this? We bought so many things there, but he wants to drive us away. After coming out of the Honeyduke's shop, Harry was still a little unhappy and said very dissatisfied. That's normal, Harry. They always take a while to accept my new identity. Sirius looked very open, he was used to it a long time ago. Even when he was at Hogwarts before, the situation was similar. Except for some students in Gryffindor who didn't care about his identity, the little wizards of other academies still avoided themselves in fear. In fact, Sirius was a little worried that the owner of the 3 broomsticks would also drive them out, so today's celebration rally would not be possible. The situation is not so bad. The owner, Ms. Rosmerta, is very reasonable. She is very well informed when she runs a bar. She was not surprised when she saw Sirius. Mr. Black, congratulations on your rebirth. Ms. Rosmerta poured a glass of butterbeer and pushed it in front of Sirius, speaking with a smile on her face. This cup is considered free of charge by me. Thank you, madam. Sirius was flattered, and after taking the cup and raising his hand, he poured it in. It's been a long time since I drank this kind of wine, and the taste hasn't changed at all. Sirius sighed cheerfully, put the empty glass on the table, and wiped the stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. By the way, we plan to find a place here to celebrate. It won't disturb your business. Sirius glanced at the inside of the bar. It was quite lively. Most of the round tables were full of people, and there were only a few vacancies. However, with his arrival, the atmosphere inside has cooled somewhat, and everyone turned their gazes here, staring at Sirius with suspicious, guarded eyes. As long as I pay, I have no reason to drive away my guests. Ms. Rosmerta put away the empty glass and said with a smile. That's what you said. Sirius also laughed. He increased his volume, looked around at the other people in the bar, and said. That's not as good as this. In order to celebrate my successful exoneration, all the consumption in the 3 broomsticks tonight will be treated by me. While talking, Sirius grabbed a handful of jinjialong from the wizard's robe and threw it on the counter as an advance deposit. These jinjialong were all the pocket money he took out when he bought the firebolt, and kept it in the pocket of the wizard's robe. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic did a body search when strapped him, but they didn't dare to take the money away, so they kept it, and they were just using it now. The heroic Sirius shocked the wizards in the entire tavern, and then applause and cheers broke out in the tavern. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became eager. Boss, 3 more bottles. No, 10 bottles of butterbeer. Ha ha ha, Mr. Black is so magnificent. Boss, bring me 30 bottles of rum. I'm going to die here today. Davis would be mad if he knew the free drinks tonight, but who told him to be unlucky but he didn't come today. For most drunk alcoholics, as long as they can drink for free, even staying in a tavern with the murderer is not unacceptable. What's more, Sirius seemed to have cleared his suspicions, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing the guests in the tavern whose attitudes have changed greatly, Yvonne was also dumbfounded for a while. I don't know whether to say Sirius was taken advantage of, or smart and flexible. Because for Sirius, who is not short of money, being able to celebrate without interruption may be more important than a few 100 gallons. Just as a few drunk spirits greeted with a toast, Yvonne and others found an empty seat and sat down, stacking all the snacks they bought on the table. Sirius took a bottle of butterbeer from another table and wanted to pour a glass for everyone. Harry and Ron were very happy. They had always wanted to taste butterbeer but had no chance. However, after Sirius took the wine and dangled their glasses for a while, he stopped again, glanced at Dumbledore, and patted his head as if he had just remembered something. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, you are not old enough to drink. Sirius shook his head regretfully, then turned to look at Ms. Rosmerta and shouted loudly. Boss, a few glasses of violet water and snail cherry syrup soda, don't add ice. No, this is what you should drink. Sirius said very solemnly when the drink cup was served. Harry and Ron's expressions became disappointed, but they didn't have the guts to violate the school rules in front of Professor Dumbledore. So in the end, only Sirius and Dumbledore drank butterbeer and Yvonne and others could only drink drinks obediently. Just eating snacks and drinking beverages, congratulated Sirius on finally getting rid of his injustice in a burst of laughter. Originally, because of Dumbledore's existence, everyone seemed a little restrained, but soon they discovered that the old professor was also able to play, and would make jokes with them from time to time. Even midway through, Sirius secretly changed the drinks of Harry and the others to butterbeer and let them try it. Dumbledore closed one eye as if he hadn't seen it. When Yvonne was chatting, he also noticed some unconsciously staring at Dumbledore's every move, keenly noticed that the old professor deliberately used his left hand to complete everything, and his right hand was always hidden in the sleeve. This made Yvonne even more surprised. If Phoenix Fox hadn't stayed on Dumbledore's shoulder very intimately, he would have doubted whether Dumbledore in front of him was pretending to be someone else. Or is it because of some reason that the other hand cannot be used? Chapter 463, The Entertainment Life of Wizards is Too Scarce? While Yvonne was thinking about it, on the other side, Harry, who was chatting about life with Sirius, suddenly asked. Sirius, it will be Quidditch's last game in 3 days. You will be there to watch then, right? Of course. I look forward to seeing you win the Quidditch Cup, just like your father did. Sirius nodded very surely. My father? Harry asked curiously. He had seen James Potter's trophy in the trophy showroom, but he knew nothing about it. He is the best Quidditch player I have ever seen. If we weren't busy with the Death Eaters after graduation, maybe he would have gone as a player. Sirius laughed, said jokingly, then looked at Harry again. But I think you will definitely surpass him. I was watching near the stadium during the last match, you were flying really well. But I obviously fell from the sky. Harry looked a little embarrassed when he mentioned what happened that day. That's because of the Dementors making trouble, isn't it? Now you have defeated them. This time just right on the firebolt I gave you to win back the championship. Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder and said encouragingly. Thinking of his new broomstick, Harry gained some confidence and nodded solemnly. Afterwards, Harry turned his head to look at Yvonne as if thinking of something again, and asked. By the way, Yvonne, how are you thinking about it? Are you going to participate in this year's Quidditch competition? Wood and the others have been waiting for your reply. Yvonne, are you also a Quidditch player for Gryffindor? Sirius was very curious. Although he had sent a firebolt to Yvonne before, it was only incidental, because he didn't see Yvonne in the Quidditch field last time. Yes, he played with us last year. Before Yvonne could reply, Harry nodded first. Speaking of Quidditch, Harry became very excited, and talked to Sirius about how they had beaten other colleges together last school year, and by the way mentioned Ivan's amazing flying and pitching skills. Sirius couldn't believe it when he heard Harry talk about Ivan's 25 goals in a game, which directly set the record for the highest goal scored in a single game at Hogwarts. Our Quidditch captain Wood feels that Yvonne can go directly to the national team. Harry said. So it seems that the firebolt I gave you before was the right one. Sirius didn't think Harry had the need to deceive himself. It could only be said that Yvonne was really talented. My flight level is not as exaggerated as Harry said, but it's just a bit higher than the average person. Yvonne waved his hand, not paying attention to Harry's flattery. Since his family knows about his family affairs, his flying talent is actually terrible. When he first took flying lessons in the first grade, he still kicked the broomstick into his hand with his feet. When I was in the second grade, I showed my power on the Quidditch court. It was also because I used the experience card to cheat. But now that his magical control ability has improved a lot, coupled with the actual practice on the court last school year, Yvonne feels that even if he doesn't cheat, he should be able to look at the court. Considering that the firebolt given to him by Sirius had never been used, Yvonne hesitated and finally agreed to Harry's request to participate in the Quidditch competition. I don't know why Yvonne thought of Luna, the little witch who went to the Forbidden Forest to select materials to make handmade signs in order to cheer herself on the arena. Since the other party regards herself as the only friend and specially made a sign, then it is not good for her to disappoint, right? Awesome. I guess Wood must be happy. And Malfoy, if he sees you during the game, he will be stunned. Ivan's so readily consent was beyond Harry's expectation, and what followed was a surprise. He felt that Ivan's participation in the Quidditch championship was a certainty. Seeing Harry's excitement, Yvonne shook his head secretly. He really didn't understand why so many people liked a competitive sport that flew to the sky to play. Could it be that the entertainment life of the wizards is too scarce? Yvonne felt that it was very possible that during the time he had just crossed over, he was very uncomfortable in this magical world without mobile phones and internet. Had it not been for too young age and wanted to learn all kinds of magical magic, he would have long been unable to stay outside to make money as a muggle. Yvonne kept spitting out in his heart, and didn't stop his mouth. After eating up the candy on the table with everyone, the night has gradually dimmed. Harry was still in high spirits, as if he could not finish talking, wishing to tell Sirius every impressive thing that had happened since childhood. However, when he began to imagine that he would leave Dursley's house in the future and be able to live with Sirius, he was interrupted by Dumbledore. Harry. You just said that you plan to bid farewell to the Dursleys and move to Sirius's house this summer vacation. Dumbledore's expression became serious. Yes. Sirius and I have discussed it. Harry nodded, still not realizing the seriousness of the problem, still in fantasy. That's not going to work, I don't advise you to do it. Dumbledore shook his head. Why? Harry asked with a dazed expression. Sirius also looked at Dumbledore a little strangely. Dumbledore slowly said. Do you remember what I told you? Harry. On that night 13 years ago, in order to protect you from bad luck, your mother used an ancient and powerful spell to transform her love for you into guardian magic and integrate it into your skin, protecting you until adult. Yes, you tell me that it is because of this that Professor Chino was hurt so much after touching my palm 2 years ago. Harry nodded hesitantly, of course he remember this thing. Yes. But I didn't tell you one thing. Dumbledore's eyes under his half-moon glasses stared at him for a while, making Harry feel a little uncomfortable. After a pause, Dumbledore continued. If you want this magic to work all the time, you need to meet a prerequisite, that is, you must stay with someone who is related to you. This is also the reason why I sent you as a baby to Dursley's home at the beginning, because they are your only surviving relatives. Chapter 464, Afterglow of the Setting Sun. Dumbledore's words made Harry like an ice cellar. All of his good expectations for the summer vacation all at once vanished. But I now have a godfather, and Sirius is also my relative. Harry stammered in defense. Compared to the Dursleys who treated him badly, Harry felt that Sirius was his true family. Although it had not been a month since we met, Harry could feel Sirius's concern for him, something he would never have experienced at Dursley's. There it was more like a servant or a slave, living in the storage room, and from time to time to be scolded and starved, bullied by Dolly and his friends. However, Dumbledore shook his head, shattering his fantasy. That's not going to work, Harry. To maintain this kind of magic, you must have a blood relative. Then let it fail. I have the ability to protect myself. Harry said angrily. Harry couldn't stand his life at Dursley's house anyway. Anyway, his uncle and his family hated him, and he happened to hate them too. As long as he moved out, no one had to worry about anyone. And Sirius will protect me too, right? Harry looked at Sirius like a desperate little beast seeking refuge. Sirius nodded solemnly, he didn't want to disappoint Harry. Harry immediately turned to look at Dumbledore as if he had gained courage. Ah, yes, I believe this, but adding a layer of insurance is better, isn't it? Dumbledore still insisted on his ideas, unwilling to change. Harry eagerly wanted to argue again, but Dumbledore's next sentence shut him up. The protection magic in you is the result of Lily's love for you. I think she must want this love to accompany and protect you when she is away. Harry, you don't want to let her down. Good intentions, right? Harry was silent and couldn't speak his rebuttal words. He felt as if he was being held down by a big rock, and he recalled the scenes in his mind. Dumbledore keenly noticed the changes in Harry's mood, and immediately understood that his words had an effect, and continued to speak. I understand how you feel, Harry. But before you graduate. Enough. Stop talking. Harry yelled and interrupted Dumbledore's words. At the same time, his yelling also attracted the attention of other people in the tavern, and many people cast their eyes on it. After a while of venting, Harry felt a little overwhelmed for a while, his brain was in a mess, and finally ran out of the tavern simply out of breath. Dumbledore subconsciously stretched out his right hand to stop Harry, but he took a step slowly and was avoided by the latter. During the whole process, a part of Yvonne was paying attention to Dumbledore's Yvonne. At this time, I saw the old professor's right hand was scorched, and there was a gold ring with black gems on his thumb. With the exception of Yvonne, the attention of everyone else was attracted by Harry, and he didn't notice this at all. Sirius chased it out for the first time, and Ron and Hermione followed closely behind. Professor, did your right hand hurt? Yvonne asked hesitantly after everyone else left their seats. Although I asked, Yvonne already understood everything when he saw the ring and the burnt scars. Dumbledore was overshadowed by Voldemort's Horcrux, and he probably lived soon. But how can it be so fast? Yvonne was stunned. He could confirm this because the same thing happened in the original time and space, but it should have happened during the summer vacation after Harry's 4th grade. He was still hesitating whether he would find a reason to remind Dumbledore when he next school year, and let him be careful of the Horcrux hidden in Gunter's old house. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore would have been recruited before he had compiled his reasons. Yvonne wondered why Dumbledore could find this Horcrux more than a year in advance. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by the destruction of 2 Horcruxes in a row? Yvonne frowned, the original leisurely mentality was swept away, and then it became very heavy. Unlike Yvonne who was secretly anxious in his heart, Dumbledore didn't seem to care much about his injury. He just shied away from him with a slight injury, and it felt like a fall in the middle. But it may take a while, to make my left hand more flexible. Having said this, Dumbledore's expression became distressed. For a person who is used to using the right hand, suddenly changing the other hand will find it difficult to adapt. That's it, you're fine. Yvonne replied very perfunctorily, looking at the grey-haired old professor in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. Since the first year summer vacation, after the misunderstanding of Asia was lifted, the person he was most on guard was Dumbledore. After all, with his strength, facing other people, even strong professors such as Snape and McGonagall have the confidence to fight. No matter how bad you are, you can escape. It was different when facing Dumbledore. Yvonne could only feel a deep weakness. Every time he meets, even if the other party doesn't mean to aim at him, he can feel the pressure on the other party. Yvonne knew very well that if he played against Dumbledore, he would never win. The most important thing is that for someone like him who has so many secrets, Dumbledore's mind hunting is like a nemesis, no matter how guarded it is. However, when I learned that the greatest white wizard was running out of time, Ivan's first reaction was not to breathe a sigh of relief, but to panic. If Dumbledore is dead, then who will contain the Ministry of Magic? Who will fight Voldemort? It's messed up, everything is messed up. Yvonne became a little uneasy, and Dumbledore couldn't help seeing something strange, so he went to see Harry's condition as an excuse, turned and left the Three Broomsticks bar. After leaving the house, Yvonne watched the setting sun in the distance slowly sinking into the horizon like exhausting the last afterglow, sighed deeply, and took out a golden badge from the pocket of the wizard's robe. Although Yvonne didn't know what kind of contradiction Dumbledore and his mother Aisha had, if only from the past few years, the old professor treated him quite well. This second-level Merlin medal is still an exception for him. Apply. Yvonne couldn't help feeling a little sorry, but if he could, he would like to offer some help. With just that kind of injury, even Dumbledore, the strongest man in the magic world, and Snape, the master of magic, can't do anything about it. What can he do as a little wizard? Chapter 465, The Missing Invisibility Cloak. While thinking about it, Yvonne, who walked out of the bar, was surprised to find that Harry, who ran out alone, didn't run too far, so he leaned in a dark corner next to him in a daze. Harry! Why are you here alone, Sirius and the others? Yvonne walked over and asked softly. Harry seemed to have recovered his senses. He looked at Yvonne and didn't reply. Now everyone is looking for you outside. Professor Dumbledore just said that there is no malice, he wants to protect you. After all, you are different from others, there is a life and death enemy outside. Yvonne leaned against the wall. Consolingly said. Harry nodded. He knew that Yvonne was talking about Voldemort, and he also understood Dumbledore's kindness, but he couldn't control his emotions, so he deliberately avoided Sirius and the others, just wanting to be alone. But considering that his friends might still be worried about him, Harry didn't get angry anymore, but followed Yvonne back to the Three Broomsticks bar. Dumbledore asked Fawkes to call Sirius and the others back. Sirius, who had been notified to rush back, didn't mean to blame Harry, but rather comforted. Even if you can't move to live with this summer vacation, you can also meet frequently without any hindrance. If they dare to bully you, just tell me and I will teach them for you. Sirius promised, patting his chest. Yes. We will also cheer you on. Hermione nodded, too. Harry looked at them, his boredom was swept away, and life during summer vacation might not be as bad as he thought. After this episode, everyone had no idea of celebrating, and it was getting late, so they returned all the way from Hogsmeade to the castle. After learning that Dumbledore's condition was a bit wrong, Ivan's original laid-back mentality became urgent again, and improving his strength became the top priority again. And the fastest way, of course, is to merge the new blood. It's just that it's not easy to get legendary points. He has done a lot of things recently, but apart from the first-level Merlin medal he is about to get, he probably won't be able to get legendary points. Since this road doesn't work, Yvonne can only choose a stupid way, and that is to study hard. Ever since, Harry and Ron, who had just returned to the Gryffindor lounge, were surprised to watch Yvonne pull out a large pile of books, put them on the table, and then sat there carefully one by one. In this scene, Harry and Ron were a little panicked when they really saw it. They even wondered if they had traveled to the future. Are they going to take the final exam tomorrow? It's almost the end of the semester. If I were you guys, I would read as many books as Yvonne. Hermione stepped forward and picked up one of the books and said to Harry and the others. But I don't remember that we were going to test these things. Ron glanced at the titles of the books and curled his lips. Analysis of advanced spells. When Ron was reminded, Hermione only saw the titles of the few books in front of him at this time, and then looked at the other books in surprise. Advanced Magic Theory, How to Protect Your Brain, Standard Spells, Level 7, Ratings on the Danger of Magical Creatures, Curses and Anti-Curses. Yvonne, are you preparing for the exam? Are you planning to graduate this year? No, you don't need to read these books even if you take the exam. Harry said in a speechless voice. I don't have any plans to skip a grade or graduate, but suddenly feel that my magic level needs to be improved and I need to strengthen it. Listening to the system prompt sounded in his ear, Yvonne closed the standard spell, level 7 in his hand anxiously. Perhaps because his transfiguration level has broken through the 6th level, the benefits of reading books have been minimal, and there is almost no increase. However, it can make up for the weak points of the other curses that are not high. Yvonne is very clear about what he needs now. Because of his previous research and practice focused on blood magic, his basic magic spell theory level has not been improved for a long time. This is a very dangerous sign. If you don't have a solid foundation and don't understand the principle of the spell, you can only know it forever but don't know why. However, Ivan's reflection turned into a horror in the eyes of Harry and Ron. Need to improve? Ron looked at Yvonne like a monster. From his point of view, Ivan's strength was strong enough to explode. Even the professor in Hogwarts, the magic level may not be better than Yvonne. At the beginning, Professor Liu Ping bluntly said that he could not drive hundreds of Dementors in one breath. Harry also couldn't understand why Yvonne made such an effort. By the way, what do you read about the black magic books? Ron noticed that there were a few black magic-related books in the pile of books, and he frowned. If we don't understand black magic, how should we defend against it? Yvonne glanced at Ron and said casually. Ron was speechless. Yvonne ignored him, but looked at Harry, hesitated, threw a book in front of him, and said. Harry. It is always good to learn more knowledge. When it is critical, you are the only one who can protect you. Let's wait until the Quidditch game is over, I don't have that thought now. Harry shook his head and glanced at the cover of the book cover, which read The Power of the Mind, How to Protect Your Brain. Harry has always lacked interest in reading books, let alone extracurricular books that have nothing to do with exams. Yvonne shrugged and said nothing, he was just a kind reminder. In the end, only Hermione stayed, reading and studying with Yvonne, while Harry and Ron were discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. Until 10 o'clock, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to go to bed. It's over. Harry took off his robe, fumbled for a while, it suddenly screamed in surprise. What's the matter? Harry. Ron, who had just lay down, got up with a yawn, looked at Harry who was startled, and asked strangely. Yvonne also put down the book in his hand. The invisibility cloak I brought over is gone. Harry was anxious. This morning, considering that Sirius might fail in reversing the case, he put on the invisibility cloak and hid it in the interlayer of his outer robe. But now I can't find it anymore. I told you that you don't need to bring anything. Yvonne shook his head rather helplessly. Harry, are you sure it's really lost? Is it possible that the invisibility cloak is invisible, so we can't see it? Ron was even more speculative. Chapter 466, Training Before the Game. Yvonne looked at Ron with a weird look, feeling that Ron could always see things from a strange perspective. Harry really thought about it, because his invisibility cloak was divided into two sides, one side was silver grey, a bit like a flowing liquid fabric, and the other side was immortal with invisible magic. If that side is facing up, it is indeed possible that such a state will appear. However, after groping around in the bedroom, Harry and Ron found nothing. Yvonne watched them doing useless work as if he was mentally retarded. Taking into account that it is a precious deathly sacred artifact, Yvonne was patient and asked. Harry, do you have any impression of it? Think about when you last confirmed it was still there. It might have fallen at the Three Broomsticks bar. Harry hesitated, feeling that this was the most probable. After staying there for so long, he might have fallen out while sitting and arguing. Then let's look for it now. At this time, the Three Broomsticks bar should not be closed yet. Yvonne suggested. Harry nodded quickly. Then the three of them slipped out of the castle together and returned to Hogsmeade Village along the secret road. When they saw the brightly lit bar still open, the three of them were relieved. Harry couldn't wait to find the place where he had been before, and he reached out and fumbled on it, but unfortunately he didn't find anything. The owner of the bar, Ms. Rosmerta, noticed their abnormality and walked over here, and said to Harry and Ron who were lying on the ground and groping for something. What are you doing? Did you drop something? Ms. Rosmerta immediately guessed the dilemma they were facing. After all, many alcoholics in the tavern always like to leave behind after drinking too much. They often come back the next day to look for it, so she has already taken it off. Yes, ma'am. I lost an invisibility cloak. Harry was very anxious. He looked at Ms. Rosmerta and asked with a glimmer of hope. Did you see it? Ms. Rosmerta was a little surprised. The invisibility cloak is a very precious magic item, sometimes sold for hundreds of gold gallons. It can be said that since she opened her business, customers have lost the most valuable items. In the gaze of Harry's expectation, Ms. Rosmerta shook her head. I'm sorry, boy, I didn't see your invisibility cloak, and no one picked it up and sent it to me during this time. Ms. Rosmerta sighed and continued. But are you sure you really fell here? Will it fall somewhere else? After you left, I cleaned up your table and didn't find anything. Of course, there is another possibility that Ms. Rosmerta did not say that the invisibility cloak was taken away by other customers. After all, it is a valuable magic item. If it falls on a seat and is seen by someone, the probability of embezzling it is very high. Harry was almost crying. The invisibility cloak was a relic left by his father. It had provided him a lot of help over the years. He couldn't imagine what he would do if he really lost himself. Ms. Rosmerta didn't have a good idea, but she could only suggest that Harry inform the Ministry of Magic and let the Auror help in finding it. Although the probability of finding it is slim. In the end, Harry walked out of the Three Broomsticks in despair, thinking that he might lose this magic item forever. Otherwise, how about we go to the Ministry of Magic to find it again? We have been to these two places today. Ron said suddenly. Yes, there is also the Ministry of Magic. Harry regained his spirit, and the flames of hope rekindled in his heart. Yvonne hurriedly prevented Harry and Ron from committing death. At this point, the staff of the Ministry of Magic had already left work. It would be no small crime if they were caught in the Ministry of Magic. Also, we little wizards report this matter to the Ministry of Magic. They may not take it seriously. We might as well talk to Professor Dumbledore about the loss of the invisibility cloak and ask the professor to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic. Yvonne was sober-minded to analyze. The Ministry of Magic didn't just enter, and if there is no invitation, you need to apply first. Who knows how long it will be delayed. What's more, Harry's invisibility cloak is unique and very special. What if the Ministry of Magic finds it and doesn't return it? It would be better to let Dumbledore go to the Ministry of Magic. After Yvonne finished speaking, Harry hesitated. Because of the conflict in the afternoon, he would be reluctant to meet with Professor Dumbledore. In addition, this invisible cloak was passed on to him by Professor Dumbledore, but he has lost this thing now. Do you think face is important, or is the invisibility cloak important? Yvonne saw Harry's entanglement. Of course it's the invisibility cloak. Harry gritted his teeth and made a decision. But considering that it was late now, Dumbledore was afraid that he would have gone to bed early, so Harry didn't mean to disturb him, but waited until the morning class the next day was over before going to the principal's office alone. How is it? What did Professor Dumbledore tell you? Did he scold you? When Harry came out of the principal's office, Ron hurried forward and asked about the situation. No, not. The professor just said that he would find it for me, so I don't have to worry too much. Harry looked a little slouched. Rather than being treated so plainly, Harry would rather be harshly scolded by Professor Dumbledore, perhaps this way he would feel better in his heart. Hearing this, Yvonne frowned, feeling a little strange. Harry's invisibility cloak was not a bargain on the market, but a Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore has pursued most of his life. Now that Harry lost it, the old professor didn't even have a rebuke? Yvonne really didn't understand it. Could it be that Dumbledore's years of research have discovered that the so-called Deathly Hallows actually have a false name, and it's okay to lose it? I really don't understand. Yvonne had to give up. If Dumbledore can't even be found, then the three little wizards will be even worse. In the afternoon, after a day's course, Yvonne and Harry came to the Quidditch court together. This time, the final training of the Quidditch game was officially carried out. It is worth mentioning that when Wood saw Yvonne appearing on the training ground, his excitement was directly on his face. He patted Yvonne on the shoulder with excitement, and all the words he wanted to say in his mouth became in a word. Congratulations on coming back. Halls. Chapter 467, Is it too late to regret now? With the addition of Yvonne, Wood can be said to be full of spirits. When he met Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin 2 days ago, the other party triumphantly said that this Quidditch trophy is destined to belong to Slytherin. Because in the previous few games, Slytherin has opened a gap of more than 100 points with Gryffindor. You must know that even if you win the Golden Snitch, it will only increase by 150 points. However, Wood, who has seen Ivan's flying and pitching skills, is very confident to bring the score back. They are now the complete, invincible Gryffindor team. It's also time to let those of Slytherin take a good look at who is the king on the field. To this end, Woodmow vigorously prepared new tactics. However, the training process was not as smooth as Wood thought. As a seeker, Harry was in a trance, and always took a short run during training, so that when the snitch flew directly in front of him, he didn't notice it. Stop, stop all. Wood quickly yelled to stop training, looked at Harry, and said very angry. Harry! What the are you doing? The snitch was right in front of you just now, and you didn't even find it. If it's an official game now, we will lose. Wood was furious, and Harry's performance was far worse than before. Sorry, Captain, I was thinking about something just now. Harry said embarrassedly. He was still thinking about where his invisibility cloak had fallen, so the distraction was more serious. I don't care what you usually think, but when you get to the arena, your only task is to catch the snitch. To win. Understand? Wood interrupted Harry's words directly and said seriously. Harry nodded reluctantly. Then training restarted. As one of the two cores of the new tactic, Yvonne was under a lot of pressure. Because Wood's goal was to score 15 goals in an hour. This means scoring a goal in an average of 4 minutes. What Yvonne did not expect was that Wood also greeted others to form a blocking team, trying to prevent him from scoring. According to Wood, if Yvonne can break through their blockade, the Slytherin people will definitely not be able to stop him during the game. But for Yvonne, who hasn't opened up, it is too difficult for him to score a goal quickly while facing the pursuit. However, when suddenly proposed to reduce the difficulty appropriately, Wood shook his head and looked at him with a trusting look. I believe you can do it. Come on. Halls. Wood shook his fist and solemnly slapped Ivan's chest. After speaking, he took everyone on the broomstick, divided into 3 teams, and drove Yvonne to run around the court. Yvonne was slightly distracted, and saw Wood chasing behind him with a stick to hit the walking ball, and the whirring wind sounded in the air. Your uncle! Yvonne cursed in his heart, hurriedly dodged sideways, then deflected his body to avoid the pincer between George and Fred, and finally threw the ghost fly ball in his hand neatly into the frame. After successfully scoring a goal again, Yvonne didn't have any happy expressions. In this short half hour, Wood has figured out his course of action. Under Wood's command, the entire defense system is dripping and scoring is getting harder and harder. Quick! Hurry up a little bit! He is there! George hastened to stop him. It's not on the left, he's cheating, he wants to score a goal. Under the encirclement of everyone, Yvonne was really tired to deal with it, and it felt as exciting as on the battlefield. He faintly began to regret that he had promised too soon, and he didn't know whether he would come to regret it or not. Yvonne spent the entire afternoon on the Quidditch pitch, and finally took possession of his own firebolt fast, successfully rushing to the sunset, and barely achieving a goal. Okay, that's all for today's training. Wood landed on the ground on a broomstick, beckoning to everyone. After training hard for an afternoon, George and the others, who were already exhausted, breathed a sigh of relief, but when they flew to the ground, Wood had a straightened face and rebuked. What's the matter just now? There are 5 of you, and it turns out that you can't stop Halls. What if Halls is our enemy? Sit and wait? And you George, I will let you stop to the left, your reaction was too slow. Angelina and you too. Wood's mouth was like a cannon barrel, speaking loudly, correcting the mistakes they made in the confrontation. Only then did Yvonne realize that the training was not just for him alone. Wood really has a good calculation. It is estimated that if he did not score 15 goals in an hour, he would be the one who is scolded now. George curled his lips under Wood's reprimand. Wood himself was there when he was chasing Yvonne just now. It was not the same that he could not stop Yvonne from scoring. Fred, Angelina, and others also spoke out together to defend. Ivan's firebolt is so fast, like lightning. How can we catch up? Yes. Halls's flying skills are also very good. It's normal that we can't stop it, and those Slytherins can't stop it. However, no matter how they explained, Wood still scolded them, and then said that he would continue to practice in the future. The wailing of George and others suddenly sounded on the court. Wood ignored their protests, but turned to look at Yvonne and said with a smile. Halls, you did a great job. If you can maintain this level in the game the day after tomorrow, then we will win. In fact, Wood did not expect Yvonne to score 15 goals in an hour, which is almost impossible. Just want to set a very high goal, let Yvonne work hard in this regard. Unexpectedly, Yvonne actually did it. Wood praised Ivan's flying skills with emotion, and then changed his voice, saying that next time, it is best to keep up and try to score 20 goals in an hour. Yvonne rolled his eyes. He has already reached his limit this time. It is impossible to improve in a short period of time. While talking, Wood did not forget to remind Yvonne to keep secret, and surprise his opponent this time. Those Slytherins don't know about your competition yet, you are our secret weapon. Wood said proudly. Yvonne nodded. Of course, he wouldn't make a big announcement everywhere, at most, only one person would be notified. Chapter 468, Miss Novegood. After the training, I went back to Yvonne in the dormitory, took out a quill pen and began to write a letter. The content of the letter was very simple, that is, he had to participate in the Quidditch competition. Then I remembered the sign Luna had made, and Yvonne smiled and added a little magic to the letter paper by the way. After doing all this, Yvonne put the envelope into Macca's mouth and said to it. Give this to Luna in Ravenclaw, that kind of weird girl, you know. Although he stayed in the same castle with Luna and could be seen in the auditorium during dinner, he ran over to report that he had participated in a Quidditch game? That's weird, so I'd better write a letter. Yvonne, are you sending the letter? To whom? Harry asked curiously as he watched Yvonne let the Macca fly out. It's just a friend. Yvonne replied. At the same time, in the Tower of Ravenclaw, the little wizards who had eaten dinner accompanied them and prepared to return to their dormitory. The figure in it seemed a little lonely, but she didn't seem to care about her situation, humming a certain tune leisurely. And such a maverick has attracted the attention of little wizards. Luna has been regarded as Ravenclaw's celebrity for the past 2 years, and many people have heard of her strange temperament. She even gave her the nickname Ravenclaw's Mad Girl, or the weird Miss Novegood. So when Luna passed by, everyone was whispering in 2s and 3s. She's such a crazy girl, I heard that she was looking for some creatures that didn't exist. I've never seen anyone string a wine bottle cork into a necklace around his neck. No wonder no one wants to be friends with her. She also used the airship Lee as earrings. The whispers became louder and louder, and when everyone around them held the same opinion, the discussion that could only be done in private became fairer. Luna listened to these remarks, but she didn't respond, or she was used to, won't breathe about it. However, a Ravenclaw boy seemed to be looking for some new fun, so he shouted to Luna. Novegood, do you really think the crooked-nosed beast exists? Ah, yes. Luna turned her head, glanced at him, and then seriously corrected. And you should call it, the crooked snore beast. Luna's answer caused the little wizard in Ravenclaw to laugh, and the atmosphere in the entire tower became extremely cheerful. I checked the information, there is no snoring beast. The Ravenclaw boy retorted triumphantly. This world is so big that no one can understand the whole picture. Since there are always some creatures that have not been discovered, then maybe the crooked snoring beast also exists. After all, we can't prove that it definitely doesn't exist, can we? Luna refuting self-consciously, the voice was like a ballad, and didn't care about their teasing. Luna's explanation was not so satisfying, and more like a strong word, so she laughed at her constantly. But because Luna didn't reply again, they couldn't find any new fun, just like all the hard work they had played on the cotton, it was really boring, and they stopped teasing her. Luna walked into her dormitory slowly, the episode just now did not make her mood fluctuate. It's just that the situation in the dormitory wasn't much better. The few green vegetation she kept in the basin were maliciously pulled out, and the decorations on the bedside were also missing. Routine pranks. Luna didn't care about the things that disappeared, but patiently replanted the few green plants and filled the soil. Then I wrote a notice and posted it out to find my lost items as usual. However, when Luna's gaze turned aside, she was stunned. Because there is a sign next to the corner of the dormitory, some strange graffiti was painted on it, which completely changed. Luna walked over and found that this was indeed the sign she had made, but she obviously put it under the bed. Aurora, did you do this? Luna frowned, suddenly turned to look at the little witches in the dormitory, and asked aloud. The little witches were very surprised. They teased Luna many times, and it was the first time that the other party had a reaction. Yes. I did it. We are students of Ravenclaw, how can you cheer for the people in Gryffindor? When we played against the Slytherin team, you didn't see you so active. The little witch named Aurora said confidently. I saw Yvonne Halls on it. Could it be that you like him? Another Ravenclaw girl said with a sneer. We are friends. Luna explained. Friend? Yvonne Halls is your friend? Why don't we know? Aurora interrupted Luna's words. She had never seen Luna and the famous Yvonne Halls have any exchange. Yes, friend. Luna remembered that Yvonne had confessed this in person a few days ago, and nodded again like confirmation. Aurora and others did not believe it. Yvonne Halls is a man of Hogwarts, the star of the magic world, and he uncovered Peter, the little dwarf star who has confounded the magic world for more than 10 years, and easily drove hundreds of Dementors. The past deeds are even more numerous. Can't count. In Aurora's view, Luna may be similar to many little witches secretly obsessed with Halls, but a little bolder, daring to hold up a sign to cheer on the other side in the arena. After all, the entire Ravenclaw knows how weird Luna's temperament is, and always believes in some weird things. No one wants to be friends with her. Just as Aurora was about to expose this, an owl flew in from the entrance of the window suddenly with its wings flapping, and landed straight on Luna's shoulder. Luna felt a little strange, except for the notice from her father and the school, generally no one would send a letter to herself. Thinking about this, Luna took the letter from Macca's mouth and opened it to read it. I rejoined the Quidditch team, and the game will be the day after tomorrow. Yvonne Halls. Looking at the above text, Luna's originally annoying mood suddenly improved a lot, and she also noticed that a large blank space was deliberately left in front of the signature. Luna thought about it a little and then she understood. She placed her wand in the blank area and drew a circle with magic power. The black ink was connected together, and the hidden words were revealed, and they became the original combination. I rejoined the Quidditch team, and the game will be the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to bring the sign and cheer for me. Your loyal friend, Yvonne Halls. Chapter 469, Gryffindor's pitching machine is back. Looking at the content of the letter, Luna laughed. The roommates on the side were surprised. Who sent you the letter? Your father? It seems that he didn't send you that nonsense newspaper this time. Aurora said mockingly. Luna didn't pay any attention to what she meant, and she was going to put away the letters on her own. But Aurora was angry that she ignored her attitude and snatched the letter. As soon as he caught his eye, Aurora noticed the conspicuous signature at the bottom of the envelope and couldn't help exclaiming. Yvonne Halls, was it the letter he sent you? When the other little witches heard this, they squeezed up to watch with gossip, and they all saw the contents of the envelope. Can you return the letter to me? Luna said, with a hint of displeasure in her plain tone. Aurora did not mean to return, but questioned suspiciously. Couldn't this letter be forged by you? Yvonne Halls is going to participate in the Quidditch competition. Why would I send you a roundabout letter like this, just come over and tell you not? The other little witches in the bedroom also didn't believe it. Just as Aurora said that everyone is in the same school, so close, this is a small matter, you have to write a letter and send it over? So maybe Luna herself faked it, pretending to have a very famous friend, to deal with their ridicule. Although this is strange, it is impossible for normal people to do this, but the other party is Ravenclaw's crazy girl, and no one can guess her thoughts. Return the letter to me, Aurora. Luna emphasized again, with an unhappy expression almost on her face. Aurora giggled and didn't mean to pay attention to Luna at all, as if she planned to show this letter to more people. Luna directly drew out her magic wand and pointed it at the other party. All petrochemicals. An ethereal voice rang out in the dormitory, and a white light beam shot out from the tip of the magic wand in an instant. The smile on Aurora's face stopped and turned into a look of horror. She didn't expect that Luna would actually do it to herself. She couldn't react at all, she could only watch her being hit by the beam of light. In a short period of time, Aurora felt that her body was rapidly becoming hard, and then her consciousness stayed in this second. Luna's sudden eruption was beyond everyone's expectations, and the roommates who had laughed at her were all frightened. Gosh, how dare you attack Aurora with magic? You're done, I want to tell Professor Flitwick. Look at her. I'll tell the prefect to come. After these little witches were relieved, they scolded them in anger and horror, and some even pointed their magic wands at Luna, but they had no guts to start. Luna directly ignored them, only when they did not exist, stepped forward and took the letter back from Aurora's hand, folded it, and finally looked at the graffiti-painted sign with some distress. Fortunately, Luna quickly recalled that the clean-up spell Yvonne taught her in the corridor a month ago might come in handy. It should be used like this. Luna thought, waving her wand with a wonderful melody, whispering to herself. Clean up. The wind of magic swept across the sign, like an eraser, brushing away the messy traces of the picture on it, revealing the original face of the sign. The original golden writing on it was magically applied, so it was naturally not affected by the cleaning spell. The little witch nodded very satisfied. Clean up spell, she has learned. 2 days passed in a flash, and Yvonne was jumping horizontally in the interweaving of learning and training, and couldn't relax all day long, until the Quidditch match day was a sigh of relief. But the other Quidditch players are just the opposite of him, all of them are nervous. Because this time the gap between their score and Slytherin was too big, the 150 points scored by the snitch was not enough to smooth the gap. All right. As the gate to the arena opened, Yvonne mounted his firebolt and flew all the way out of the arena from the passage. The ring seats that had been empty during training were already crowded with people. The little wizards were very enthusiastic, holding various signs to cheer for their academy teams. Cheering and applause continued. Along with these, it was introduced into Ivan's ears, and Jordan's very enthusiastic explanation. Now it's the Gryffindor team. As everyone knows, because Harry accidentally fell from the sky due to the influence of the Dementors in the previous game, he accidentally lost to the Hufflepuff team and Slytherin opened a gap of more than 100 points. This is extremely unfair. If the last time Cedric is unaffected, Harry will definitely be able to catch the snitch. While commenting, Jordan inevitably brought some personal emotions. In the middle of the talk, he started to discuss what would happen if Gryffindor won the last game. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall stared at him fiercely that Jordan hurriedly changed his words and started talking about business. But when he glanced at each player and was about to talk about the staffing, he was surprised to find Yvonne wearing a Gryffindor uniform and riding a broomstick on the field. It's Yvonne Halls. God, he actually entered the competition. What a surprise. It's a firebolt. The latest concept broom. Harry actually has one, we Gryffindor it's saved. Jordan shouted in excitement, and under the blessing of the Hong Liang curse, his voice even overwhelmed the cheers of the audience, reverberating continuously on the court. Like Jordan, many little wizards on the field also discovered that the Gryffindor team had replaced a player. Yvonne, who originally claimed not to participate, appeared again on the field. Gryffindor the little lions were so happy, because the score gap was too big, they actually did not report any expectations for this game. They thought they would definitely lose today's Quidditch trophy, but the appearance of Yvonne made them rekindle. There is hope. After all, Yvonne scored 25 goals in a single game last year, which is really impressive. Yvonne rode a firebolt around the field with others, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. However, as he passed by the Gryffindor seat, he heard a strange word mixed with cheers. Great, our Gryffindor pitching machine is back. Yvonne almost fell off the broom when he heard this. What the said? Yvonne turned his head abruptly and looked at it intently. There were many people sitting in the direction where the sound came from, but Yvonne still judged the owner of the sound from the familiar sound. Simo Finnegan. Chapter 470, You might as well call Seamus the Troubadour. It turns out that you gave me such a terrible nickname. Yvonne was very speechless. He asked why the legendary title he won on the court last school year was so awful. Combining the previous example of the Dragon Knight, Seamus must have secretly preached. Yvonne thinks that he shouldn't call the god Seamus, just call the troubadour Seamus. On the side, Simo didn't realize that he had been recorded in the notebook, and was waving to Yvonne from time to time. Yvonne shook his head, really too lazy to pay attention to him, but cast his eyes on the Ravenclaw seat, and saw Luna at a glance. At this moment, the little witch was sitting alone, still dressed in a weird manner, and she wore the lion head hat that had not been seen for a long time. She held it up high and said, "Yvonne Halls, come on." Sign, those clear eyes also looked over here. Yvonne nodded at her, and at the same time noticed other people cheering for him. For example, Hermione and Ron pulled a big banner below to cheer him and Harry. Sirius was also there, but his eyes were always on Harry. Just as Yvonne was distracted, Malfoy's strange voice rang. "House. Didn't I remember that you said you didn't compete anymore?" "Ah. Yes, it was like this before. But now I have changed my mind, and I think it's good to play occasionally." Yvonne turned his head and said playfully. The faces of Malfoy and others were very ugly. They did not expect that Yvonne would suddenly play. Unless these are tactics, it is the Gryffindor team's conspiracy to let them relax their vigilance. Slytherin's Captain Marcus suddenly thought of this, and looked at Wood viciously. At the beginning, because of the rumors that Yvonne Halls was not participating, Slytherin gave up the defensive system that they had worked hard before and chose another set of more aggressive tactics. Unexpectedly, all this is a conspiracy of Gryffindor. Marcus had a furious expression on his face, while Wood raised his eyebrows proudly at him. Just as the smell of gunpowder on both sides reached its peak, Ms. Hodge, who was the referee, blew the whistle and tossed the ghost fly ball. "Use tactics A." Marcus roared loudly at the beginning of the game. The so-called A tactic is the first defense system to be used against Yvonne. Although this tactic has been neglected recently due to intelligence errors, the foundation is still there after all. The rest of the Slytherin players also quickly took their place. A chaser and 2 hitters rushed forward to stop Yvonne and create a chance for another chaser to grab the ghost fly ball. But Ivan's firebolt is too fast. In midair, it was like red lightning, which penetrated their defense in almost a moment, and after writing Jueshin, they threw them behind to eat ashes. "Quick, stop him!" Slytherin screamed desperately at Marcus, but to no avail, their broomsticks were flying too slowly. Yvonne even took advantage of everyone not adapting to his speed, and quickly won the Guy-Fay ball, then bypassed the heavy defense line and threw the ball into the frame. Too fast! Too fast! Halls took just over a minute to score the first goal of the game, which is incredible. This is definitely a miracle. Jordan's high voice spread throughout the court, coupled with Ivan's unexpected and amazing performance, all of a sudden ignited the atmosphere on the court. Many people on the court chanted Ivan's name with a loud voice, even some of the little wizards from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff couldn't help standing up and cheering for Ivan's performance. The faces of the Slytherin players turned dark, and they lost 10 points at the beginning of the game. How could he be happy? However, they quickly adjusted their mentality, and under the command of Marcus, blocked Ivan's actions. Whether it is Gryffindor or Slytherin, the players know that the outcome of this game depends only on 2 points. The first is whether Yvonne can bring the gap back, and the second is when will Harry and Malfoy catch the snitch to end the game. Preventing Yvonne from shrinking the score is somewhat unrealistic in Marcus's opinion. He can only say that he tried his best to prevent Yvonne from scoring, and then hoped that Malfoy would catch the snitch as soon as possible to end the game. Malfoy, who had assumed the hope of the team, felt a lot of pressure. Generally speaking, at the beginning of the game, the snitch will take the initiative to stay away from people, deliberately avoid them, and will slowly approach with the passage of time, so it is not easy to find. But Ivan's scoring speed was too fast. Seeing the score drew closer, Malfoy complained in his heart that his teammates were inadequate, but he wandered desperately in the field looking for the golden snitch. Relatively speaking, Harry's task is much easier, because he needs to wait until Yvonne reduces the score difference to less than 150 points before starting to act. Otherwise, even if he catches the snitch, it won't help. So he has only one task now, and that is to stare at Malfoy and prevent him from catching the snitch. On the other side of the arena, the two sides competed around the ghost fly ball more and more fiercely. Yvonne occupied the speed of the firebolt and his own excellent flying skills were more than enough. Not to mention Slytherin's squad-based volley tactics, which he had experienced in training 2 days ago. In the real game, the pressure is much less than during training because he has George, Angelina, and other teammates who cooperate with each other. He can easily turn the Slytherin pursuers around. No. Stop him. Seeing that Yvonne made another goal to bring the score closer to within 150 points, Marcus was going crazy, but he was powerless to stop him, he could only be furious with incompetence. However, this anger quickly turned into numbness in Ivan's goals again and again, and Marcus now only expects Malfoy to catch the snitch and end the game. Because the game only lasted for an hour, the scores of the two sides were almost evened. Although the Slytherin chasers tried their best to score 2 goals, it didn't help at all. No matter how far it goes, Marcus doubts that Gryffindor might overtake, and even pull the score of the two sides to more than 150 points. In that case, even if the Slytherin team finally caught the snitch, it would be useless. Malfoy, quickly catch the snitch for me, I only give you half an hour at the end. Marcus shouted with the last hope. Chapter 471, This is not fair. I'm already trying to find it. Malfoy, who wandered the field, replied angrily. Just here a golden light flickers not far in front. It's the snitch. Malfoy was in ecstasy, taking advantage of the close distance, and rushed over in an instant. On the side, Harry was only half a beat slower than Malfoy, and after a while he also noticed the sight of the golden snitch, driving the firebolt under him desperately to overtake. As the broom was faster, Harry gradually narrowed the distance. Malfoy in front of him also urgently felt the pressure brought by Harry, so in the process of catching the snitch, he kept shifting his position, blocking in front of Harry, blocking his path forward, or blocking his vision to prevent him from seeing the exact location of the snitch. That's it, the two followed the golden snitch all the way to the sky, and they were gradually out of touch with everyone. At this time in the arena, everyone's energy is put on another battlefield for pitching and scoring. After all, Ivan's repeated goals have put Slytherin at a great disadvantage, and if this continues, they will lose no matter whether they can catch the snitch. So in desperation, the Slytherin players began to use various tactics of insulting violations, and even suicidal charges wanted to knock Ivan off the court. However, the more eager the Slytherin players were, the more holes and flaws in the defense. Ivan could easily avoid their impact by riding a firebolt, or deliberately lured them to hit the wall. The free throw opportunity that the opponent got in violation of the rules allowed Ivan's goal speed to increase again a lot, and the score kept widening the gap. Halt scored again. With the last 10 points left, Gryffindor will lead by 150 points, completely cutting off Slytherin's chance of winning. The fierce battlefield made the commentator Jordan shout hoarse, but his spirit was extremely excited, because Gryffindor's victory was just around the corner. After a pause, Jordan changed his voice and began to explain the battle in the sky. Harry and Malfoy, who had deviated from the center of the field, were uninterrupted and were engaged in a one-on-one duel. We can see that Potter and Malfoy have found the snitch. This is the only possibility for Slytherin to win. I mean if Malfoy can catch the snitch before Halls throws the next ball. Of course, it seems to me that Malfoy won't have a chance. Potter must have caught the snitch faster than him. Jordan's commentary was obviously inclined, which attracted many Slytherin wizards in the stands. Quite dissatisfied and protested. In the high altitude at this time, the competition for the golden snitch had reached a feverish level, and Harry took advantage of the broomstick to catch up with Malfoy. But the trajectory of the golden snitch is elusive and extremely difficult to catch, so it hasn't succeeded yet. Potter, it's still too late to turn around. Maybe there will be Dementors flying down here. Don't fall from the sky like the last time. Malfoy stared at Harry ferociously and said sarcastically. I already know how to deal with those monsters, you should worry about yourself. Harry ignored Malfoy's mockery and retorted. Ahead, flapping the wings of the golden snitch wandered aimlessly in the air, but the speed was getting slower and slower, and finally reached the point of stagnation. The two suddenly understood that the time to do it. Both broomsticks rushed forward at the same time, vying to fly forward. Harry's broomstick was faster, and Malfoy was closer. In the end, the two arrived almost at the same time, and neither of them gave way, and finally ran into each other directly. Then Harry and Malfoy both endured the pain and stretched out their hands to the golden snitch in front of them. At the same time, Ivan also scored the last goal into the frame. Many little wizards on the battlefield could not help standing up and looking at the sky, waiting for the results to appear. After a few seconds, the two in the air finally separated, and Harry quickly flew down and held his right hand high. A small golden ball was held in his palm. The whole audience boiled, and the little wizards of Gryffindor jumped up excitedly and shouted. Great, we won! We won the cup! We won the cup! On the field, George and the others were also crazy. They rode broomsticks and high-fived each other on the field to vent their excitement. After falling to the ground, Wood rushed to hug everyone, especially Ivan and Harry, with tears in his eyes. You are so good! I feel that the past 7 years are finally complete. Wood looked around excitedly. He will graduate and leave Hogwarts next year. His only wish is to win another Quidditch trophy. Everyone smiled happily, and then went to collect the trophy together. Sirius, did you see it? We won. After receiving the Quidditch trophy, Harry held it high and looked at Sirius for the first time. Yeah. Awesome. Sirius said with a smile. He looked at Harry and the others in a gold and red uniform, and he couldn't help but recall the days when he went to school with James and Lupin. Compared with the excitement and joy here, the Slytherin players are all downcast, and Marcus is scolding them angrily, and the scolding is very unpleasant. They flew so fast that we couldn't catch up. It's not fair. Malfoy said very uncomfortably. He was a little bit short of the golden snitch at the time. If he had a firebolt to catch the golden snitch. It's him. Other Slytherin players also complained about this, and even the happy Harry and others could hear it loudly. When Ron saw that the Slytherin players seemed to be a little unconvinced, he said. Malfoy, last year when your team used light wheels in 2001, we didn't let you change your broomsticks. Yes. We lost the game because of the Dementors, but we didn't find Hufflepuff be back. Hermione also retorted. The Slytherin players were speechless, and Malfoy glared at them, but said nothing. Haha. Leave them alone, let them be jealous. Let's celebrate ours. George said with a grin. Harry and the others nodded, and prepared to go back to the lounge to celebrate. Hey? Where's Yvonne? Hermione looked around, but couldn't find Yvonne. After her reminder, everyone realized that the hero who won the championship this time was not here. I saw him just now. It seems to be there. Fred, the only one who knew, scratched his head and pointed in the direction of the corridor over there. Chapter 472, Friends and Friends. At the same time, Luna was walking in the corridor of the castle holding the sign. She looked at Yvonne next to her, and her ethereal voice suddenly resounded. You just flew really well, I don't think even a professional batsman can be as good as you. Do you like Quidditch games very much? Yvonne was a little surprised. He thought that Luna's cold temper would not be very interested in the intense exercise of Quidditch. Well, it's also very interesting to watch a group of people flying around in the sky. Luna shook her head and said, shaking her head. Yvonne was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Luna's thoughts were always so wild. However, as they were walking together, Yvonne vaguely noticed that someone was following him, so he stopped and looked back. Under his gaze, at the end of the corridor, several little witches in Ravenclaw costumes ran away in a panic. Are they your friends? Yvonne asked curiously. No, they are my roommates. Luna shook her head, emphatically explained, and then continued. The letter you wrote to me was accidentally seen by them, but they didn't want to believe that I would have such a famous friend, just like they didn't want to believe that the snoring beast really existed. Yvonne looked at her with some pity, and suddenly thought of what happened to Luna when he saw Luna for the first time last school year. He frowned and asked. Do your roommates still tease you so often? Maybe they just like pranks. Luna said softly. But they don't have the guts now. After all, I am a friend of Yvonne Hall's, a Hogwarts star and a second-level Merlin Medal winner. Having said that, Luna laughed. Yvonne scratched his head, why didn't he know that he still had this kind of deterrent? But since Luna said that, Yvonne also put out the idea of interference. Everyone has their own philosophy of life, and the little witch is smart enough to know how to protect herself. By the way, if you didn't make friends at Ravenclaw College, how about I introduce a few friends to you? They are all very good people. Yvonne suggested, and he came to look for them. Luna's reason. He didn't want to miss the chance to make friends with Harry and others just because Luna knew herself in advance, that would be too lonely. Luna just smiled, without agreeing or refuting. When the two were talking, they happened to see Harry, George, and others walking towards this side. Yvonne. Why are you here? We just planned to find a place to celebrate, but you ran away alone. George stepped forward and patted Yvonne on the shoulder, jokingly. But soon, George turned his gaze to Luna beside Yvonne. She is a. I'm about to introduce to you. Yvonne also laughed and pointed to Luna and said to everyone. Luna Lovegood. My friend in Ravenclaw. Luna? That crazy girl from Ravenclaw. Angelina suddenly remembered the rumors she had learned when gossiping with her friends, and blurted out subconsciously. George glared at her quickly. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean that. Angelina changed her words immediately, looked at Luna embarrassedly, and explained. It's okay. Luna shook her head slowly, and didn't care. She was used to how others called it. Then Luna looked at Harry and the others and greeted. Hi everybody. The words that should have been enthusiastic came out of Luna's mouth, but they seemed a little flat, which made Harry and the others feel a little awkward, but they responded enthusiastically at the first time. Hermione had been staring at Luna, especially at the sign she was holding in her arms. Are you looking at it? I made it myself. Luna keenly noticed this and raised the sign in her arms. Harry and the others noticed the slogan Yvonne Hall's, come on the sign, especially the two little people holding hands were drawn on the top. Luna's painterly is great. Anyone can tell that she and Yvonne are painted. There is a circle in the middle of the two villains, and a word friend is marked with golden magic. George and Fred scanned Luna and Yvonne with strange gazes. Hermione pursed her lips and said nothing. Aren't you celebrating? What are you waiting for? Yvonne felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he changed the subject. Ah. That's right. Let's go to the auditorium. Fred pulled Harry and the others away very aggressively, and George also made some small jokes on the road to invigorate the atmosphere. Because Luna, Harry, and others are not familiar with them, and don't like to change themselves in order to fit others, it is difficult to intervene. Fortunately, Yvonne was relieved that Luna was not left out, because Hermione was able to talk to Luna by accident, and they argued for an hour of harassing the horsefly. I've read a lot of books, neither in the Encyclopedia of Fantastic Creatures or British Biology Guide there is no record of harassing the horsefly. Hermione said. Ah. I have read these books too, but it says that many creatures have been slowly discovered in the past 100 years. The harassing horsefly has not been recorded, and it is likely that no one has found it yet. Luna retorted. Since there is no evidence, there is no proof that this thing exists. Hermione strove to fight for reasons. That's why I'm looking for it. Luna just replied casually. 2. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, a strange scene suddenly appeared. Yvonne and the others were celebrating Quidditch's victory, while the two little witches were arguing around. This scene continued until dinner in the evening when Luna got up and left and went to Lavan. Crow's long table is over. Harry, Ron, and George all heaved a sigh of relief. If this argument goes on, the celebration will be impossible. Yvonne shook his head, and it seemed that introducing Luna to them by himself did not achieve the expected result. Yvonne, how did you make friends with her? George emphasized the word friends and asked ambiguously. He was very curious about this. Luna is a famous mad girl in Ravenclaw. Who would hang a bottle stopper around his neck as an ornament? But if you don't consider these weird habits, the other person looks pretty cute. Could it be because of this? Yvonne heard something in George's words, and couldn't help feeling that George seemed to have misunderstood something, but he still explained it. If you know more about her, you will find that Luna is a bit weird, but she is still very good. Chapter 473, No way, I have always been so clever. Harry and others doubted Ivan's words. Do you really think she's pretty good? Hermione looked at Yvonne and suddenly asked, her tone a little heavy. As a friend. Yvonne was stunned, then nodded. From the original Time and Space, it can be seen that Luna is loyal to her friends and very smart. In the last school year, he indirectly helped him break the secret code left by Slytherin. It is natural to be thankful to have such a friend. Then you also believe that the harassment fly really exists? Hermione's tone seemed a little unhappy. I don't know, I never draw a certain conclusion to the unknown. Yvonne shook his head and answered truthfully. The harassment fly was only something she had imagined, and it didn't exist at all. Hermione said angrily, and then packed up her things and stood up to leave the Gryffindor long table. Where are you going, Hermione? Yvonne looked at Hermione who had left suddenly, puzzled. Hermione didn't turn her head back, a voice came after a while. Library. Yvonne suddenly understood. Seeing Hermione's efforts, the sense of urgency once again filled his mind, and he backhanded out a copy of Analysis of Advanced Spells from his pocket where he had applied the extension curse, and flipped through it. Yvonne, don't you go to the library with you? Angelina on the side suddenly said. What am I going to do there? All the books I want to read are here. Yvonne was very strange, patted the book in his hand, and backhand took out a few books from his pocket and piled them together. For the convenience of reading books, Yvonne had already borrowed all the books he wanted and carried them with him. From morning to night, he wanted to read them as he pleased. There was no need to go all the way to the library. This greatly saved his time. No way, he has always been so clever. Yvonne thought smugly, but didn't notice Angelina looking at him speechlessly. A few days after the Quidditch game ended, Yvonne was still immersed in learning. The academic grade points accumulated through hard work this school year have been consumed in a short period of time. And these efforts are totally worth it. The spells he knows have basically been promoted to the 5th level, and a few have even been promoted to the 6th level. Since there is no way to increase the upper limit of strength in a short time, it is a good choice for Yvonne to make up for the original weakness. However, considering that he would ask the alchemist Nicolamé for advice during the summer vacation, Yvonne still reserved some grade points, plus the rewards he received at the end of the semester, which should be enough for that time. The only thing that made Yvonne feel a little headache these days was that Hermione seemed to be very irritable, and she seemed to be indifferent to him. If it weren't for the fact that I can often review my homework together recently, I'm afraid I won't see anyone for a few days. Harry and Ron were equally troubled, but their troubles came from the upcoming final exams. Several new courses were added this academic year. Not only did the tasks of the schoolwork become much heavier, but the content that needed to be reviewed also increased a lot. What worries them the most is Snape's potions class, because they spend most of the time in the class, and they haven't studied well at all. Now that the exam is approaching, they can only hold on to their feet and work hard, hoping to pass the exam successfully. Yvonne looked at Harry and Ron who were frowning and memorizing the contents of the textbook, and shook their head helplessly. At this moment, Hermione, holding a book, walked in from the entrance of the lounge. Yvonne turned his head and looked over, then was stunned. Today's Hermione is a little different from the past, changing from the casual appearance of the past. The tousled hair was well taken care of, turned smooth and shiny, and pushed behind the ears, so that the delicate cheeks could be revealed, and the front teeth were magically cast to become just like normal people. This makes Hermione, who was not very eye-catching, very stunning, and even more beautiful. Harry and Ron, who had also noticed this, stammered at a loss, almost unable to recognize that it was Hermione. Hermione, what are you doing today? Harry hesitated to ask. I suddenly wanted this, can't it? Hermione interrupted his words, glaring at them like a little lion. Harry and Ron were photographed in her aura and they dared not speak. Like Harry and Ron, Yvonne, who was planning to praise him, quickly closed his mouth. He didn't want to be scolded. Hermione put down her book as usual, sat down in her seat and looked through it. Soon, there was only the sound of turning pages in Gryffindor's lounge. By the way, who knows what the formula and efficacy of the shrinking potion are? Ron suddenly patted his head and complained while taking notes. He flipped through the book hard but couldn't find the page where the shrinking potion was, so he had to look at Harry, Yvonne, and Hermione for help. Yvonne didn't lift his head, and answered casually according to the impression of a certain section of the textbook in his mind. Hermione on the other side spoke subconsciously, and the two voices suddenly intertwined. The shrinking potion can bring a creature back to the way it was when it was a child. The materials needed are daisy root, fig peel, caterpillar, a small drop of leech juice, and mouse spleen. The configuration steps are: the shrinking potion can bring a creature back to the way it was when it was a child. The materials needed are daisy root, fig peel, caterpillar, a small drop of leech juice, and mouse spleen. The configuration steps are. Yvonne didn't mean it right, and immediately stopped, but he didn't expect Hermione to do the same. Yvonne turned to look at the little witch and glanced at each other. Hermione turned her head quickly and said, "It's better for you to come. It's better for you to come." The two voices sounded again at the same time, and the atmosphere in the lounge became very embarrassing, and neither of them spoke for a while. Ron, who is taking notes, is anxious to throw his pen. What are the configuration steps? You guys are talking. Don't stop at such a critical time. Fortunately, Harry provided him with help in time. Harry felt that things didn't seem so good now, so it's better not to touch his brows. Aren't you going to find your friend Luna these days? After a while of silence, Hermione asked casually. Just talking about the word friend, Hermione couldn't help accentuating her tone a little. Luna is at Ravenclaw College, what can I do with her? Even friends don't have to meet so frequently, right? Yvonne looked at Hermione strangely. He is so busy now, unless he happens to meet, or if you have something to do with the other party, otherwise, how can you have this time? Chapter 474, Trelawney's new prediction. But, you're not. Hermione looked at Yvonne in surprise, and she tried to refute, but her sharp teeth seemed to be ineffective today, and her words became a little stumbling, and finally turned into a low voice. The whisper. Yvonne didn't hear what she was saying, and didn't care too much, and continued to read the book. At this time, Harry seemed to think of something, hesitated and said, "Do you think Professor Trelawney is weird today? What's the matter? Isn't that old witch talking about every day?" Ron curled his lips and spit out casually. Since this school year, Ron thought he had figured out the truth and falsity of the divination professor, that is, a liar who fooled people by pretending to be crazy. I really don't know why Professor Dumbledore would find her in the school. No, it doesn't seem to be the same today. Harry shook his head and said with certainty. Yvonne, who was flipping through the book, heard it stop here. He closed the book, looked at Harry and asked seriously. Did Professor Trelawney make any new predictions? How did you know it was prophesied? Harry was strange. Before Yvonne could explain, Hermione was the first to speak. Because Professor Trelawney also predicted us. That what hell, the prophecy of killing. Ron laughed. This prophecy shocked him at first, but nothing happened for so long. Harry thought of it too, and laughed likewise. Yes. That's the prophecy, it's fulfilled. Hermione frowned, looking at the two nonchalant people, and said solemnly. Yes, fulfilled. Ron was taken aback, and the books he was holding were knocked to the ground. When and how did it happen? Why don't we know? Harry was confused, and unlike Ron, he clearly remembered what Professor Trelawney had predicted. Killing. Blood, hell. If such a prediction becomes a reality, it would be absolutely terrifying. But Yvonne and Hermione had stayed in the castle every day during the school year, meeting them often, and Harry couldn't think of how the prophecy was confirmed. It's fulfilled anyway, why are you asking so much? Hermione glared at them, and then the little witch glanced at Yvonne indifferently, her eyes softened a lot as she recalled her previous experience. Under Hermione's glare, even if Harry and Ron had doubts, they could only hold them in their hearts. What did Professor Trelawney tell you? Yvonne changed the subject and asked directly. Harry hesitated for a moment, and said it truthfully. When he was in the divination class, he accidentally left the book in the classroom. When he returned to pick it up, he met Professor Trelawney, who was watching a crystal ball. She was acting weird at the time, as if there was no shell of the soul. Harry shuddered as he remembered, trying hard to retell the feeling of meeting the other party. After I came in, Professor Trelawney found me, and she said to me, "Darkness is approaching, a huge shadow is covering the sky, and the servants of the Dark Lord will get out of trouble. The magical world is about to usher in a big change." Having said this, Harry couldn't help but pause. Professor Trelawney also mentioned something about the of death, but the words were vague, he didn't listen to them all. Hearing the content of the prophecy, Ron couldn't help shivering. "Do you say that the servant of the Dark Lord refers to Peter Pettigrew?" Harry hesitated and asked. "But isn't Peter Pettigrew caught in Azkaban? He shouldn't be able to get out, right?" Ron said with a trace of fluke. He didn't want this fable to come true. "That's why it's called getting out of trouble, isn't it?" Hermione broke Ron's illusion. "He is an animagus." Sirius said that the Dementors guarding Azkaban are not interested in animals, and Sirius escaped as a black dog. No. Peter didn't come out so easily. The Ministry of Magic knows that he is animagus and will strengthen control, otherwise, if problems arise, public opinion will drown Fudge. They have no reason to neglect. Yvonne he frowned deeply and retorted. Because of the accidental capture of Sirius, a large number of wizards were already angry at the Ministry of Magic's mistakes. If Peter, who was finally caught, is allowed to escape again this time, then Fudge, the Minister of Magic, will probably roll off the stage. "Right, I said he can't run." Ron was immediately happy when he saw Lian Ivan's support for his remarks. What he didn't expect was that Yvonne quickly changed his voice and continued to speak. "But if someone helps him, it's not necessarily." Yvonne Lesuo took the book on the table into his pocket and greeted Harry and the others. "Without further ado, let's notify Professor Dumbledore now." Harry, Ron, and Hermione also realized the seriousness of the matter, and put aside all the review matters, and hurried to the principal's office together. "By the way, does anyone remember the date of Peter's sentence?" Running all the way in the corridor, Yvonne suddenly thought of something and asked. "It seems to be today." Hermione calculated the time and said confidently. Yvonne thought of something, and beckoned them to run faster. Half an hour ago, on an isolated island in the North Sea. Mrs. Peter, as usual, came to visit her child on crutches, but was stopped by two Aurors before entering. "As usual, please hand over your magic wand, Mrs. Peter." "I don't have a magic wand, gentlemen, it's just my crutches." "Please do it, and be considerate of the inconvenience of the old woman's legs and feet. I have been here a few times before, and the gentleman guarding here did not take my crutches, I just want to see the last sight of my child," Mrs. Peter said in a sad tone, and she shed a few tears from time to time, which seemed so touching. The two Aurors looked a little hesitant, and finally, for the sake of several golden gallons handed by Mrs. Peter, they were still deeply moved and put Mrs. Peter in. Of course, to be on the safe side, an Auror chose to follow him personally to avoid accidents. Mrs. Peter nodded, did not show any strangeness, and walked calmly in Azkaban's prison. It is very dilapidated and gloomy. The iron door of the cell is full of rust. From time to time there will be crying and trembling screams and verbal abuse. Chapter 475, Who is not a great dramatist these days? For this hell-like scene, Mrs. Peter has already taken no surprises, but thinks that her child has been detained here for 7 days, and then feels distressed again. "You'd better hurry up, I only give you 10 minutes. After the Auror opened the cell door, he said to Mrs. Peter impatiently. "Although the money is collected, ordinary people would not want to stay in such a ghost place for too long, they will be insane, become crazy, and stupid." Thinking of this, the Auror glanced pity at the dwarf in the cell. At this time, the little dwarf star was curling up, trembling non-stop, chanting some inexplicable words in his mouth, and he didn't even react to seeing Mrs. Peter's mother coming in. The Auror knew exactly what was going on. The poor man was cleansed with the forgotten charm, and the Dementors were tortured so hard that he didn't remember anything now. Death may be considered a relief. The Auror sighed silently in his heart. However, sympathy returned to sympathy. Considering his duty, he still stood in place, staring at the two to prevent them from playing any tricks. Mrs. Peter couldn't help it anymore, lying on Dwarf Star and whispering in a low voice, talking about some short things in the parents, perhaps hoping to awaken the memory of the other party, but Dwarf Star had a blank expression. "Okay, time is almost up, ma'am, we should go now." 10 minutes later, the Auror hardened his heart and interrupted the meeting between the mother and son. "Sir, give me some more time, please." Mrs. Peter sobbed. Auror shook his head, not because he didn't want to, but because it was time for Dwarf Star to execute his sentence. Sure enough, at this point of delay, 2 Aurors came over, and they were a little helpless seeing this situation. After the 3 Aurors talked privately, they forcibly pulled away Mrs. Peter, who was unwilling to leave, and then the 2 Aurors started to drag the little dwarf away. If you deal with ordinary criminals, you don't need Aurors to intervene, just leave it to the Dementor for the whole process. But Pettigrew is different. He is a rare criminal who can use animagus. There is a certain risk in the control of the Dementor. Therefore, he needs to be supervised by the Auror throughout the process to ensure that he dies at the kiss of the Dementor. Not to mention that the magic handcuffs worn on Pettigrew's hands are very precious. They can block the operation of magic power and need someone to recover them. Seeing Pettigrew being forcibly pulled away, Mrs. Peter collapsed on her knees and began to cry. The Auror shook his head and sighed, softly murmured a few words of comfort, and said after Mrs. Peter's mood improved. "Madam, we should go now." Mrs. Peter wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and nodded tremblingly. The Auror turned his head helplessly, ready to lead the way. However, just as he turned his head, Mrs. Peter's eyes suddenly became sharp. She threw up the walking stick and said viciously, "Faint." A low and hoarse voice sounded in the corridor outside the cell. The Auror reacted when he heard the voice, but Mrs. Peter's previous disguise made him relax his vigilance, and he did not anticipate the possibility of an attack. As a result, he was hit by a beam of light just after he drew out his wand, his body hit the wall, and he suddenly lost consciousness. And on his right hand, he is also wearing protective gloves, but unfortunately it needs to look directly into the other person's eyes to be effective. After knocking down the Auror, Mrs. Peter took out a bottle of potion-filled reagent from her pocket, then pulled out one of Auror's hair, put it in the reagent, and waited for the potion to change color and took a mouthful. Irrigate. The next moment, the effect of the compound decoction began to take effect, and Mrs. Peter's face became distorted, and her body slowly pulled up and deformed. When the changes gradually stabilized, Mrs. Peter immediately felt that her new body was so young, strong, and energetic. Even the blurred vision became brighter. Considering the limited time, Mrs. Peter adapted briefly, and quickly took off the Auror's clothes, then threw the opponent back to the empty cell, and hurriedly headed to the execution site. From what she knew, her child was executed at noon, which means that there are still at most 10 minutes left. Since only the Dementors were guarding Azkaban's interior, Mrs. Peter went smoothly all the way. After all, these monsters couldn't see the disguise of the compound soup, and those Aurors stayed on the observation deck of the island, and would not come to this place full of Dementors to suffer if nothing was important. This made Mrs. Peter's actions a lot easier, and she successfully rushed to the field before noon. The execution was carried out in an empty flat ground. The little dwarf was standing in the middle of the flat ground under the pressure of two Aurors. The sky of the island was black, and countless Dementors wandered excitedly in the clouds, waiting to enjoy the food. Swallowing souls is an extremely evil act in the eyes of wizards, so the prisoners held in Azkaban will only rarely be executed. Dementors often don't encounter this kind of opportunity for several years, and they become restless. Everyone wants to fight for the chance to absorb soul. They just can't get the order, they don't dare to do it yet, they can only stay far away. The two Aurors standing below whispered a few words. Although the Dementors didn't have the guts to absorb their emotions, they felt cold and uncomfortable just staying here. While complaining, the two also noticed Mrs. Peter walking here. "Jack, why did you follow?" A tall and thin Auror frowned and asked strangely. "It's not the old woman just now, so I want me to give the prisoner a pair of socks she wore, saying that this thing can make people live better below." Mrs. Peter was so mature, she made up casually. "One reason? What kind of mess is this? How come I haven't heard of such rumors?" The tall and thin Auror shook his head silently and then looked suspiciously at Mrs. Peter. "Continue to say. Honestly, how much money did you collect? How much do you expect that old woman can bring out? No matter how you search, it will only be a dozen gallons." Mrs. Peter put on a look of disdain. "Tisk tusk tusk, you are still cruel." The other Auror looked at this colleague like a scum. The tall and thin Auror was a little suspicious. Although Jack usually likes to be greedy for some petty bargains, he is not so cruel. He can search for a sum of money for an old witch who is about to lose a child. Or did you say that you misunderstood him before? 1 person and 2 gallons, to save face, how about doing this disgusting thing for me? That old lady said that he must be dressed for him. Mrs. Peter took out the smelly sock, put on a disgusting look, and asked. Chapter 476, Angry Fudge. Think beautifully, get the money, do the work you promised yourself, do it yourself. An Auror looked at the smelly sock in Mrs. Peter's hand and waved his hand in disgust. Really, I don't even help with this little help. Mrs. Peter curled her lips, took out a few jinjialong from her pocket with her backhand and threw it over, but her legs and feet were shaking, and she was secretly relieved. The sock in her hand is actually a disguised door key. She spent all her assets and bought it from the wizarding market in Knockoff Alley. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with her appearance, but if these Aurors inspected it, they would definitely find something wrong. So she can only choose to retreat, and the other party will refuse to take a gamble. Fortunately, just as she imagined, these Aurors were unwilling to help put a dirty stinky socks on a criminal. The corner of Mrs. Peter's mouth couldn't help but a smile appeared. In fact, when she was in the cell before, she was going to use the door key to teleport away with Little Star. But I did not expect that Azkaban has a complete defense mechanism inside. Not only does it prohibit changing shadows, but even the door key can't function. So she had no choice but to take the risk of knocking out the Auror who was supervising her, and pretending to be the opponent, trying to find a chance to contact Pettigrew. Fortunately, this backup plan is going well. While rejoicing in her heart, Mrs. Peter controlled her emotions, trying not to show any strangeness, approaching step by step, but her body still trembled slightly out of tension. The tall and thin Auror had been paying attention to her abnormal movement, keenly aware of this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and when Mrs. Peter slowly approached, he suddenly spoke. And so on. What's the matter? Mrs. Peter's heart suddenly raised her throat, and she tried to pretend to be plain and turned her head to look at each other. Well, it's not good to take your money for nothing, or how about we help him wear it? The tall and thin Auror stared at Mrs. Peter and said word by word, his hand already quietly held on his waist. Magic wand between. The other Auror didn't react at first, but under the gaze of his colleague, he also noticed something wrong. He took a few steps forward and said to Mrs. Peter. Bring things here. Mrs. Peter is in a dilemma. If you hand over the key to the door, you will be found out immediately. If you don't hand it in, the two Aurors will also do something to themselves. She knows very well that she has no chance of defeating them, especially the two Aurors seem to be wary. The silence lasted only a second, and the tall and thin Auror took out his wand and prepared to do it. Mrs. Peter said in surprise at this moment. What's wrong with you? Suddenly nervous? I just asked you to go, and you are too dirty. It's really inexplicable. Take it, I just save some trouble. Mrs. Peter looked at the two strangely, and casually threw the smelly socks in her hand to one of the Aurors. The latter was surprised by Mrs. Peter's decisiveness, wondering if he had thought too much, and subconsciously took the things over. As soon as I started, the Auror immediately noticed something was wrong. The texture didn't feel like a sock at all. Unfortunately, it was too late when he realized it. When Mrs. Peter threw this thing out, the effect of the door key was already activated. The Auror suddenly felt that his belly button seemed to be hooked by something, and then he was pulled a bit, and disappeared with a whirl of heaven and earth. In place. Arnold. The sudden abnormality was beyond the tall and thin Auror's expectations, but he immediately recognized that it was the effect of the door key, so he barely hesitated, so he waved his wand toward Mrs. Peter. Accept your weapons. A red light beam blazed from the tip of the wand. But after all, it was a hasty shot. Mrs. Peter took the young body and easily avoided it, and then she launched a vicious counterattack. Bone to pieces. Mrs. Peter yelled hoarsely, immersing her anger into the curse. She was forced to send an Auror away with the door key, and now there is a glimmer of hope of escape only by killing the opponent. In the gaze she expected, the beam of the spell hit the target, and Mrs. Peter was overjoyed, but she didn't notice the cold color in the opponent's eyes. The protective glove on the tall and thin Auror's right hand gleamed faintly, and the beam of the spell immediately returned to the original path and hit Mrs. Peter herself. A blow full of anger made the original owner suffer. Ah! The pain of tearing the body caused Mrs. Peter to scream, and the wand dropped out and fell to the ground. The abdomen was pulled apart with deep scars, and scarlet blood continued to flow from the wound. Due to the serious injury, Mrs. Peter fell to the ground and covered her wound. The compound decoction she took quickly lost its effectiveness. Mrs. Peter's appearance gradually changed from a young Auror to a grey-haired old witch. With the terrible cut in the upper abdomen, it looked so sad. The tall and thin Auror didn't show any sympathy at all. He only felt unlucky that he was almost fooled by an old woman. More importantly, one of my two colleagues was teleported away, and the other was reluctant to live or die, and I don't know how it is now. The tall and thin Auror gave Mrs. Peter annoyed heavily, kicked her and rolled her around, and was about to speak out about Jack and the others. At this moment, behind him, the silly little dwarf saw Mrs. Peter's miserable condition. For some reason, he felt a heartache inexplicably. Suddenly, he seemed to be crazy. He rushed up and bit the Auror's right hand with his teeth. He let go. Mrs. Peter did not miss this opportunity, enduring the heart-wrenching pain in her abdomen, grabbed the wand that fell on the ground, and released the last magic hoarsely. Fainted. The tall and thin Auror kicked Peter away. At this time he was too late to cast the spell. He could only stare into Mrs. Peter's eyes, hoping that the protective gloves would take effect. It is a pity that the beam of the spell has not been bounced again this time. Mrs. Peter's angry shattering spell has already exhausted the magic power of the protective gloves and cannot be reused in a short time. If only I had a protective ring. A thought flashed through Auror's mind, and then he was cursed and fell unconscious on the ground. Mrs. Peter crawled over without time to rejoice, and found the key to the magic shackles from the other party. Quick, little dwarf, my child, come here, quickly. Mrs. Peter shouted at Little Star excitedly. The little dwarf's memory has become very chaotic, but he can still instinctively feel that the old witch in front of him is close to him, otherwise he will not subconsciously attack the aura when the other party is injured, so he leaned in and followed the order. Mrs. Peter ignored the injury on her abdomen, trembling with her palms, and unlocked Dwarf Star's shackles. Then glanced at the sky again, her face suddenly changed, she grabbed Dwarf Star's clothes and shouted in a weak tone. Please, think of something, and become a mouse, they are coming, they are coming. What? What are you talking about? Little Dwarf looked confused, and some memories flashed in his mind. The restless dementors in the sky have already flown down. They have been aware of everything that is happening below, but the aura has the advantage and has not received the order, so he dare not come down. But it's different now. These ugly monsters are swarming, like temple dogs on the prairie, preparing for a good meal. The whistling wind resounded across the island. It was the excited cry of the dementors. Mrs. Peter tried her best to protect Pettigrew under her body, repeating the words in Petty Star's ear over and over again, begging him to save himself. More and more memories are emerging from the little dwarf's brain, but they can't be connected in any way. Fortunately, his survival instinct forced him to spontaneously spread the magic power throughout his body began to shrink slowly, and finally he became a mouse. It's great, go quickly, go. Seeing Peter finally transformed into the animagus form, Mrs. Peter shed tears in excitement, and quickly urged her mouth. The grey-black mouse hesitated and didn't want to leave, even biting Mrs. Peter's sleeve with his mouth, as if he wanted to drag her away. No. Leave me alone. I'm very old, I'm going to die. You can't save me, let's go. Hurry. Mrs. Peter shook her head weakly, knowing the severity of her injuries. I also felt that the vitality of the body was constantly being withdrawn. The grey-black mouse squeaked, seeming to be hesitating, but Mrs. Peter's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally tilted her head and lost her voice. A great sadness enveloped little dwarf's heart, the memory gushing out of the brain like a tide, but it still looks messy. Who am I? Peter Pettigrew? A Death Eater. Peter the dwarf muttered to himself, then shook his head again, thinking of another fragmentary memory. In his memory, he seemed to bend his knees to a little wizard, reprimanding the Dark Lord for his brutal rule. The messy memory made little dwarf's brain experience the pain of needle sticks. Seeing the disgusting monsters in the sky rushing down, little dwarf escaped here without hesitation and hastily. But instead of running to the outside world, he went to the inside of Azkaban. The little dwarf who has recovered some sanity knows very well that it is not realistic for a mouse to wander the island and will soon be caught. It is better to go to Azkaban, hide under a prisoner, maybe you can escape the search. Before the little star ran away, the dementors had already drifted down, and they were very angry, wandering around violently. Originally in their perception, there were 3 delicious foods underneath, but now 2 of them disappeared in their perception, and the remaining one was the aura of the Ministry of Magic. The angry dementors became more and more eager. They considered whether to kill the only living person present and absorb his soul. However, when they hesitated for a long time and were about to make up their minds, a group of flames appeared out of thin air on the empty ground, spreading suddenly and bursting open. Along with the phoenix's loud singing, the figure in the purple robe and white beard came out from the rising fire. It seems that I am a little late. Dumbledore glanced at the unconscious aura on the execution ground, and Mrs. Peter, who was badly wounded and bleeding to death in aura costumes, quickly guessed here. What happened? The ignorant dementors were a little angry at Dumbledore's arrival. They swarmed up to absorb the old professor's soul, and then fled in horror. Because a faint blue phoenix flew out from the top of the wand in Dumbledore's hand and wandered around for a while, it forced the dementors to the sky again. After driving out these annoying monsters, Dumbledore took a few steps forward and checked the cause of Mrs. Peter's death to see if he could find some clues. At this moment, there were a few more spatial fluctuations. Fudge led a group of auras to hurriedly. Apparition appeared in the center of the venue. Seeing the shackles scattered on the ground and the aura lying on the side, Fudge trembled, almost unable to stand still. Who can tell me what is going on? Fudge was furious, he was almost going crazy. If anyone knew that Peter Pettigrew managed to escape during the execution, it would be all over. Albus! Why are you here? You attacked the auras and the dementors here let Peter Pettigrew away. Fudge had almost lost his mind, he turned his head abruptly to look at Dumbledore, eager to find someone to take up the responsibility. Connolly. Dumbledore frowned and increased his tone. I think you should be able to figure out what's going on here. Perhaps you can also ask this Mr. Auror. Dumbledore waved his wand and lifted the coma spell cast by the aura on the ground. After a while, the tall and thin aura woke up. After seeing a few people on the court, he showed a look of horror on his face and hurriedly explained. Your Excellency Minister. Just now little dwarf's mother, Mrs. Peter, changed the appearance of Jack with the compound decoction. I know. You just need you to tell me where is Peter Pettigrew now. Fudge interrupted the tall and thin auror, almost squeezing this sentence out of his mouth. He came here only after receiving a notice from Arnold, who was sent away by the door key. Of course, he knew exactly what had happened. But Fudge thought that when he arrived, he would see that Mrs. Peter had already been put down, and Pettigrew was well held here, or the soul sucked by the Dementors. But he did not expect this to be the result. Although Mrs. Peter had died as he expected, the most important little star was gone. This makes Fudge very angry. How can a 60 or 70-year-old witch rescue a death row from the tight control? And this is still in front of a few Aurors and a large number of Dementors. Chapter 477, Is that afraid of death? I'm just afraid of delaying the great cause of the Dark Lord. Thinking of this, Fudge stared at the tall and thin Auror in front of him. The latter stood trembling on the spot, his face like ashes. He knew that his career was over. Connolly, I think now is not the time to be held accountable. Finding the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew as soon as possible is the most important thing. Dumbledore interrupted Fudge's reprimand. Of course I know this. Fudge said impatiently. He was very disgusted by people pointing at him, but Fudge also understood that Dumbledore was not wrong, so he ordered the Aurors under his hands to carry the Dementors and search the entire island in batches. Unless Mrs. Peter brings 2 illegal door keys, Pettigrew should not be able to go too far. After Fudge gave a few words, he turned his head to look at Dumbledore, his eyes closed, and suddenly he remembered something. Albus, why did you appear here by such a coincidence? Fudge was very puzzled. It was only 10 minutes after Mrs. Peter attacked the execution ground. Even after receiving a report from Auror Arnold, he learned of what happened here. Why can Dumbledore arrive before him? Could it be that Arnold was the inner ghost that Dumbledore had planted in the Ministry of Magic, so before that guy reported to the Ministry? Or it is said that Dumbledore knew Mrs. Peter's overall plan at all, but refused to disclose it to him, so now he came to watch a joke, and even took the opportunity to oust himself, the Minister of Magic? Thinking of this, Fudge's eyes on Dumbledore became worse. But Dumbledore quickly answered. Connolly, I don't want to fight with you. This is meaningless. Trelawney gave a new prediction, which is related to Little Star and that person, so I came here specially for this reason. Dumbledore said seriously, staring at Fudge. Prophecy. Fudge felt ridiculous, he said with a sneer. Ah, you want to tell me that there is a mad woman who happened to foresee that someone would rob the prison and save Dwarf Star? For some reason, Fudge deliberately avoided the person Dumbledore said, with a faint tremor in his words. I think you know that too, don't you? It's time to face reality, Connolly. Another of her predictions is still kept in the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore didn't mean to go around with Fudge, he straightforwardly repeated the content of the prophecy he had learned from Harry. She said to me, darkness is approaching, a huge shadow is covering the sky, and the servants of the Dark Lord will get out of trouble. The magic world is about to usher in a big change. No, it's impossible. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge only felt a chill on his back, and he retorted loudly in anger. Then, Fudge turned his head abruptly, and he was relieved when he found that the Aurors with him had gone to Peter, and no one heard them talking. Why are you always staring at that person's affairs? He is dead, Albus. He has been swept into the garbage heap of history. He will never get out. Fudge suppressed his voice, talking hysterically, and after a pause, he continued. Moreover, the current Ministry of Magic is not the same as the original ministry. We have the ability to protect the magic world. You probably don't have this ability. Dumbledore looked at Fudge with pity, and didn't make any comments on his remarks, just indifferently reminded him. It's useless to escape, one day we will face him again. This day should be almost here. Fudge was stunned in place, his iron-green face changed again and again, and Dumbledore in front of him had disappeared in a burst of flames. A few hours later, the searched Aurors gradually returned, fully reporting the situation, and brought the Auror who had been stunned by Mrs. Peter in Azkaban before. So you didn't find the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew? What a waste. Fudge, who was in a bad mood, immediately vented all his anger on these Aurors, and the verbal abuse lasted for more than half an hour before stopping. The Aurors involved in the incident were punished by Fudge for serious malfeasance. After venting his emotions, Fudge started to have a headache and the subsequent effects of this incident. If the escape of Pettigrew spreads out, it will definitely be a major blow to his reputation as the Minister of Magic. No one is allowed to say anything about today. Peter Pettigrew has died under the Dementor's kiss at noon today. Understand? Fudge stared at the Aurors before him. The Aurors nodded solemnly. Fudge did not say anything more when he saw this. This time he brought some trustworthy people. Without his order, he would not spread the matter randomly. Immediately afterwards, Fudge waved his hand, allowing the Auror to expand and continue searching for the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. But Fudge knew in his heart that finding a small mouse in such a large area was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention that the other party may have already left through the door key. Even if Mrs. Peter did not bring the second door key, Pettigrew only needs a magic wand. Without entering the interior of Azkaban you can use Phantom to leave here. Come out, they are gone. At the same time, in a prison deep in Azkaban, a husky and low female voice resounded. A mouse slowly crawled out of her sleeve and squeaked a few times, as if to thank her. The Auror's previous search operations were very rigorous, almost sweeping the entire Azkaban. If it hadn't been for the other party to hide him in his clothes, he would be fooled by adding other Death Eaters pretending to be crazy. The Auror who came to inspect. Don't thank you for being so early. Little dwarf. The woman leaning against the wall was very haggard. She smiled deep, her eyes revealed a crazy and fierce look. We are not saving you for nothing, saving you is just saving ourselves. The cell on the other side of the prison also heard crazy shouts. We need you to find the Dark Lord, help him, and then come back and save us. The words that kept coming from everywhere made Peter only curl up and tremble. He murmured. I don't know what to do, I don't remember anything. I'll be arrested as soon as I go out. Those Aurors won't let me go. Are you scared? The crazy woman grabbed Peter by the tail and looked at him viciously. Peter shook his head abruptly, and quickly expressed his loyalty to the Dark Lord. What's the point of death? He was afraid of delaying the great cause of the Dark Lord. Chapter 478, well said. So who is willing to sacrifice? The loyal Peter did not win the trust of the Death Eaters. But these Death Eaters are also very aware that the only one who has hope of escape here is Peter. We will help you. The crazy woman looked at Peter sullenly. After some time the Aurors relax their vigilance, and we will create some riots to facilitate your escape. As for you, the black mark on your body will naturally guide you after you go out. Seeing Peter nodded, she turned to look outside the cell and continued to inquire. Then who is willing to sacrifice? The depths of Azkaban were suddenly silent. If you want to help the little dwarf escape successfully, it will naturally cause a big riot. And recently, those Aurors are probably in a state of nervous tension. If they cause trouble, they will probably become the target of Auror's anger, and the possibility of being executed is very high. But the silence lasted only a few seconds, and soon someone burst into laughter. Let me go, I will be crazy if I stay here anymore. Hey, add me and let us make a big fuss. More and more people have spoken out. Those who can be locked in the depths of Azkaban are all Death Eaters who are loyal to Voldemort and are naturally willing to die for them. Enough. If we are all dead, what shall we do? This action only requires 3 people. In addition, we need to plan well. The crazy woman scolded them. The Death Eaters also gradually recovered their calm and began to discuss with each other, but Peter kept shivering in the corner. At the same time, in the principal's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore walked out of it with a rising flame. Professor Dumbledore, how is the situation? Yvonne took a few steps immediately and asked eagerly. Harry, Ron, Hermione and others also looked at Dumbledore with expectant eyes. It seems that I was a little late. Just as the prophecy said, Peter Pettigrew escaped, and his mother saved him. Dumbledore shook his head and said a little bit by the way. Down. When they learned that Pettigrew's mother, Mrs. Peter, had died in Azkaban and used her own life to facilitate Pettigrew's escape, Harry and others were silent, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Yvonne reminded him with a thought. Professor, since Pettigrew escaped not long ago, can't we use that one? It was hard to catch Pettigrew. Yvonne didn't want his efforts to be wasted, so he thought of the time converter. As long as you use this thing to go back a few hours ago and squat on the execution ground to guard Peter, can he still run? Dumbledore gave Yvonne a surprised look. Of course he could understand the meaning of Ivan's words, so he retorted. Hals, you should know it, history cannot be changed. Peter was gone when I got to the execution ground. That's right, but there is no other way, right? For example, we can choose to catch him after that. Yvonne frowned, and soon found a solution. Since the history of Dwarf's escape cannot be changed, use the time converter to confirm his whereabouts and then capture him again. Yvonne didn't believe that Dumbledore would not have thought of this. Your proposal is very good. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, but before Yvonne was happy, he continued. It's a pity that I have already returned that thing to the Ministry of Magic. Yvonne frowned in disappointment. How could it be such a coincidence? Yvonne, Professor Dumbledore, what are you talking about? Harry looked at them confusedly and couldn't help but ask. Ron did the same, completely unable to understand the meaning of the conversation between Yvonne and Dumbledore. Only Hermione understood and guessed something, and understood that it should be related to the time converter. We are just discussing a way to find a small dwarf star. Dumbledore didn't explain much, and after a simple sentence, he changed the subject. In short, I will continue to pay attention to Peter Pettigrew. If the Ministry of Magic finds it, I will notify you as soon as possible. After learning some details, the 4 people who rushed to report back were disappointed, but they had expected the result before they came, and they only wanted to confirm the authenticity of Dumbledore. Before leaving, Yvonne glanced at the corner on the right side of the principal's room, and then turned and left with Harry and the others. When the guardian beast slowly fell outside, the rumbling sounded, and in the shadow of the corner, Snape took advantage of the opportunity to relieve the phantom spell he had imposed on him, put a bottle of golden potion on the table, turned his head and looked at the door. Abject said. He should have found me. Yes, this kid has always been so sharp and intelligent. Dumbledore admired, took the potion on the table and drank it. But the unfriendly smell of the potion made Dumbledore frown. He complained. Severus, I think you might need to improve this potion, like adding a little sugar next time. As if you don't worry about violent death, I can try it next time. Seeing Dumbledore, who was still thinking about joking, Snape's heart rose with anger, and he continued coldly. Talking. Now that Peter Pettigrew has run away, he will be desperate to find the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord will soon become stronger with help. You should use the time converter to capture Peter Pettigrew, as Halls suggested. That's right. That thing should still be there, isn't it? I remember that the Ministry of Magic will only request the return of those magic items applied for last school year at the end of the school year. Snape said eagerly. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore would sit by and watch Pettigrew escape. Now it was clear that there was a way to remedy it. But I don't have much time, Severus. Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words, appearing very calm. There were hardly many waves in the words, and after a short pause, he continued. According to the prophecy, Voldemort will eventually recover. It doesn't matter who comes, Peter or anyone else. The problem is that he will return back sooner rather than later. You only have 1 year. Do you expect to completely destroy the Dark Lord in this year? Snape looked at Dumbledore in amazement, guessing Dumbledore's thoughts, and because of this he couldn't believe it. Then Snape woke up suddenly and said word by word. Or do you have found a way to destroy him? Chapter 479, That man is not as important as you think. You look up to me, Severus. I can only say that I have some clues. Dumbledore said slowly, shaking his head. According to his guess, Tom's Horcrux has a total of 6. Now that the 3 pieces of diary, crown, and ring have been destroyed, he also found the 4th one. The only humanoid Horcrux left to be dealt with is Harry, and another Horcrux that has not been found. Of course, the premise is that his guess is correct. Voldemort only made 6 Horcruxes. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Snape frowned. He thought that Dumbledore had a complete plan to allow Dwarf Star to escape, but he didn't expect it to be such a result. Snape was very dissatisfied. He felt that Dumbledore was too risky. Since he is not sure, then he should let the Dark Lord continue to sink. Dumbledore saw some of Snape's thoughts. He sighed and said slowly. Severus, if you know more about it, you will find that Voldemort's affairs are actually not that important. He may be resurrected now. By then, the magic world will be full of blood and blood. You tell me that it doesn't matter. Snape looked at Dumbledore questioningly. He doubted whether the centenarian in front of him was caused by the Dark Lord. The Horcrux hurt his head and was dizzy. In a sense, yes. Dumbledore said with certainty, looking at him. Then, without waiting for Snape to refute, Dumbledore looked at his scorched right hand again and continued to speak. You told me earlier that the suppression effect of the potion on this injury can last for about a year. What if the suppression effect fails after a year? The backlog of corrosive power will burst out immediately and kill me. Snape hesitated before he said something. That's not enough, the corrosive force will gradually erode your whole body, and then you will really die. But your body won't last long. This erosion will last for more than half a year, and the process is very painful. You may feel that suicide comes easier. Snape warned. Is that so? That's really bad enough. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. He felt that the total time of 1.5 years was still a little shorter and might not be enough. So he is not sure whether he should use some other means to make his time more abundant. Darkness approaches the shadows and envelops the sky. The servants of the Dark Lord will get out of trouble. The magic world is about to usher in a big change. Dumbledore was thinking of Trelawney's prediction in his head, considering whether it was worth it. Snape didn't speak. He was waiting for Dumbledore to come up with a reasonable plan. However, Dumbledore thought for a while, as if thinking of something, looked at a letter on the table, suddenly became happy, and he said. Ah, I almost forgot. One thing hasn't had time to tell Halls that the Merlin Knight's reply has arrived, and they gladly agreed to the Merlin Medal application. Soon Halls will be the smallest level in history. Merlin Medal winner. Snape's face went completely black, and he flicked his sleeves away angrily. He shouldn't have any expectations. At this time, in the wide corridor outside the principal, Harry and others were also discussing the prophecies of Peter Pettigrew and Trelawney who had escaped. According to the analysis of the content of the prophecy, Peter must have gone to the mysterious person, and it is likely to help the mysterious person return, Hermione analyzed. That's just your guess. The prediction doesn't seem to mention this at all. And Professor Trelawney has always been crazy, who knows if she talks nonsense, Ron retorted with a hint of luck. He felt that it was impossible for the mysterious person to resurrect, and Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic would never allow such a thing to happen. Harry didn't think so. Trelawney successfully predicted the escape of Pettigrew, so he was more inclined that this prediction was true, so he quickly quarreled with Ron. Yvonne, who was thinking about something, was interrupted by their arguing words, and couldn't help but reminded him. It's useless for us to think about this now. Peter Pettigrew has already run away. It is the Ministry of Magic's business to find him. We have no way to intervene. With this time, you might as well worry about the next exam. Yvonne feels that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are now entangled in Voldemort's resurrection, meaningless, but now they can do nothing in the 3rd grade, not to add chaos is the best help. Under Ivan's reminder, Harry and Ron remembered that it was exam week 2 days later. They all changed their faces. When they returned to the lounge, they immediately picked up the book and opened it, looking like they were studying hard. It's just that Yvonne still saw from their erratic eyes and the pages that hadn't been turned for a long time that Harry and Ron were still worried about the safety of the magical world and had no intention of reviewing them. 2 days passed in a flash, and the exam week that countless little wizards were nervous about finally arrived. For a time. In addition to explaining some simple transfiguration principles, you have to turn the teapot into a tortoise. This is naturally easy for Yvonne. The transformed tortoise won the praise of Professor McGonagall, because even she could not see the flaw. Halls, your progress is so fast, maybe I won't be able to teach you this time next year, Professor McGonagall said with emotion. Professor, you passed the award, there is still a lot to improve my level of polymorphism. Yvonne said modestly. In fact, he did think so. After hearing the content of the prophecy from Harry's mouth, Yvonne became urgent. His current strength is far worse than that of UPS and Downs. He needs to upgrade at least 1 level and raise his magic level to 7. Self-protection. Otherwise, I would like to find a way to increase my mana reserves and use blood magic as a regular magic. But it is obviously not easy to do both. Yvonne walked out of the examination room with a headache. Harry and Ron also had a bitter face. They were full of Peter's things yesterday, and they didn't remember a lot of content at all. They could only guess at the exam, and didn't know if they were right. Even Hermione was struggling with the mistakes in the examination room, because she felt that she became a turtle like a turtle. I wonder if Professor McGonagall would mind this. After lunch, everyone rushed to the exam venue for the curse class. The exam paper given by Professor Flitwick was also very simple. You only need to be able to release the happy curse proficiently to pass it. It's just that this simplicity is relative to Yvonne. For most of the little wizards, this is a very challenging spell. There is always someone who can't control the intensity of the spell's power. Harry was a bit too nervous because of too much nervousness. Ron, who was with him, burst into hysterical laughter, which lasted more than an hour without stopping, and Ron's face was stiff. There was even a little wizard who secretly smirked during the exam, trying to pass the test. It was obvious that Professor Flitwick was easily caught out, and only got the lowest evaluation. Hermione, are you ready? Yvonne asked, looking at the little witch who was partnering with him. Hermione pursed her lips and nodded. Yvonne whispered the spell, waved his wand, and a blue light beam hit the little witch. The next moment Hermione felt that her troubles seemed to be swept away. She looked at Yvonne, and naturally recalled the scenes of getting along with Yvonne. The corners of her mouth gradually rose, and finally she chuckled. It's this kind of smile from the heart. It's great. Professor Flitwick, who was on the side, applauded and said loudly. The other little wizards and Professor who were waving their magic wands also turned their heads to check the situation there. The real happiness curse is to inspire the memory of the person being casted, and let the other person feel happy naturally. This is what Halls did very well. Professor Flitwick explained and gave it to Yvonne on the spot. Minute. Until the result of the test, Hermione kept a smile on the corner of her mouth after she walked out of the classroom, and she was in a very happy mood. She stopped being irritable and ignoring him like she did a few days ago. Their relationship seemed to go back to the past. When reviewing homework in the evening, the little witch was able to ask him questions freely. It's just that Yvonne is very clear that the effect of the happiness curse will gradually deteriorate, and it will not last long, and it will disappear after a night's sleep. However, what Yvonne didn't expect was that when I met in the auditorium the next morning, Hermione's attitude did not change much. It seemed that the effect of the happy curse still remained on her body. It's weird, can my happiness curse last so long? Yvonne was very puzzled, muttering to himself, did his magic level unknowingly improve? Hermione, who heard Ivan's whisper next to him, glared at him. Ron, Yvonne, Hermione, it seems that we have to hurry up, and the next is the exam for the magical animal protection class. In the auditorium, an impatient Harry ate a few pieces of cakes and looked at the time. Hurriedly urged. I see, I really hope he doesn't find a big spider to give us the exam this time. Ron swallowed a small steak, burped, and said complainingly. Yvonne shook his head funny when he heard Ron's complaint. Without the trial of Buckbeak in the original time and space, Hagrid has maintained his consistent style in the last few classes. Not only did they bring the horsemen, unicorns, and other magical creatures they knew, but even planned to let them dive into the lake to make friends with the mermaids there. They almost made a misunderstanding and were kicked out by the mermaids with a fork. Fortunately, no one was injured. So Yvonne has always been worried that Hagrid will bring out his big three-headed dog, Lua, for everyone to meet during the exam. Fortunately, Hagrid was still a bit brainy. After everyone arrived at the test site, they didn't see the scary three-headed dog, or the smelly giant, and some were a group of weird creatures locked in a cage. They look weird, like they are made out of various creatures. There are aquatic and terrestrial ones. If Yvonne hadn't understood that Hagrid likes to breed all kinds of hybrid creatures, he would have almost thought it was the product of some evil biological fusion experiment. What the is this? Where did you dig it out of the mud? Malfoy said with a sneer. No. These are the little cuties that I carefully nurtured, and I believe you will like them. Hagrid retorted, shaking his head, his voice as loud as a large amplifier in his throat. Harry and others glanced at the weird creatures that grew in the cage, thinking that they might never like it. It's a pity that Hagrid didn't care about everyone's complaints at all. He was very happy to give everyone a cage, and said carelessly. Your exam topic today is to take care of these little cuties and analyze their habits and characteristics in one morning. Why should we help you raise a bunch of weird creatures? You're big, I want to tell my dad. Malfoy said in disgust, and he didn't want to get close to strange creatures of unknown origin. Yvonne also rolled his eyes, he suspected Hagrid was using the exam as an excuse to use them as coolies. I don't know if it was revenge. When Hagrid allocated the cages, he threw a stinky fish to Malfoy for research. After a few hours, Malfoy was tortured almost crazy. It's been tossing like this all morning, tired Yvonne, Harry, and others complained back to the Gryffindor lounge. What surprised them was that Sirius was waiting for them there. Harry, Yvonne. Sirius greeted Harry and others after seeing Harry and others, and then handed over a copy of the Daily Prophet, and said with anger and helplessness. You all come and read this newspaper. Yvonne took a curious look, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione also leaned forward. The shining headline reads the news that Peter Pettigrew has come down. The following content is all praise for the Ministry of Magic's strict enforcement. What? Peter Pettigrew is dead? Has the Ministry of Magic caught him again? Ron said very happily. No way. Professor Dumbledore would have told us that way. Yvonne shook his head, breaking his illusion. In addition, look at the time when Peter was executed. It was on the day he ran away, and the news was only reported after such a long time. It was mostly false news. The Ministry of Magic was probably trying to cover up the news of Peter's escape so that everyone thought Peter was dead. Yvonne easily guessed the routine of the Ministry of Magic. In the past few months, the negative news of Dementor riots, mistaking war heroes as Death Eaters and imprisoning them has caused Fudge to be overwhelmed. If Dwarf's escape is reported, then Fudge, the Minister of Magic, needn't be a minister. So concealing this news is Fudge's only choice. Chapter 480, How dare they do this? Thinking of this, Yvonne shook his head again. This was a good opportunity to take down Fudge. If Dumbledore used this to make a fuss, he might have taken Fudge down. It is a pity that now the old professor has been conspired by the Horcrux ring, and time is running out. It is estimated that he has no intention of seeking the post of Minister of Magic. When Yvonne sighed, Harry on the side flushed angrily. How dare they do this? Harry didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to be so shameless. He just opened his eyes and said nonsense. Ron and Hermione had the same angry expressions on their faces. Sirius sighed, and Harry had told him about Peter's escape from Azkaban a few days ago. He was initially bored because of this, and when he saw such a report today, he almost couldn't help but want to go to the Daily Prophet, asking him what happened. Earlier, Sirius was idle, thinking about whether to find a job, and even considered becoming an Auror, but after this incident, he was completely disappointed with the Ministry of Magic. Forget it, let's not talk about Peter's bad things, let's be happy. Sirius didn't want to make Harry and others too angry because of these unchangeable things, so he changed the subject and looked at Yvonne said. Congratulations, Yvonne. You are about to become the youngest first-class Merlin Medal winner ever. Yvonne was taken aback first, and then quickly reacted, somewhat surprised. They finally agreed? It's really not easy. Although Yvonne has long known that it is a certainty that he won the Merlin Medal of the first class, he did not confirm that it felt a little unreliable after all. Gosh, is this true? Hermione put Peter's story aside, looked at Yvonne and Sirius in surprise, and continued to speak. As far as I know, those who can get the Merlin Medal of the first class are all well-known big people. Professor Dumbledore is the recipient of the Merlin first class. No, it's written on it. According to you, Yvonne is now considered a well-known big man. Sirius pointed to the Daily Prophet, jokingly. Harry and the others noticed that the second page of the Daily Prophet reported that the Hogwarts principal Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic Fudge had jointly nominated Yvonne for the Merlin Medal. At the end of the report, the leader of the Merlin Knights also responded, praising Yvonne for his outstanding contributions to the magic world over the years, and agreed to the nomination application. Congratulations, Yvonne. Harry congratulated. That's a Merlin Medal. I bet that if Percy knew about it, he would be jealous. Ron said very enviously. The Minister of Magic Fudge did something right this time, or I would doubt whether he has any brains. Sirius' words were sharp, and the Ministry's repeated actions really disgusted him. Yvonne rolled his eyes. The reason Fudge was willing to nominate him was entirely because he had made concessions as Dumbledore in the first place. Naturally, this cannot be explained to Sirius and others. However, Yvonne looked at the time stated at the end of the newspaper and found that the Merlin Knights gave out the medals very quickly this time. They didn't grind as before, but chose it after 3 days. It just happened that they finished the exam and proceeded to their studies. When summarizing, thinking of getting a little bit of legend soon, Ivan's urgency was slightly relaxed, and then he remembered another thing, looked at Sirius, and asked. By the way, Sirius, can I be a guest at your house this summer vacation? Yvonne did not forget that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Slytherin locket, is now stored in the old house of the Black family. It might be that this thing was taken away like the original time and space, and in the end it was strenuous to retrieve it, and it is safer to get it and destroy it as soon as possible. This is also Voldemort's 4th Horcrux. Once destroyed, the Dark Lord will only rely on the Hufflepuff Golden Cup hidden in the Gringotts and Harry, the human Horcrux. If calculated properly, it would not be impossible to destroy all the Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection and send him away in one wave. Sirius certainly doesn't know Ivan's calculations, but he welcomes Ivan's visit as a guest. In fact, even if you don't tell me, I want to invite you, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. You are also welcome to come and sit with me during the summer vacation. Sirius said with a smile. Hermione and Ron said they would definitely come if they were free during the summer vacation. Harry happily agreed directly. He had realized one thing now, that although Professor Dumbledore would not allow him to move, it did not mean that he had to stay at his uncle's house all summer vacation. Then we're done. Yvonne said, suddenly feeling tired, a 3rd grade little wizard, even worrying about the resurrection of the Dark Lord. This is too difficult. But my heart is tired and I am tired. Yvonne is very clear in his heart that he destroyed 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and also destroyed Voldemort's resurrection plan when he was in the 1st grade. Liangzi had already settled. After the resurrection of the Dark Lord, it is definitely a big trouble for him. So it is better to take the initiative to destroy the Slytherin locket. Dumbledore will not need to be weakened by a fake Horcrux like the original time and space, maybe it can continue for a while. Yvonne and others chatted with Sirius happily in the Gryffindor lounge for a whole morning, and then reinvested in the intense potions exam in the afternoon. For Harry and Ron, this test is as difficult as a trial in hell. Snape wandered around them all the time. Harry accidentally made a mistake when he was nervous, and the corners of Snape's mouth immediately rose up, holding a quill pen to write on the record booklet. Draw. Harry was dizzy when the exam was over. He thought he must be done this time. Why is Snape always targeting us? Staring at us? Ron, who walked out of the examination room, was also angrily cursing. Didn't Sirius and Professor Lupin tell us? It's the contradiction of the previous generation. They and Snape have never dealt with each other in their student days. Yvonne explained. So just because my father had a conflict with Snape when he was a student, he remembered it to this day. Harry thought it was ridiculous. After decades, Snape actually planned to retaliate against him. You can understand it that way. Yvonne shrugged, but he still needs to add a hatred of taking his wife. Chapter 481, Level 1 Merlingsuan. Then we can only let him deduct points so random. Ron said unwillingly. Hermione on the side looked at Ron and Harry, and couldn't help but speak. If your potion's level can be improved, Professor Snape will not be able to target you. Didn't you find it? Professor Snape rarely troubles me and Yvonne during class. It's because he knows we can't make mistakes. Hermione talked freely. Since this situation cannot be changed, she can only change herself, trying to keep Snape from finding a reason for the trouble. Harry and Ron curled their lips secretly. How could it be so easy to quickly improve the level of potions? They were even prepared to get a super low evaluation in the potions class. The only thing that relieved Harry and Ron was that everything went well for the next few exams. Whether they took the herbal medicine test on Wednesday afternoon or the outdoor test carefully prepared by Professor Lupin, they all passed easily and passed the test week smoothly. When the final exam was officially over, the little wizards at Hogwarts seemed to have let go of their burdens. The previously tense atmosphere in the castle changed, and the students indulged themselves happily, laughing and playing everywhere. As for the announcement of the test results, that is something later, and they still have several days to relax before the final results come out. In such an atmosphere, Yvonne finally waited for the day that the Merlin medal was issued as stated in the Daily Prophet. Compared with the last time, this time is more grand. The red lion flag was hung in the auditorium, and magic was cast on the ceiling. When people walked by, it would play jazz and then light of various colors. The dots are falling from the air. When Yvonne walked into the auditorium, it was already full of people. In addition to the little wizard sitting at the long table of the 4 colleges, the Merlin Knights and the Ministry of Magic also arrived. The leader Yvonne couldn't be more familiar with was Umbridge, the senior investigator of the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps sensing Ivan's gaze, Umbridge turned his head and smiled sweetly at Yvonne. In her opinion, winning the Merlin medal at the age of Yvonne is a promising prospect, but she didn't know that it was the little wizard in front of her who teased herself over and over again. Yvonne nodded casually in response. On the face of it, he didn't have any conflict with the Ministry of Magic. At most, he grabbed Peter's behavior and drew their faces indirectly. Since most of the hatred was taken away by Dumbledore, the relationship between them was barely okay. However, this also caused the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore to almost tore their faces. On such an important occasion, Umbridge only exchanged a few words with the old professor on the surface, and was not enthusiastic at all. After everyone was seated, Dumbledore stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, began to summarize the school year, and finally solemnly announced the winner of the Academy Cup. No surprise, Gryffindor Academy won the Academy Cup again. The long table of the Gryffindor Academy under the audience suddenly burst into enthusiastic applause. A group of little wizards looked at Yvonne. Everyone knew that Gryffindor was able to win the Academy Cup for 3 consecutive years because of Yvonne. Extra points every year. The students from the other 3 academies clapped feebly, the gap between the scores was too big, and the winner of the Academy Cup had long been lost in suspense. Please be quiet, everyone, I have one more thing to announce. Dumbledore raised his hand, his loud voice overwhelmed the applause of the crowd, his eyes looked at Yvonne sitting in the front row, and he continued to speak. Everyone knows something about Peter Pettigrew's capture a month ago. After unanimous agreement within the Merlin Knights, Mr. Yvonne Halls will be awarded the Merlin Medal of the First Class in recognition of his achievements. When Dumbledore finished speaking, the audience fell into a short silence. Although the Daily Prophet had reported this a few days ago, there were not many people who were interested in reading the newspaper, so most of them were "This is the first time I heard about this news. Is this true?" George looked at Yvonne in surprise, and said excitedly. After seeing Yvonne nodding, George suddenly yelled. "Oh my god, that's a first-class Merlin medal! From today, we can be considered to know the big names in the magic world." Fred also seemed very excited. Yvonne rolled his eyes, ignored them, got up and walked from the long table to the front in applause. Dumbledore personally took out a golden medal from the box handed over by a wizard, hung it on Ivan's chest, and took the original second-level Merlin medal back and put it back in the box. At the same moment, Yvonne also heard the system prompt in his mind, but it was not that he had obtained a new achievement, but he was directly promoted to a level on the related achievement he had obtained. Legendary title, Merlin Knight. Legend, 2. Legend event, in the past few years, your contribution to the magic world is obvious to all, and you have been unanimously recognized by many wizards. You are a well-deserved Merlin Knight. Remarks, your evil ambitions are hidden under the glamorous appearance, and are still unknown to the public. Seeing the description in the remarks column after the achievement upgrade, Yvonne wanted to vomit, but what he blurted out became another look. To achieve today's achievement, I would like to thank the professors at Hogwarts. Yvonne stood on the stage and said the testimony that he had memorized beforehand, and then shook hands with representatives of the Merlin Knights and the Ministry of Magic. Even though Yvonne has always hated this kind of formalism, sometimes what should be done is still done. After several hours of tossing, Yvonne was able to breathe a sigh of relief when the school year summary was finally over. It's not good, Yvonne. Just as Yvonne bid farewell to several members of the Merlin Knights www.mtlnovel.com and was about to return to the Gryffindor lounge, Hermione hurried over. What's wrong? Yvonne was very puzzled. Malfoy said he wanted to tell the Ministry of Magic that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Hermione said angrily and anxiously. Yvonne immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, frowned and asked. How did you hear about this news? Malfoy is now a person. Me, Harry, and Ron. I heard Malfoy and his followers say that in the corridor just now. Let's go quickly, otherwise they might start fighting. Hermione explained very quickly. Then, he took Ivan's hand and ran to the other side. Yvonne didn't dare to neglect, and rushed to the corridor with Hermione. There is no one in the corridor at this time, but from a distance, a voice is heard coming from the classroom not far away. Chapter 482, Malfoy, you ungrateful bastard. Lupin, he's done, Potter. You can't stop me. I must expose him. A dangerous werewolf teaches honestly at Hogwarts. This is a bet on our lives. In the empty classroom, Malfoy was talking loudly, arrogantly looking up at Harry and Ron in front of him with disdain. Watermark advertising test. Watermark advertising test. Professor Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts class professor I have ever seen. He is not dangerous at all. He has been at Hogwarts for so long and has never hurt anyone. Harry retorted angrily. After seeing Malfoy curling his lips and being completely indifferent, he even pulled out his wand, ready to teach him. Do you plan to fight me too, Potter? Malfoy sneered and took out his wand, as did his follower Bengor. The two sides confronted each other for a while, and the smell was full of gunpowder. Just when they were about to do it, the door of the classroom was opened. Harry and Malfoy both turned their heads with surprise expressions on their faces, but after seeing the people coming, Malfoy's face suddenly darkened. Yvonne, you came just right, and Malfoy is going to tell the people at the Ministry of Magic about Professor Lupin. Harry said hurriedly. I know, Hermione has already told me on the road. Yvonne nodded, then glanced at Malfoy. House. What do you want to do? I warn you, I have asked Clark to find the professor and the Aurors, they will be there soon. Malfoy looked a little nervous, and he subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and said with a stern expression. Yvonne then realized that Clark, who was always following Malfoy, was indeed not here, and it suddenly felt a bit tricky. In all fairness, apart from being a werewolf, Lupin is still very competent as a professor since this school year. Compared with the teaching level of Chino and Lockhart, it is not a little bit higher than that of Chino and Lockhart. Yvonne naturally doesn't want Lupin to live a life of wandering around and having no place to live because of his identity being exposed. But looking at Malfoy, who was stubbing his neck and clamoring to report Lupin, Yvonne was in trouble. The easiest way now is naturally to use the forgetting curse, but Harry and the others are still there, and Clark went directly to the professor. Even if Malfoy's memory was washed away, it was useless. Thinking of this, Yvonne sighed and tried to persuade him. Malfoy, Professor Lupin is not a threat to us at all. He will regularly take the wolf poison potion every month, and will hide in the Screaming Hut during the transformation period, just don't want to hurt us. Also, not every werewolf wizard is evil. Most of them are just victims. They were assimilated into werewolves because they were attacked by werewolves. Malfoy hesitated after listening to Ivan's words, but still shouted loudly. What does that have to do with me? Who knows if it was pretended by him? Malfoy, you ungrateful bastard. If Yvonne hadn't rescued you last time, you would have been killed by Buckbeak. Professor Lupin had never targeted you in class. Ron was angry. Rushing cursed. Malfoy's face flushed red, and he loudly argued that he had let Hagrid and his silly bird forgively and generously, which had already offset the favor he owed. And I chose to expose Lupin for everyone's safety. After all, what if Lupin forgot to take the medicine that day and ran away at school? Harry wanted to rush to beat Malfoy angrily, but was stopped by Yvonne. He looked at Malfoy and said helplessly. Malfoy, I took the defense against the dark arts class for 1 academic year. You should know that Professor Lupin is right. Or do you prefer the next Lockhart or the next Professor Chino to teach you? There was a slight hesitation on Malfoy's face. He hadn't planned to report Lupin. After all, the defense against the dark arts class this school year was really interesting, but he was really unwilling to see Yvonne showing up today. Why Yvonne has been able to show off as a see-through professor over the past few academic years, yet he has to keep this secret hidden. This is not fair. Facing the stubborn Malfoy, Yvonne was really helpless. He could only feel that Voldemort's curse was extraordinary. It seemed that he hadn't run away by changing one person for the defense against the dark arts class professor a year. And Harry and Ron hadn't given up yet. They tried to use force to make Malfoy change his mind, but Malfoy was rather unyielding, and deliberately angered them who were yelling at the Ministry of Magic as soon as they arrived. Mr. Malfoy, I heard you have something to ask me. Just as a few people were arguing, the door of the classroom was opened again, and at the same time there was a sweet, high-pitched voice coming in. Before I saw anyone just listen to the voice, Yvonne knew that the person was Umbridge. Sure enough, a pointed leather shoe stepped into the door, and then a twitchy middle-aged witch in a pink cardigan walked in. There are some Aurors and a few professors in the school behind her. www.mdlenovel.com. Of course, we have to add Malfoy's disappeared follower Clark. After seeing Yvonne and others confronting Malfoy in the classroom, Umbridge's face showed even more surprise. Umbridge was still a little impatient when he was informed by Clark that Malfoy had something important to report to him. A third-grade kid could have something important to report, but now seeing the confrontation in the classroom, she suddenly became interested. Maybe they really know some important news. If it can catch Dumbledore's handle and let the Ministry of Magic recover from the previous disadvantage, then maybe I can move up my current position. Umbridge looked at the professors of various subjects nearby, seeing that their expressions changed slightly, and now they confirmed their judgment even more. Mr. Malfoy, there is something you can say now. Don't worry about someone hurting you, the Ministry of Magic will naturally take the charge for you. Umbridge said with a throat. The gazes of all the people gathered on Malfoy. Lupin, who came with him, couldn't help frowning. He knew very well that Malfoy was only reporting his identity as a werewolf at this time. He opened his mouth and tried to explain a few words, and finally stopped his words with a wry smile. There is nothing wrong with Malfoy revealing his true identity. A werewolf who conceals his identity and stays as a professor at Hogwarts is indeed a threat to students and parents. Snape next to couldn't hide the joy in his heart. He gloated at Lupin. He waited for a full school year, and now Lupin can finally get out. Chapter 483, Yes, I want to report Principal Dumbledore. Dumbledore was also looking at Malfoy, his brows raised slightly, and he knew in his heart that if Lupin's identity as a werewolf was revealed, the Ministry of Magic would definitely use this to attack him. Malfoy seemed a little triumphant in all eyes, enjoying the feeling of being noticed. But after noticing the lonely look on Lupin's face, Malfoy hesitated. Mr. Malfoy. If you want to say something, it's better to be quicker, we don't have so much time to waste. Umbridge waited for a while before Malfoy could speak, so he urged. I want to report. Malfoy stretched his voice, his eyes staying on Lupin for a while, then turned to Yvonne, and finally said. I want to report Principal Dumbledore. When Malfoy finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned for a while. Harry, Ron, Lupin, and Snape all looked at him in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Malfoy would target Dumbledore. Could it be that he wanted to accuse him of hiring a werewolf to teach at Hogwarts? Dumbledore was thoughtful, looking at Malfoy with interest. Umbridge was so excited, she hurriedly asked. Mr. Malfoy, why do you want to report the principal of Hogwarts? What is the reason? Embezzlement of the school director and the teaching funds provided by the Ministry of Magic? Or did something very extraordinary? Umbridge looked at Malfoy with great anticipation, and even gave some examples, and said that the Ministry of Magic most appreciates his defying spirit of power and will definitely handle it impartially. However, Malfoy's next words made Umbridge's smile stuck on his face. I want to report him as the principal, but treat students from various colleges differently. As far as I know, Hogwarts has never recorded a 3% increase at one time. He is clearly favoring Gryffindor Academy. Otherwise this year's Academy Cup should belong to our Slytherin. Malfoy's words were full of grievances. Originally, their Slytherin Academy had won the Academy Cup for many years due to their strength, but since Yvonne entered this school, the annual Academy Cup has become Gryffindor's. That's what you want to say? Umbridge widened his eyes and asked every word. Of course, or what do you think? Malfoy said casually. You misunderstood me, Mr. Malfoy. Before Umbridge could reply, Dumbledore stepped forward. He looked at Malfoy and replied solemnly. I think it is necessary to explain here. I added an unprecedented 3% to Mr. Hall's. It was not only that he successfully captured Peter Pettigrew, and made Mr. Black, the hero who resisted the Death Eaters, been wronged. It is also because I received a letter from the Merlin Knights at that time confirming that Mr. Halls is about to receive the Merlin Medal of the first class, so I counted the two things together. At this point, Dumbledore's gaze turned to Yvonne. Yvonne nodded quickly, yes, that's what he thought at the time. Lupin, who was on the sidelines, let go of his heart. He gave Malfoy a grateful look. Although he didn't know why Malfoy changed his words temporarily, the other party did choose to let him go. Snape's face went dark to the bottom of the pot, his lips quivered slightly, but there was no sound. There is nothing more angry than Umbridge. She came here not to hear Dumbledore favoring Gryffindor College such trivial things. Malfoy, I remember when Mr. Crabbe brought me, but said you have something important to report to me. Umbridge deliberately emphasized the tone of the word major, and then said threateningly. You should understand that fooling the Ministry of Magic is not a funny thing. Whatever you think, that's all I have to say, the big deal is you go tell my dad. Malfoy curled his lips, not caring about Umbridge's threat. Ms. Umbridge. Please be more tolerant of a child. Dumbledore said in help. Malfoy dared to point out some of my faults. Although there are some misunderstandings, this attitude is worthy of recognition. I am willing to apologize for my negligence and promise to treat all colleges more fairly in the future. Dumbledore said apologetically, took the lead and clapped his hands, his eyes swept across several professors, and the professors immediately applauded and applauded. Also doing the same is Yvonne, who understands Dumbledore's ideas. Harry and Ron were a little unhappy at first, until Hermione whispered to them that Malfoy was still holding Professor Lupin's handle, and they reluctantly slapped a few chins. There was a loud applause in the classroom. Malfoy was dumbfounded by this situation, his cheeks flushed and he was a little at a loss. It was the first time he was praised by Dumbledore in public, not to mention that his enemies applauded for himself, which made Malfoy feel very uncomfortable. Umbridge stared at Dumbledore firmly. www.ndlenovel.com. She was very sure that there must be something tricky in it, and even suspected that Dumbledore had moved Malfoy under his nose to force Malfoy changed his mouth. Thinking of this, Umbridge turned his head to look at Gore and Crabbe, questioning them and said. "Two gentlemen, how about you? Anything you want to tell me?" Gore and Crabbe hesitated and shook their heads. In fact, they are now at a loss. Malfoy clearly told them to expose Lupin as a werewolf wizard. Who knows why it turned into accusing Dumbledore of injustice to the colleges in a blink of an eye. But as a qualified follower, even if his brain is not bright, one thing is still very clear, and that is not to violate the meaning of the follower. Very good, very good. Let's go. Umbridge glanced around the classroom, and angrily led the Aurors to turn away. She has nothing to do with Dumbledore, let alone forcing the only son of the Malfoy family to speak, and staying here will only humiliate herself. Malfoy didn't stay too much. He always felt a little uncomfortable in this classroom, but before leaving, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yvonne, his mouth closed and he spoke in spoken words. "The favor I owed last time is now cleared." Regardless of whether Yvonne had figured it out, Malfoy walked over the gate and left here, and Gore and Crabbe hurriedly followed. Yvonne shook his head dumbfounded and laughed. Of course he understood Malfoy's spoken words, but he didn't know if this awkward little devil was looking for a step down, or if he was really struggling with the favor. Chapter 484, I can see it now too. Now that the matter has been resolved, everyone no longer gathers in this small classroom. I really don't understand. Why did Professor Dumbledore applaud Malfoy? It was Malfoy who wanted to drive Professor Lupin away. Now that I regret temporarily, we still have to praise him for failing. In the hallway of Hogwarts Castle, Ron was still thinking about what happened in the classroom before, and he was very dissatisfied. What's the solution? Malfoy just need to say a few more words, Professor Lupin's identity will definitely be exposed. Hermione explained, then stuck out her tongue and continued. Perhaps for Professor Dumbledore, Malfoy is like a crying child, so he can comfort him by giving him some sweets. Harry and Ron couldn't help laughing after hearing Hermione's words. Hermione's analogy was so appropriate. Yvonne also smiled, but he felt that Dumbledore's idea was not that simple. Even if the old professor acted casually, he was a kind of guidance. He probably wanted Malfoy to see another way to show off and gain flowers and glory. Don't always think of bad ideas to attract attention. After the awarding ceremony in the auditorium, Hogwarts Castle was restored to its former tranquility. Everyone enjoyed the last period of time before leaving school until the day when the exam was successfully announced. Yvonne has achieved outstanding results in general subjects without any suspense, even Trelawney's divination class is no exception. Because he pretended to see a terrible omen in the crystal ball during the divination exam. And predicted that the magic world will usher in a storm in the future. Professor Trelawney was very happy to praise him for his talent as a prophet, and asked if he was interested in some in-depth learning. Regarding this, Yvonne refused without hesitation. He feels that Trelawney's prophecy level depends entirely on talent. In addition to her ability to predict under certain circumstances, she is usually half-hearted. During the exam, what he predicted was not the turbulence of the British magical world, but the entire European magical world. Just wanted to confirm whether Trelawney could correct this, but she didn't notice it at all. Perhaps as rumored in the school, Trelawney simply likes to hear some predictions about killings, deaths, disasters, equals. This is impossible. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, Hermione next to her looked at the transcript in her hand and screamed, her wrists trembling. What's the matter? Yvonne looked at her in surprise. My divination class unexpectedly only got an A. I have never received such a low evaluation. Hermione said in disappointment, and then whispered what she should have thought of. Harry and Ron Zicke who heard this rolled their eyes. Most of their transcripts were A, and only the defense against the dark arts class, divination class, and herbology were evaluated by E. But Ron still complained. When you were taking the exam, if you told Professor Trelawney that we would all fall downstairs to death tomorrow, then she would definitely give you the highest evaluation. Hermione shook her head. After experiencing the first two prophetic events, she is very sensitive to such things. Of course, she can't speak nonsense. What if it happens? Considering that they will leave Hogwarts by train together in the afternoon, the few people went back to their bedroom to pack their luggage while chatting. Of course, Harry and Ron were the only ones who were busy cleaning up. Yvonne waved his magic wand at will, and the bedding and a large amount of clothing flew up, folded in mid-air automatically, and then was put into a small suitcase with an extension curse. The same is true for books and some miscellaneous objects, which are sorted neatly in minutes. Is this the magic item you made? It's really convenient. Harry looked at Yvonne with the suitcase in his hand, and looked at his heavy suitcase, very envious. Yes, I made it myself. If it goes well, you can buy it before school next year. Yvonne said with a smile. This portable suitcase is another proof of his improvement in alchemy. After reading the alchemy books left by Bach, Yvonne extracted the corresponding magic texts. After this period of study and research, he combined them into a magic text sequence with an effect similar to the extended curse. Expand the internal space of an item. Going back this time, he will teach this kind of magic text sequence to Asia, and his magic shop will be able to have another big selling magic item. Just like when they came, after lunch, Yvonne and the others boarded the carriage parked on the soft rock road and staggered to Hogwarts Station. Hermione looked fascinated at the front of the carriage through the window, like a magical creature with a pair of large bat wings. She hadn't recovered for a long time. Yvonne followed Hermione's gaze and found out that she was watching Yechi. "What are you looking at?" "There is nothing there," Harry asked strangely, and Ron also looked confused. "Yechi," Hermione explained, and then saw Harry and the others with a confused look, then continued. "These carriages do not move out of thin air, but are pulled by Yechi. www.mtlnovel.com. Well, that is a very special kind of magical creature, only those who have witnessed death can see them." At this point, Hermione couldn't help thinking of Luna, pursed her lips, and then became happy again. She muttered to herself. "But now I can see it too." Yvonne, who heard Hermione's whisper, shook his head secretly. He really didn't understand. What's so happy to see Yechi? If you can believe that most people would rather never see it. Ding, this school year is over, do you want to make a school year summary? The system's prompt sound pulled Yifan back from his emotions, and after silently agreeing in his heart, the system panel appeared in front of his eyes. As of today, your performance this school year is as follows. Class evaluation, perfect. Reward, 200 academic points. Final exam results, Transfiguration class, Divination, Defense against the Dark Arts class. Reward, 900 academic points. Glory, Quidditch Champion, Gryffindor Academy Cup. Overall reward, 1300 academic points. Because there are several more elective courses in this school year, the rewards for the school year summary are much higher than those of the previous 2 school years. Plus some specially reserved before, a total of 3000 grade points. This is his summer vacation with Nick Lee to learn alchemy. Yvonne believes that as long as he can show his talents, this alchemist has no reason not to accept himself as a disciple. Chapter 485, Leaving School and Renewed Task Schedule. Thinking about this, Yvonne suddenly realized that there are really a lot of things to do this summer. But before he goes home, he has to go to the old house of the Black family and destroy the Horcrux first. Putting such an important thing there, Yvonne always feels a little unsure. What if I lose it? Even if it's been kept there forever, this thing might confuse Harry and the others who are going to be a guest in Black's old house. So as early as a few days ago, Yvonne sent a letter to Asia, stating that he would go to a friend's house this summer vacation first, and bring a few precious books back, so that he does not need to go to Kingdom Cross Station. Come pick yourself up. When he got the Slytherin locket, he directly used the shift shadow to return to his black magic shop. Wait. Has the progress of this task increased? After reading the school year summary, Yvonne glanced at the taskbar and found that the progress of the task of becoming the king of Knockdown Alley seemed to have increased compared to before. Up to 1%. Yvonne couldn't figure out if he remembered it wrong. The carriage went all the way down the soft rocky road, the body swayed and made a clicking sound, and it quickly reached Hogwarts Station. The red train has stopped at the platform, and thick white steam is blowing from the large exhaust port. Yvonne, who is far away, heard the loud whistle of the Hogwarts train. Children, come here, line up, and get in the car one by one. Among the crowd, Hagrid is trying hard to maintain order, directing the little wizards to board the train one by one. I have to say that he is very suitable for this job, and that tall figure is clearly visible in the crowd. Harry, this way. After seeing Yvonne and the others, Hagrid greeted her happily. Harry was also happy to hug Hagrid and say goodbye, and then boarded the train to go home. Amidst the rumbling of the train, he stared at Hogwarts Castle gradually away. Yvonne and others were chatting, looking for free carriages. But what they didn't expect was that when they opened a box, their defense against the dark arts class professor was sitting in the corner by the car window, staring into the distance. Professor Lupin, why are you here? Yvonne asked unexpectedly. Generally speaking, Hogwarts professors also stay in the castle during the summer vacation. After all, there is board and lodging there. This is especially true for professors like Lupin who don't have their own houses. Because of this summer, do you plan to travel where the professor is going? Hermione's mind turned quickly, and she immediately thought of a possibility. However, this time Hermione had miscalculated. Lupin shook his head and spoke. No. I didn't plan to do that, but because I submitted my resignation to Principal Dumbledore the other day, according to the rules, I can no longer stay at Hogwarts. What? Professor Lupin, you want to resign? Why? Ron looked at Lupin in astonishment and couldn't help but question. It must be Malfoy, right? Harry thought of Malfoy at once, and said very angrily. It must be that he secretly told the Ministry of Magic, I'm going to beat him up. Harry drew out his wand and planned to go to Malfoy to settle the account, but he was stopped by Lupin before he could act. It's not like that, Harry. It has nothing to do with Malfoy. It has nothing to do with other people, it is my own choice. Lupin said with a wry smile. He did not lie, and no one complained about his identity these days. But Lupin also knows that this situation will not last long. Most of Umbridge, who hit a wall at school last time, is already checking his identity. More importantly, Snape's maliciousness towards him increased day by day. I don't know when it will break out. Rather than being identified in the next school year and dragging down the school's reputation, it is better to leave by himself. Harry didn't understand this, he couldn't accept Lupin's resignation at all, so he anxiously dissuaded him. If you go, what about the defense against the dark arts class next school year? We can't live without you. Yes, you are the best defense against the dark arts class, Professor. I don't want Dumbledore to hire a Lockhart, or someone like Chino. Ron also quickly persuaded. Don't worry, no. The next defense against the dark arts class professor is a very good person. You can definitely learn a lot from him. Lupin smiled and comforted Harry and the others. And then continued. Also, what Malfoy said last time is not wrong. I concealed my identity as a werewolf wizard to teach at Hogwarts, which is a very irresponsible behavior. Although Lupin said so, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still a little unhappy. Yvonne raised his eyebrows in surprise. The next defense against the dark arts class professor was decided so early? Is Mad Eye moody? Yvonne thought so. But that's right. According to common sense, every defense against the dark arts professor will have problems at the end of the semester. You reading www.ucanshu. It is normal for Com to choose a good candidate in advance. By the way, Professor Liu Ping, have you thought about what kind of work you will do in the future? Yvonne suddenly thought of this and asked. Not yet. Lupin shook his head hesitantly, and then smiled freely. Of course, you don't have to worry about me. It's not any more than before. Sirius is willing to take me in. I have been all these days. You can live in his house until you find a job. You will live in Sirius's house? That's great, we can see each other often during summer vacation. Harry couldn't help being a little surprised, and he was no longer so repulsive about Lupin's resignation. Because he plans to spend half of his summer vacation in the old house of the Black family. Yvonne is hesitant to take the opportunity to win Lupin to work for him. This is an excellent opportunity. As the backbone of the Order of the Phoenix, Lupin's combat power naturally goes without saying. There is no problem in dealing with people and things, as can be seen from the academic year as a professor, he is enough to be alone. However, because of the identity of the core member of the Lupin Order of the Phoenix, Yvonne hesitated. He didn't want all his actions to be exposed to Dumbledore's eyes. Lupin's thinking is too decent, and it may not be possible to get along with Aisha, Doubt, etc. This matter has to be considered for a long time. Although he was thinking about things in his mind, on the surface Yvonne was talking happily with Lupin, Harry, and others. It wasn't until a few hours later that the Redskin train stopped at the London Wizarding platform in a clear roar with billowing smoke. They packed their luggage and got off the train. Chapter 486, If the poor mistress learns this news, she will be angry. Several people stepped onto the wizard platform together, and Sirius was already there waiting for them. Harry greeted him immediately and gave him a warm hug. Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder, then looked at Yvonne and spoke. Are you ready, Halls? We don't need to go to Kingdom Cross Station, just use the transform here. Of course, anytime. But where should we send it to? Yvonne asked. Of course he knows the specific address of Sirius's house, but the premise of changing his shape is that he has to go to that place, or else. There may be deviations. Oh, I almost forgot, let Lupin take you with you. Sirius said embarrassingly. Fortunately, Lupin will also go this time, otherwise he would not have enough magic power to carry two people to such a far place. Yvonne, in the summer, remember to write to me. Hermione suddenly reminded me. Then the little witch looked at him fiercely as if thinking of something again. Don't forget this time. Of course, I promise. I'll write to you as soon as I go back, okay? Yvonne nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had already kept it in his heart. Sirius smiled and watched the scene. After receiving Ivan's affirmative answer, the little witch pushed the suitcase and Ron through the wall connecting the outside world to King's Cross Station. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yvonne, Lupin, Sirius, and Harry were left behind. Like Yvonne, Harry didn't plan to go home directly, instead he planned to live with Sirius for a few days. As for the Dursleys, Harry asked Hedwig to bring them a letter 2 days ago. After hearing the news, they were very happy, wishing he would never go back. Let's go, this time the destination is Grimmauld Place. Sirius took Harry's hand and said to Yvonne and Lupin. Lupin nodded, grabbed Ivan's wrist, and waved his magic wand. Apparition. Accompanied by the spell being spoken, Yvonne suddenly felt that he was sucked into a narrow space, his body was spinning in it, and he was kicked out again after a while. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was standing in the corner of the alley. We're lucky, no muggles passed by here. Sirius looked around and saw that there was no one in the alley, so he straightened his clothes and took the lead and went out. Yvonne, Harry and Lupin followed closely. Outside the alley is a small square, which looks a bit dilapidated. The stone bricks on the ground are cracked and there is no one to manage. There are weeds stubbornly coming out of the cracks in the stone bricks, only far away the horns of Muggle vehicles can also be faintly heard. Sirius, are we there yet? Harry asked. Yes, that's right. That's it, Grimmauld Place 12. Sirius looked at the mansions behind the square, pointed to the sign on one of the doors, and said. Yvonne looked over there and clearly saw the mansion pointed by Sirius. It seems that this place has not been designated as the resident of the Order of the Phoenix, and the curse of fidelity has been imposed, otherwise he should be invisible. But this old house has been in disrepair for a long time, the windows above are broken, the walls are even more dirty, and the paint on the door has come off. Harry was also looking at it, with an expression of astonishment on his face. Obviously he didn't expect Sirius' home to be so dilapidated. Sirius gave a light cough and hurriedly explained. Don't look at the appearance of this house, it's because no one has lived in it for too long. After I take care of it with the repairing curse and dust removal curse, I can still live here very comfortably. That's right, I can come and help later. Harry didn't care what the mansion was like, it was just a surprise before. A few people walked to the door together on some ragged steps. The style of the door is very simple, with a lot of staggered scratches on it for some reason. The silver door knocker is in the shape of a large snake. There is no keyhole on the door and no letterbox. Sirius drew his wand and knocked on the door. There was a rattling sound of chains twitching behind the door. After a while, the door creaked and opened. Okay, we can go in. Sirius gave Yvonne and the others the way carelessly, but after entering, his brows suddenly wrinkled. Because the house was dark and lacquered with a musty and rotten smell, the floor and surrounding walls were covered with thick dust, and some corners were even covered with spider webs, which did not seem to be able to the way people live. Sirius also noticed this, and his face suddenly became uncontrollable. Although he had come back before, he was alone, and when he came back, he just took some things and left. He didn't care whether this place was broken or broken. In addition to living in Hogwarts for a long time, he simply forgot about it. It's a stubble. Clean up. Sirius hurriedly waved his wand to cast a spell. A large amount of magic power turned into a storm raging in the entire living room, and countless dust and fine sand were engulfed in magic and blown into the air. www.mtlnovel.com, gathered into a sand ball, and then flew out along the broken window. The dimly lit living room became much cleaner all at once, but it was still a little messy. And Sirius who casts spells will be exhausting, panting and looking at the huge house, very weak. For the first time, he hoped that this house could be smaller so that he could clean it easily. It looks like this is a very laborious job, let's help together. Lupin looked at Sirius's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but smile. Well, we can separate and clean so quickly. Yifan also suggested, and it happened that he could take this opportunity to find where the Horcrux was placed. Although Yvonne is quite sure that the thing is in this room, it is impossible to remember the details of the specific location. What about me? I haven't learned that kind of magic yet. Harry asked in a somewhat awkward manner. The cleaning of Sirius and others seemed to be different from what he had in mind, and it should be the use of magic. But he doesn't know how to remove the dust curse. It doesn't matter, you can just follow me, I will teach you myself. Sirius took a rest for a while, and then healed, looked at Harry and said comfortingly. Just as everyone was preparing to take action, a low, fine voice suddenly rang. It's a disgusting smell of strangers, and the disgusting prodigal brought some scumbag friends into the noble black house. If the poor mistress learns this news, she will be mad, poor old Creaker can't stop them, what can it do? Chapter 487, Poor Old Creaker. Harry was taken aback by the sudden sound. Yvonne was not surprised. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a house elf standing on the stairs. It looks very old, its face is full of folds, and a dirty rag is wrapped around its waist. It looks like it hasn't been bathed for many days, so that two big bat-like ears have grown out of it. There are a lot of white hairs, and there is no clean place on the whole body. Creaker. Why don't you clean this room when no one is there? Sirius also saw the house elf, his face was red and he was very angry, and even rebuked at it. The house elf named Creaker did not reply, but looked down at his toes and muttered to himself. Oh, poor old Creaker, its mistress died, and the noble blacks were put in jail. Old Creaker thought they would not come back again, it would die with this house. But why is this happening? A prodigal who was expelled from the genealogy, after so many years, even cheeky and nasty little boys stepped into this place. If the hostess's coffin is placed here, he might be annoyed to come back to life. Before Creaker could finish speaking, Sirius scolded angrily. Enough. You shut up. Creaker. I don't allow you to insult my friends. According to the rules, now I am your new master. I order you to be respectful to my friends, and you must use honorifics when you meet each other in the future. Also, immediately clean the house for me. Before going to bed today, I want to see 3 clean beds, otherwise you have to get out of the Black family. Sirius almost roared. Creaker's body trembled, especially when he heard Sirius say that he would drive himself out of the Black family. His face showed a panic expression. Yes, master, the only meaning of Creaker's existence is to serve the noble Black family. Creaker hesitated, said reluctantly, then snapped his fingers and disappeared in front of everyone. But Creaker's murmur was still faintly heard before he left. It should be the prodigal son and his annoying friends who should get out. Sirius's face turned black. He wanted to call Creaker back to beat him up, but he finally held it back. He turned his head to look at Yvonne and the others, and said helplessly. Sorry, I made you laugh, I will take care of it in the future. Don't do that, Sirius, that house elf looks very old, maybe it's just a little confused, we shouldn't be so strict with it. Harry thought of Creaker's old and dirty appearance. Time is sympathetic. You don't understand, Harry, Creaker was taught badly by my mother. I absorbed a lot of ugly pureblood theories from her, whatever it is, it will only speak too much. Sirius shook his head. He knew nothing more about the pureblood theory of the Black family, and it was precisely because of this that caused the tragic situation of the Black family today. Okay, let's clean up together. Creaker alone will have to do it for several days. I don't want to live in a dusty and cobweb place. Lupin smiled and changed the subject. Well, let's start from the first floor. Sirius also nodded, then patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry, follow me. After discussing, several people split up, and Yvonne also walked into the kitchen on the first floor. This place is messy than he thought. The walls are full of oil stains, the kitchen utensils have accumulated thick dust, the garbage baskets fell on the ground, and the whole kitchen revealed a disgusting and unpleasant smell. When I just opened the door, the smell almost killed Yvonne. Clean up. Yvonne muttered a spell with his nose covered, and swept to sweep the stains on the wall, but it was too dirty, even if the magic power swept the entire kitchen like a brush, it failed to remove the stains. Shave it clean. Instead, a large number of weird little things crawled out of the crevices in the cabinets and tables. Yvonne even saw a long, silver snuff box-like creature squeezed into the ground from the cabinet and rolled into the ground again. To the hidden corner. Of course Yvonne knows what these creatures are. They are just as annoying as the cockroaches and mice in the Muggle world. They often hide in every corner of the room to steal food and spread germs. Although they are strange, they have not been studied. Value. In the end, it took Yvonne an entire hour to catch all these nasty ghosts running around and burn them to ashes. But according to the book, this alone is not enough. You need to spray the corresponding potion to destroy their nests to completely drive them away. Otherwise, these annoying magical creatures will reappear in a few days. www.mdlenovel.com. Of course, Yvonne can't manage so much now, that's what Creaker will do in the future, he is only responsible clean up the kitchen. Sirius's mansion is very large. It took several hours to clean the first floor alone. In the evening, everyone gathered for a hasty dinner. Without the corresponding ingredients, Sirius could only ask Creaker to buy some bread to fill his stomach. Fortunately, this bad situation will only last one night. After cleaning the kitchen, you can have a good meal tomorrow after you buy the ingredients. So after dinner, everyone was full of enthusiasm and started cleaning the second floor. Since the learning of the cleaning spell is not difficult, after a few hours of learning, Harry has been able to release the spell initially, and occasionally can help a little by cleaning up the corners that have not been cleaned. Yvonne walked into the room on the second floor. While cleaning, he was also looking for Slytherin's locket. He vaguely remembered that the thing was placed in a certain room. Perhaps it was because Ivan's looking around was very suspicious, so the house elf kept following behind him, not far away, just standing outside the door, staring at Yi with his light bulb-sized eyes. Every move a fan. This made Ivan's search operations awkward. He had to pretend to drive out small creatures before he could open the clothes hanger or the cabinet to see if the Horcrux was placed in it. After casting the cleansing spell, Yvonne couldn't bear it, so he turned around and asked. Creaker. What do you always do with me? Didn't Sirius ask you to clean other rooms? Chapter 488, Regulus Arcturus Black. Creaker is working at all times, sir. The old house elf swept the ground gently with a broom in his arms, but his eyes kept staring in the direction of Yvonne, his mouth flat. Yvonne whispered in a voice that I could just hear. The boy must be trying to steal something from Creaker, he won't succeed. Ivan's mouth twitched. He understood what Sirius felt. If he had such a house elf, he would definitely seal his mouth. The change in Ivan's expression was seen by the old house elf. It looked at Yvonne gloomily, with a look of contempt in its eyes, and muttered in a low voice. Mr. must be thinking about how to get rid of Kreaker. Kreaker had already noticed that he was so evil. But, it's okay. Kreaker has lived long enough to be with the mistress, but I don't know how this house will be ruined by the kid. Oh, poor. Shut up. Can you keep pretending to be conspiracy theories in your mind? No one wants to kill you. Yvonne rolled his eyes and interrupted Kreaker's words. And I need to remind you that if there are some things you don't want to be heard, don't say so loudly. Hold it in my heart, understand? Yvonne is very suspicious that Kreaker's whispers of the runs were deliberately told to himself, otherwise, how could he be heard every time? Kreaker curled his mouth, his two long, pointed ears drooped down, did not speak any more, but did not leave. Yvonne shook his head, there is really nothing to do with it. In fact, if you want to know the exact location of the Slytherin locket, asking Kreaker directly is the fastest way. But this house elf obviously doesn't trust him. It is impossible to tell the whereabouts of the locket. Maybe he will think that he is playing this thing and secretly hide the locket. It will be difficult to do. Up. Just when Yvonne felt a headache for this, a crazy, creepy cry came from outside. Go away, you dirty bug, nasty ghost, get out of this house for me. How dare you defile the noble black residence? The high female voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the mansion, and Kreaker, who was guarding the door, changed his face greatly. It snapped its fingers and disappeared in place. Yvonne frowned, and immediately walked out of the room and walked in the direction of the sound. In one of the halls, he saw Lupin's figure. Lupin was standing awkwardly in front of the half-opened velvet curtain, feeling a little at a loss. And behind the curtain is a life-size portrait, in which an old lady in a black hat is screaming desperately, screaming incessantly. After seeing Yvonne, the old lady's face suddenly showed a hideous expression. Oh! God, another one, who actually allowed you to come in? This is the ancestral home of the Black family, get out! Get out of me! The piercing scream resounded through the sky like a blessing curse, and Yvonne could hear it even if he covered his ears. The dirty house elf Kreaker stood around the corner looking at them, whispering something. But this scream didn't last long, because Sirius, who heard the movement, had already rushed over. Shut up, you old witch, it's you who should get out of here. I'll throw you into the stove and burn you again. Sirius cursed, and stepped forward to draw the curtain. But it seems that magic has been applied to this thing. No matter how hard he keeps his strength, the old lady's scolding in the portrait is getting louder and louder. You despicable prodigal, the shame of the family, the evil seed I gave birth to. You still have the face to come back. Lupin, Harry, Yvonne, you guys come and help too. Sirius couldn't move by himself, so he had no choice but to ask Yvonne and others for help. Finally, everyone worked together and finally pulled the curtain up. When the harsh scream disappeared, everyone present was relieved. Sorry, Sirius, I don't know this thing is here, I just want to clean the curtain. Lupin said apologetically. No, it's none of your business. I neglected to remind you of this. Sirius shook his head. Sirius, who was the person in this portrait just now? Harry asked curiously. That's my mother. An utterly stubborn, determined pure blood, she discriminates against all non-pure blood wizards and does not allow them to step into the house. Of course, except for my uncle and that inconsistent younger brother. Besides, everyone else in the Black family has similar problems. Sirius said angrily, then looked at the drapery. Anyway, I will find time to remove the portrait. The ultimate destination of this thing should be the stove. Kreaker, who was hiding by the side, murmured softly at this moment. Unconscionable prodigal, the poor mistress is dead, and he plans to destroy the portrait of the mistress, but they will not succeed. www.mdlnovel.com. No one can remove the painting. Say one more sentence, and I will tear your mouth apart. Sirius turned his head and looked at the old house elf, threatening angrily. However, Kreaker didn't care. As a house elf, being punished was completely commonplace. It seemed not a big deal to tear his mouth, so he didn't stop his words, but continued to mutter. The hostess is very strict, Miss Bellatrix is very clever, young Master Regulus is very brave. Everyone is good too. It's not the same as someone. Sirius laughed disdainfully when he heard Kreaker's words. You said that my mother is harsh, I admit it, and I admit that my cousin is cunning, but you said Regulus is brave. At this point, Sirius seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and continued ironically. Ah, yeah. You are right, he is very brave, brave enough to take refuge in a mysterious man and become a Death Eater. I never thought he would have the courage. I guess that old witch must have been so happy at the time, because her teaching all the time finally pushed her little son into the fire pit. Sirius' voice was very sharp, but he didn't notice that Kreaker was staring at him angrily. Harry was so surprised when he heard this, he hurriedly asked. Who is Regulus? You said he took refuge in Voldemort. Sirius smiled wryly, he said while sighing. Regulus is my brother, a cowardly fool. Chapter 489, Horcruxes and Whereabouts and Past Events. Seeing Harry couldn't understand it yet, Sirius explained it to him. Since you have met my mother, I believe you can see something. My parents are strong supporters of pedigree theory, crazy obsessed with pure blood, they believe that being the Black family is inherently noble. This coincides with Voldemort's philosophy. My foolish brother is probably too weak in temperament, and he believed their words, so he joined the ranks of Death Eaters. What then? How was he? Harry asked curiously. Dead. Sirius said sarcastically, it was not killed by Auror in the battle, but by Voldemort. Of course, it is possible that Voldemort ordered someone to kill him. Harry was very surprised. He didn't understand. Why did Voldemort kill his subordinates? Sirius saw Harry's doubts and continued. I don't know the specific reason, but I guess when he first joined the Death Eaters, he might simply want to satisfy his parents, and didn't realize how cruel it was. When Voldemort gradually revealed his ambition, he wanted to quit, but he was already too deep. You can't expect to pass a resignation report to Voldemort and it's all done. Either die for life, or a dead end. Harry fell silent and didn't reply for a long time. Kreaker, who was in the audience, wanted to say something, but he wanted to say something, and finally murmured softly, but this time even a few people close to him couldn't hear it clearly. Ivan, who also knew the cause and effect, did not speak up, because he could not explain how he learned about Regulus, and rashly stating the truth could easily arouse doubt. I can only hope to find the Horcrux and let Kreaker speak for himself. After such a small episode, and it was getting late, everyone had no idea to clean the house, so they each picked a cleaned room on the second floor and made do with it. Ivan did not leave, but after everyone left, he found Kreaker alone. Kreaker. Sir, what's the matter? The old house elf looked a little glum, no longer the arrogant appearance just now, there was still some moisture in his eyes, as if secretly crying. I just heard Sirius say a lot about Regulus, and I am very interested in him. Can you tell me about him? Ivan asked. Perhaps I think this is too abrupt, Ivan then added. I have no ill intentions, but when you saw Sirius introducing his brother, you seemed very dissatisfied and seemed to have different opinions. I think there is no misunderstanding. Kreaker stared at Ivan with his bulb-sized eyes, and finally left without saying anything. Ivan understood that the other party did not trust him, he sighed helplessly, and said with comfort. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me, you can tell Sirius that he still cares about this brother. Although Sirius's previous words were full of sarcasm and disdain for this younger brother, Ivan could still hear Sirius's concern for Regulus. He probably just hated Iron for nothing. Kreaker trembled, but didn't look back, but disappeared in place with a snap of his fingers. Ivan shook his head, and didn't know if the other party listened. The next day, early in the morning, Ivan yawned and washed, and then went to the living room to enjoy today's breakfast. Harry, Lupin, and Sirius had been waiting there early, but he was the latest one to come. Ivan, how was the rest last night? Are you still getting used to it? Sirius asked with a smile. Very good, this is the first time I have lived in such a large mansion. Ivan said jokingly, and found a place to sit down. The living habit is fine, you are welcome to come anytime in the future. Anyway, let's eat first, and I will take you to the library of Black's house later. Sirius patted his palms. The old Kreaker with the plate suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It lowered its head and walked in front of everyone and put the plates down one by one. Compared with the luxurious decoration, the breakfast is a bit simple, with only a few bowls of porridge, a few pieces of bread, and some potato chips. Sirius was very angry, and he felt that Kreaker was deliberately neglecting his friends. Fortunately, Harry persuaded him to stop Kreaker from being scolded. Of course, this house elf doesn't care about abuse or punishment at all, it still does its own thing on its own. However, when passing by Ivan and putting down the plate, Kreaker stopped suddenly, hesitated, and said in a low voice. You can go and take a look in the kitchen cabinet. Ivan turned his head to look at it in surprise, but Kreaker changed back to his original appearance, standing hunched in the corner of the living room without saying a word. Seeing this, Ivan put out the thought of asking again. Since Kreaker said so, go there and see for yourself. After eating breakfast, Ivan rejected Sirius' offer to go to the library area. Although he came in the name of viewing the library, the most important thing now is to look for the whereabouts of the Horcruxes. So Ivan planned to follow Kreaker's words to find in the kitchen, maybe there was something missing during the previous cleaning. Why? Did Kreaker just tell you something? Ivan's decision www.mtlnovel.com surprised Sirius. Of course, he also noticed that Ivan looked at Kreaker frequently while eating. It was obvious that they had something to hide from him. Ivan hesitated for a moment, then repeated what Kreaker had said last night, and continued. Just now Kriaker asked me to look for it in the kitchen cabinet. Maybe your brother left a letter before he died. Sirius became angry when he heard this, and he stared at the house elf standing by the corner and scolded angrily. You dare to hide such an important thing from me. How exactly did Regulus die? How many things you still haven't told me? I order you to tell me everything you know. Sirius was very angry. Since ran away from home, he has never seen his brother again. Everything is learned afterwards. And now he discovered that Kriaker actually knew something, and had been hiding himself for so many days, and might even have hidden Regulus letters or relics. How could this keep him from feeling angry? Chapter 490, Slytherin's Locket. Kriaker's face showed a look of trepidation, but he insisted that he didn't say anything, and he murmured in a small voice despite the abuse of Sirius. Poor old Kriaker, he shouldn't believe what this said. Ivan rolled his eyes. It was impossible to destroy the Horcrux, and there was no need to hide it from Sirius. Whether he said it or not, he had to know sooner or later. But Ivan still stopped Sirius, who wanted to teach Kriaker, and said something to help. Kriaker shouldn't be blamed for this. Maybe someone gave it a password. We'll know if we just go there and have a look. Sirius was also calmer at this time. Thinking of this possibility, it is generally impossible for house elves to disobey the owner's orders, so he gave Kriaker a stern look and said, Okay. Let's go. Where to go? Sirius promptly led everyone downstairs. Kriaker followed them in the process and stopped by one of the cabinets. Is it here? Ivan walked over and asked. Kriaker nodded hesitantly. Sirius directly pushed it aside, opened the cabinet and searched it, but his behavior also alarmed the little creatures hiding in the cabinet. A creature with many feet, like a pair of silver tweezers, sprang out suddenly. The long silver needle on its tail pierced Sirius's arm, but was avoided by the latter. Sirius suddenly grabbed the black-skinned book next to him and slapped it to death. However, more small creatures ran away from the cabinet in a panic and got into a crack in the floor. Damn it! It seems that I have to buy some spray and clean up the whole house. Sirius also had nothing to do with these annoying guys. But it was obviously not the time to think about this, so Sirius quickly turned his attention to the cabinet. There is a music box, a winding clockwork, a lot of antique seals, a grey box, and some messy things. Sirius easily picked up the nearest box, opened it and looked at it. There was a golden first-class Merlin medal in it. Sirius remembers that this thing was given to his grandfather, in order to reward his grandfather for his contribution to the Ministry of Magic. Just glanced, the box and the medal were thrown aside by Sirius casually. What he was looking for was not that. These are not. Sirius threw the seal engraved with the name of the Black family, clockwork, music box, etc. on the ground, and finally picked up something like a memorial box. Looks very simple and is worn by a silver-white chain. The front is like a guide compass, engraved with mysterious runes, and a large S-shaped mark in the center is drawn like a snake, with green gems inlaid on it, which is expensive to look at. But there are so many precious antiques in the Black House, so Sirius didn't pay much attention to it at first, until he subconsciously wanted to fiddle with it and found that he couldn't open this thing. He felt that something was wrong. Ivan's gaze was also attracted by this thing. He had been in contact with the Slytherin secret room, and he knew very well that the snake-shaped mark was exactly what Slytherin used to sign. He once saw it on the door of the Slytherin research room. Obviously, this is Voldemort's fourth Horcrux, Slytherin's Locket. That's it. Kriaker whispered quietly. Sirius turned his head abruptly. He had been paying attention to Kriaker, and naturally he could hear Kriaker's voice. You said this thing was left by Regulus? Why did he leave this thing? How should I open it? Sirius questioned. However, this house elf just shook his head, whispering that he couldn't tell. Its bulb-sized eyes were filled with tears, and its nose twitched, which looked very pitiful. But Sirius didn't mean to pity him at all, and he was still asking him to say more. The old house elf couldn't withstand the pressure from Sirius, and suddenly let out a harsh scream. Destroy that thing! Master Regulus asked Kriaker to destroy that thing. After speaking, Kriaker's face changed drastically. He trembling, grabbed the book that had been thrown on the ground and threw it on his head. Bad Kriaker! Very bad Kriaker! Kriaker hit his head with a book like crazy. Stop, I'll let you stop. Sirius snatched the book, and Kriaker slammed his head against the wall. Sirius had to repeat it several times before stopping the house elf. Don't force it anymore, Sirius. It seems, as I had guessed before, it must be restricted in some way. Ivan looked at Kriaker's miserable appearance and shook his head. Then, Ivan turned his gaze to the locket in Sirius's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said. I think this thing looks a bit like something left by that person. That person? You mean Voldemort? Sirius was stunned at first www.mdlnovel.com but immediately understood who Ivan was referring to, and his brows instantly frowned. Yes. When I was in the second grade of last school year, I had seen something left by a mysterious person, and it made me feel very similar to this. Yvonne couldn't explain how he learned that it was Voldemort's Horcrux. Had no choice but to lie with the vague feeling. Are you just that diary? Harry remembered it all at once. He and Ron had asked Hermione about what happened, and they naturally knew. What are you talking about? Sirius looked at them strangely. Before Yvonne could speak, Harry told Sirius about Lockhart's attack on students when he was confused by black magic objects in the second grade. A lot of people were terrified at the time, but Yvonne finally solved Professor Lockhart and destroyed the dark magic items. Harry said excitedly about Ivan's glorious history. Sirius and Lupin both looked at Yvonne in surprise. Although they knew that Yvonne was not an ordinary wizard, they did not expect that the other party had such a legendary experience in the second grade. Yvonne shrugged. He felt that there was nothing to brag about during that experience. When dealing with a 5th grade Tom Riddle, he almost overturned his car. It can only be said that he really underestimated him. Just then, Kreaker suddenly grabbed Ivan's corner and asked excitedly. First, sir, have you destroyed what the Dark Lord left behind? Is this true? Chapter 491, Silent Sirius. Of course, what did I lie to you? Yvonne nodded under Kreaker's expectant gaze. The house elf's lips squirmed, and tears filled his big eyes, but it quickly thought of the magic of the locket, and screamed in disbelief. Impossible. Kreaker tried all the methods. Kreaker threw it into the stove, hit it with a hammer, and even the destructive spell couldn't hurt it. I know. The other items left behind by the black magic are the same and need some special means to destroy. Yvonne interrupted Kreaker's words. Of course he knows the indestructible characteristics of Horcruxes, and only a few means such as fierce fire and basilisk fangs can destroy this kind of thing. More importantly, there are many protective magic words engraved on the locket, which should be Slytherin's handwriting. The Horcrux is hidden inside the locket. To destroy this thing, you must be able to open the locket with snakes, or you have to face the protective means left by Slytherin. Yvonne had to sigh. In a sense, Voldemort's protection of Horcruxes is still in place. For example, putting Ravenclaw's crown in the storage room of the Bing house, which is full of debris, is equivalent to throwing a grain of sand into the desert, and the address of this desert is still very secret. Hufflepuff's gold cup is placed in the Gringotts. Obviously, Voldemort is the safest Gringotts in the magic world to help him guard the Horcrux. In the original time and space, it would not be easy to find these Horcruxes one by one if it weren't for Harry's Horcrux sensor. But it is different for myself as an informer. Most of Voldemort's methods are as non-existent in his eyes. Seeing Yvonne so confident, Kreaker believed it a little. Wait, you have confused me. You want to destroy what Regulus left behind. You have to tell me why. Sirius looked at Kreaker and said with a frown. However, this house elf was just talking about Master Regulus asking himself to destroy the locket. Kreaker, what is the order you received? You are not allowed to tell everyone? Or are you not allowed to tell some people? Lupin suddenly thought of some rules for house elves, and asked tentatively. Kreaker looked at Sirius and did not speak, and everyone immediately understood. Sirius, it seems that you need to avoid it. Kreaker's order from Regulus should be that he is not allowed to tell the Black family people about this matter. Yvonne guessed. Sirius is a bit dissatisfied. The person who should know the truth of the matter most is himself, why he has to avoid it. Before Sirius could say something to refute, Yvonne winked at him and spit out the words phantom curse with his mouth. Sirius understood it, and turned away sharply. Can you tell me now? Yvonne waited for a while, thinking that Sirius should have returned, so he looked at Kreaker. Kreaker didn't know the sorrowful operation of Yvonne and the others, and was completely kept in the dark. He thought that Sirius had already left, so he trembled and said what happened that year. Since Sirius abandoned the idea of pure blood and resolutely ran away at the age of 16, his mother was heartbroken, and other pure blood families also gave pointers to the Black family. Regulus chose to join the organization of the Dark Lord and became a glorious Death Eater in order to satisfy his family and restore the reputation of the family. Because the idea of the Dark Lord at that time satisfied all pure blood families, and even some hybrids. After all, wizards have magical powers, they can fool muggles wantonly, but they are forced to hide in the magic world by the Ministry of Magic. This makes many wizards feel dissatisfied. They want to change everything. And the Dark Lord is the hope of change in their eyes. Because Voldemort promised them that after taking charge of the magic world, all wizards can freely use magic, and even directly rule all muggles and muggle offspring. So Regulus also thinks that wizards should rule muggles and agree with Voldemort's ideas. Harry couldn't help but interrupted Kreaker's words. Master Regulus said that the conflict between wizards and muggles will grow in the future. Either muggles are superior to wizards, or wizards are superior to muggles. We can only postpone the arrival of that day, without easing the possibility. Kreaker said with wide eyes, sobbing. How is it possible? We are living well now. Wizards stay in the magic world and have their own way of life. Muggles also have their own survival philosophy. They don't disturb each other. If there is no Voldemort, everyone can live well. Harry retorted. Lupin opened his mouth and stopped talking. Yvonne also tried to refute Kreaker's words, but after thinking about it, he was silent again. Can Muggles and wizards really stay peaceful? Will a wizard who has mastered magical powers be willing to coexist peacefully with ordinary people? No idea of superiority? In contrast, will Muggles allow the danger of wizards www.mtlnovel.com and the minority that can fool and cleanse their memories to exist? Yvonne didn't know the answer, and didn't want to think about it anymore. Kreaker simply took Harry's words as ears, and he continued angrily. Master Regulus is different from that bad boy. He knows exactly what the name Black and his pure blood mean. Obviously, it believed that Sirius also had some responsibilities for Regulus' death. Hearing Kreaker's words, Sirius, who had been hiding in the dark with the phantom charm, was silent. He was refreshed when he ran away from home, but he did forget how much impact he, as the eldest son of the Black family, would make such a decision, and what pressure Regulus, the second son, had to bear. And then? How did he get the locket? What is the use of this thing, and why should I destroy it? Lupin asked. 1 year after Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord. One day, Master Regulus came to visit Kreaker in the kitchen. Said to Kreaker, say. The old house elf screamed. He said the Dark Lord wants a little elf. Voldemort wants an elf? Why? Harry was confused. Lupin is also very strange. Oh, yes. Kreaker's expression looked a bit painful. Master Regulus contributed to Kreaker. This is an honor. Kreaker must follow the arrangement and do something. Kreaker kept shaking his head, even his breathing turned into a sob, but it was slowly repeating his experience. Chapter 492, The Story of Regulus. That day, the Dark Lord took it to a cave by the sea, and took a boat across a large black lake to an island in the middle of the lake. There is a stone basin on the island, full of potions. Black, the Dark Lord ordered Kreaker to drink them all. Kreaker was trembling when he recalled what he said, and his words were a little uncomfortable. Kreaker obeyed the order and drank it. When I drank it, I saw a lot of horrible sights, the internal organs seemed to be on fire. Kreaker called Master Regulus to save him and the mistress, but the Dark Lord just laughed. He forced Kreaker to drink up the potion. He threw a locket into the empty basin, and filled the pot with the potion. Kreaker's words made everyone present chill, and then the house elf cried again and described how painful he was after taking the potion, as if a fire rose from his stomach and dried up every drop of water in the body. Kreaker needs water. It climbed to the edge of the island to drink the water in the black lake. Many hands, dead hands, stretched out from the water and dragged Kreaker down. Clay cut off and recalled his own intermittently. Experience. The corpse under the water should be a corpse. This is a trap carefully arranged by Voldemort to protect the locket. Lupin, the backbone of the Order of the Phoenix, heard Kreaker's words and quickly realized what was going on. But why did Voldemort take such a great effort to hide this thing? Harry said puzzled. This can only show that the locket is very important to Voldemort. Yvonne couldn't clearly say that it was a Horcrux, so he only reminded it roundly. Lupin, Harry, and Sirius hiding in the dark nodded in agreement. The more Voldemort wanted to protect something, the more they wanted to destroy it. No. You just said that you drank the potion and triggered the trap again. How did you escape? Lupin keenly realized what was wrong. Master Regulus said that he wanted Kreaker to go home, so Kreaker went home. Kreaker seemed to be still thinking about the original scene. No matter what Lupin asked, it was just dumbfounded. Lang look. At this time, Yvonne spoke. Kreaker should have escaped using apparition. Voldemort shouldn't leave such obvious flaws. There must be anti-ghosting magic there. Lupin frowned, he didn't believe that man would be so unwise. No. The magic of the elves is different from that of the wizards. It can break through many restrictions. Just like in Hogwarts, the wizards cannot perform apparitions there, but the elves can easily do it. Yvonne explained. It can only be said that Voldemort is too arrogant, or that the wizards are too arrogant, and they simply look down on the lowly house elves, and have never carefully studied the difference between their magic and wizard magic. Makes many places seem to be tightly guarded, but for house elves it is like a sieve. It's possible. Lupin and Sirius in the dark nodded together. The house elves can break through the anti-phantom shift. They also knew for the first time. Voldemort, a self-respecting person, would not even know it. To understand. The house elf Kreaker ignored the people's words, and after a pause, he continued speaking on his own. After returning, Kreaker told Master Regulus. The master was very worried and told Kreaker to hide and not leave the house. After a while, Master Regulus suddenly found Kreaker. That day, Master Regulus behaved strangely, not at all like usual. Kreaker could see that he was in a mess. The young master asked Kreaker to take him to the cave, which is the cave where Kreaker and the Dark Lord went. Kreaker slowly described the passage to everyone, and how it opened the secret entrance of the underground cave, and sailed with Regulus in the boat to the island full of potions. Then he asked you to drink the potion and took out the locket. Lupin frowned, but he felt that things should not be that simple. But Kreaker's next words still exceeded everyone's expectations. No, Master Regulus didn't do that. Kreaker yelled, tears running down the sides of his long nose, and it continued to sobbing. When he got there, the young master took out a locket from his pocket. Like the one of the Dark Lord, he asked Kreaker to hold it. After the stone basin was dry, he replaced the locket and then Regulus drank the potion. Although it was doubtful, Yvonne was quite sure. Lupin and Harry looked at Kreaker in disbelief. The house elf is already in tears, sobbing becomes intermittent, everyone needs to be very careful to understand what it says. Master Regulus ordered Kreaker to leave when he got the things, leave him alone. He told Kreaker to go home, but the Dark Lord's locket must be destroyed. Then he drank the potion www.mtlnovel.com clay cut and replaced the locket, and watched. Master Regulus was dragged underwater, and has been hiding in the dark with the phantom spell. Sirius couldn't help it anymore, he rushed over, grabbed Kreaker's head, pointed at it with his magic wand, and forced him to ask. So you just watched this way? You didn't drink the potion, why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? Sirius' eyes were red, and he shouted hoarsely. Kreaker's eyes widened, and he didn't expect Sirius to be here. It suddenly thought of something. Knowing that it had violated Regulus's order to prohibit it from telling his family about the cave, he screamed. Shut up! As Patriarch Black, I order you to speak out. Why don't you save him? Sirius roared, his voice directly overshadowing Kreaker's screams. There are too many dead people. Kreaker tried his best. Really tried his best. Master Regulus told Kreaker to leave, it can't defy orders. It can only go home. The old house elf could not cry. Excuse. Since you know the existence of the corpse, why don't you just take Regulus away after taking the things? Sirius interrupted Kreaker's words in anger, his eyes getting redder, the pendant box on his right hand clinked, and his wand was shining dangerously. He stared at Kreaker every word. Said. I don't believe that he will drink that potion for your dirty house elf. Chapter 493, Master and Slave. You must have killed him, didn't you? Sirius gritted his teeth, kicked Kreaker to the ground, and yelled with his wand. Eviscerate. The light beam of the spell hit Kreaker's body in just an instant, and the old house elf suddenly let out a scream, trembling and rolling on the ground. No one else in the room expected Sirius's outburst at all. Are you crazy? Sirius. Lupin rushed forward with little hesitation, stopping Sirius who was still thinking about torturing Kreaker. Let go of me, I must teach him a lesson today. Sirius red eyes, angrily about to break free of Lupin's control. Lupin didn't dare to hurt Sirius, so he could only force him by pulling him, but he did not notice that he was hit in the stomach with a heavy punch by Sirius. After getting rid of Lupin, Sirius stepped forward, his eyes flushed, and he waved his wand again at Kreaker and shouted. The body is broken. Accept your weapons. Halfway through the Sirius spell, another voice rang. The scarlet magic beam flashed by, and Sirius' body seemed to have been hit hard. He leaned back and hit the wall next to him. The magic wand in his hand fell out of his hand and fell into Ivan's hand in a whirlpool. Yvonne took the magic wand but didn't dare to neglect the slightest, because Sirius's state at this time was obviously not right. It didn't take long for Yvonne to guess that Sirius was affected by the Horcrux, and immediately shouted to Lu Ping. Quick! Take away the locket in his hand now. Lupin also slowed down at this time, and directly pounced on Sirius to take the Horcrux. But the latter didn't know what was going on, desperately guarding the locket in his hand, the two scrambled together, the locket made a slight noise and fell to the ground. Harry looked at the timing and picked up the Slytherin locket, preparing to throw it backhand to Yvonne. When was about to get out of his hand, Harry stopped abruptly. There was a faint tingling sensation from the scar on the top of his head. The locket in his hand seemed to have some magical power, which made him reluctant to let it go. Fortunately, Yvonne stepped forward and took the Horcrux in time, and Harry was relieved from the weird state just now. Be sober, Harry, are you okay? Yvonne looked at him worriedly. Harry shook his head and said that he had nothing to do except the scar a little bit sore. Then he suddenly thought of Sirius and ran over worriedly. The Horcrux quivered in Ivan's hand. Yvonne vaguely sensed that his brain felt invaded, and subconsciously activated a clumsy. This feeling quickly disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the occupational cerebral technique that has reached the 6th level is still very powerful, and the Horcrux will not have any effect on him. Sirius, who was controlled by Lupin, also returned to normal at this time. He clearly remembered all his actions just now, but he felt so strange. I'm sorry, Lupin, I don't know what happened just now, did it hurt you? Sirius looked at Harry and Yvonne awkwardly, and said to Lupin apologetically. The punch you hit is quite heavy. But I am not so vulnerable. Lupin smiled and said jokingly, not paying attention to the episode just now. Immediately afterwards, Lupin turned his gaze to the Horcrux in Ivan's hand, and continued to speak with certainty. It looks like this locket affected your mood. Sirius and Harry also looked over. Yes. Lupin is right. This thing will affect people's minds. Professor Lockhart was hurt by the same thing last school year. Yvonne explained while playing with the Horcrux in his hand. One sentence. As far as he knew, every Horcrux made by Voldemort possessed the ability to confuse people's minds. Slytherin's locket is inferred based on the time of Regulus' death. It should have been made in the heyday of Voldemort. It was made into a Horcrux. The power is much stronger than the diary and the crown, so it can unknowingly affect its strength. Sirius. Of course, this is also related to serious emotional loss of control after hearing about Regulus's experience. The Horcrux just added to the flames, intensified his emotions and made him go crazy. This thing is too dangerous, we'd better destroy it now. Sirius was very solemn, thinking back to the feeling of all kinds of evil thoughts in his heart just now, and now he is still a little scared. Yvonne nodded. Destroying the Horcrux is not difficult for him, and it is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. But I think you forgot to apologize to the other person. Yvonne didn't act immediately, but looked at Creaker, who fell to the ground and trembling. Creaker is a bad elf, Master Regulus shouldn't have died, Creaker should die. The old house elf shrank in the corner very humbly www.ndlenovel.com, muttering to himself, tears and snot flowed down continuously, looking very pitiful. You mean you want me to apologize to Creaker? Sirius frowned, reluctantly. Sirius, I also think you should apologize, you could almost kill it just now. Harry said to help. He looked at the poor house elf who fell on the ground, feeling a little sympathetic, and continued. Creaker did nothing wrong, did he? It has tried its best and can only obey Regulus' orders. It is a great house elf. Come on, you probably forgot how it called you before. Sirius curled his lips, and his gaze at Creaker still revealed a little dissatisfaction. Sirius really didn't understand why Regulus chose to drink that kind of potion by himself. Obviously Creaker could replace it, just be careful not to wake up the corpses. So there are still some complaints about this house-raised elf Sirius, thinking that it has not protected his brother. Yvonne shook his head secretly. Of course he could guess some of Sirius' thoughts. More importantly, he could see the humble status of the house elves from Sirius's reaction. Sirius was willing to apologize to Lupin for the first time, but he was unwilling to do the same to Creaker, who was almost killed by himself. This is not about his character, but the influence of years of lessons has unknowingly shaped the concept of most wizards. In their eyes, house elves are like slaves and can be killed at will. How can you apologize to slaves as a master? Chapter 494, Destroy the Fourth Horcrux. Thinking of this, Yvonne sighed, but said forcefully. Creaker does disrespect us, so you will order it to apologize to us later, but you have to apologize to it. Harry looked at Sirius very seriously. Lupin hesitated for a while, and then offered a few words of persuasion. Okay, all right, I apologize. Sirius really couldn't help them, so he turned his head and looked at Creaker. This house elf also heard the conversation of Yvonne and others, with a look of panic, shock, and disbelief on his face. No, the master shouldn't apologize to Creaker. Creaker did not protect Master Regulus, it was Creaker's fault, and it must be punished. Creaker let out a fierce scream. It went crazy looking for things around it that could punish itself, and finally grabbed a broken chair leg and beat at its head. Bad Creaker, bad slave, bad Creaker. Creaker screamed as he harmed himself. Don't do this. Creaker. You are not wrong, Sirius almost killed you, he should apologize to you. Harry grabbed the leg of the chair and said, pulling Creaker's wrist. But the house elf ignored Harry's words and almost scratched him, still chanting bad Creaker and bad slave in his mouth. Look. I want to apologize. Sirius shrugged. He had anticipated this situation, so he quickly explained. If I really apologized to him just now, he would be ashamed to commit suicide. Harry opened his mouth, trying to argue, but when he saw Creaker, who was terrified, he shut up, feeling very uncomfortable, feeling both pitiful and annoying. Yvonne was also watching this scene, shaking his head secretly. The sorcerers have become a habit of enslaving and oppressing house elves for hundreds of years, and they have been domesticated as a concept, deeply carved in their minds. Even they have given up the idea of resistance, who can help them? But soon, Yvonne felt that he took it for granted again. The wizard is the absolute master of the magic world. The house elves who have been dispersed and enslaved, even if they resist, will not help. They will not pose any threat to the rule of the wizard, but will be retaliated by slaughter. Unless all magical creatures such as fairies, horsemen, and merfolk resist together, it is possible to shake the authority of the wizard. Okay, let's not talk about this. Yvonne, didn't you say that you can destroy this locket? Lupin on the side took the initiative to calm the atmosphere, and turned his words to the Horcrux. Yvonne nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he waved his wand and pointed to the stairs. The suitcase is coming. Under the call of the flying curse, there was a sudden noise from upstairs. After a while, a small suitcase flew over and fell in front of everyone. Yvonne solemnly opened the suitcase, took out a small box, and then opened the small box, revealing the 5 bottles of reagents inside. The dark liquid filled with a dangerous breath. What the is this, need to hide so tightly? Sirius asked in a speechless voice. Poison. To be precise, it is a powerful snake venom. It is more dangerous and precious, I got it by accident. Yvonne casually explained. The bottle contains the venom of the basilisk, which he extracted from the snake's teeth, which can corrode the soul and cause damage to the Voldemort Horcrux. This layer of protection is to prevent the bottle from being broken, and the snake venom seeps out and hurts himself. He doesn't want his skin to come into contact with this kind of thing. Yvonne is also a little helpless thinking of here, the fiery ring that Asia gave him before has been used up, otherwise there is no need to carry such dangerous goods. At least fix the ring? It's not impossible, just learn the fierce fire curse, but if he knows how to fierce the fire curse, what does he need this ring for? Yvonne put the Slytherin locket on a side table, twisted the lid of the reagent, and lightly spoke the snake language. Hiss. Contains magical sounds, vibrating at a strange frequency, and the closed locket opened slowly. Is engraved with a large number of fine lines inside, and there is a live eye blinking in each of the 2 grooves on the top of the lid. It is black and bright, and it is exactly the same as the eye of Tom Riddle that Yvonne has seen. Buzz. The Horcrux placed on the table by Yvonne made his final struggle, and a large amount of black mist poured out from the locket and filled the entire living room. Yvonne once again felt that his brain was being invaded, and the feeling was very strong, as if someone hit his head fiercely with an awl, trying to break his head open. Yvonne started occultation to resist. Perhaps perceiving that this is useless, a voice hissed from the Horcrux. I know you, Yvonne Halls. I see your ambition, only if I can bring you strength, we are all the same. After the sound fell, the black mist suddenly surged. Many familiar figures such as Aisha, Hermione, Luna, Hagrid, etc. appeared in the dark mist and stopped in front of Yvonne. You have to believe him, he can help you. Black Mist Hermione said in a gloomy voice. Yes, www.mtlnovel.com come to our side, they are the enemy. Aisha said gently. It's too late to look back now, Luna's smile looked a little strange. Everyone in the black mist was talking non-stop, but the voice was not pleasant to the ears, but the hoarse tone. Then another figure emerged from the black fog. It was Dumbledore. With his hideous face, he shot beams of light with his wand, slaughtering Asia and the others wantonly. The latter fell to the ground in despair, until another dark mist version of Yvonne appeared behind Dumbledore and killed Dumbledore with an extremely powerful spell, while the Slytherin's was hung on his chest. Locket. A large number of black flowers slowly fell from mid-air, and a large number of people appeared around. Even the Minister of Magic Fudge was crawling in front of him, praising the new master of the magic world with a hoarse voice. It's an old-fashioned drama, do you only have this trick? That really disappointed me. Yvonne smiled disdainfully. He knew that the Horcrux must have read the memories of Harry and the others, and then he temporarily constructed such a scene with his brain in an attempt to shake his belief. The evidence is that the other party was unable to show Fern, Walker and other werewolves, because Harry, Sirius, and others had never seen them at all. So Horcrux didn't know that it was meaningless to use Dumbledore to threaten oneself, because the old professor was caught by another Horcrux's conspiracy and it would not last long. Yvonne stepped directly into the black mist without changing his face, and according to his memory, he sprinkled the snake venom onto the empty space. Chapter 495, Secret of the Dark Lord. Do not. A harsh scream came out from the clearing, and all the figures in the black mist rushed towards Yvonne with distorted faces, and wrapped them around Asia, Hermione, Luna, and others who had fallen on the ground and had not disappeared. It's just that their faces are terrible now, their expressions are all twisted together, and black mist is gushing out of their eyes and mouths. Hush and guard. Yvonne quickly drew out his wand, and the flashing white light directly tore through the black fog. As soon as the black shadows rushed in front of him, they melted and collapsed in the dazzling white light, and the screams also stopped. Everything around was restored to its original state, and Harry, Sirius, and Lupin were standing not far from him. The Horcrux on the table became dim, and many fine cracks appeared inside the locket. Yvonne stepped forward and picked it up and looked at it, only to find that the thing had been damaged. Yvonne sighed, Voldemort's remnant soul was so deeply involved with this magic item that it was inevitably damaged when the remnant soul was destroyed. What's the matter with the black fog just now? I suddenly can't see anything. Harry didn't figure out what was happening, and looked at Yvonne blankly. Don't worry, the fog is the ghost of this thing, and now I have destroyed it. Yvonne shook the locket in his hand, and then asked Harry and others to look in the dark fog. What has arrived? The three of them shook their heads, saying that they were trapped in a dark space, with nothing but black fog. Yvonne immediately understood that Horcrux was using most of his power against himself, and apart from reading some memories of Harry and others, he did not specifically target them. Sirius, can this locket let me study for a while? Yvonne looked at Sirius and said. Although the locket had been broken, it was Slytherin's thing, maybe something could be researched out. You're welcome, I'll send you directly. Sirius waved his hand, not caring about the locket that looked like an antique at all. Plus this thing was destroyed by Yvonne. He hasn't thanked Yvonne for Regulus yet. But... Yvonne, you used snake language when you opened this locket just now. Sirius suddenly thought of Ivan's weird notes to the locket, and he hesitated to ask. Well, I specially asked someone to learn it last school year. To be honest, it's not very difficult. Many people can learn it. Yvonne looked away from the locket, thinking that Sirius was really making a fuss, so he turned his head to look at Harry, and continued to speak. Are you right? Harry. Ah, that's right, I can speak snakes too. Harry hesitated and nodded. He can communicate with snakes, so it should be considered snake language. Sirius and Lu Pianyang looked at each other. Snake language is a rare talent. It is usually linked to the dark wizard in rumors. When has it become a popular item? Can I still learn this stuff? I heard that Professor Dumbledore can speak snake language. So your concept is too old. It's like Sirius, your family, although there are many bastards, but there are you and Regulus as justice. Isn't that the person? Yvonne explained again, eliminating their doubts. Sirius and Lupin smiled bitterly, not knowing how to refute them. Creaker, who had also been relieved from the dark fog, was staring at the cracked locket in Ivan's hand, screaming excitedly. Sir! You destroyed it, my god, you actually destroyed it! Creaker! Creaker finally did what Master Regulus asked. The old house elf trembling, big tears kept sliding down from the corners of the eyes, dripping to the ground. Thank you so much, sir! Creaker was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He stretched out his dirty hands that wiped his nose and tears, and wanted to hug Ivan's thigh, but Yvonne avoided him. Come! Sirius hurriedly ordered Creaker to stand still, and after the house elf's mood eased a little, he interrogated. Creaker, I want to know more about Regulus, and what happened at home after I left? Creaker sniffed and talked intermittently, talking about how sad the hostess and other members of the family were after Sirius left home. Hey, they will be sad? Come on, it should be sad. After I ran away, the impact on the reputation of the Black family was almost the same. Don't think that I don't know that my mother has removed me from the family tree. Sirius disdainfully pouted. Creaker glared at him with light bulb-sized eyes, but in the end he flattened his mouth and continued talking about what happened after that. Not long after Sirius left home, the power of the Dark Lord grew stronger and stronger. This attracted the attention of the Black family. The hostess expressed great appreciation for the idea proposed by the Dark Lord, so she provided a lot of funds to fund Voldemort's formation of power. Bellatrix joined the Death Eaters after that, and the rest of the Black family also participated, and finally Regulus. Master Regulus was so happy at that time, because the Dark Lord liked him very much and regarded him as his right-hand man, but that should be the case. Which wizard can be as good as Master Regulus? Here, Creaker is very proud. Sirius poured cold water on it. That's just because Voldemort wants to win over the Black family and continue to be his capital pool. Sirius sees it very clearly, and he also knows his brother's ability and talent. www.mentalnovel.com. By no means will Voldemort pay attention to it. So what the other party really wants is sufficient funds and the impact of bringing Regulus Black, the heir to the oldest wizard family, into his command. Sirius, you should not say a few words. When will you interrupt Creaker to finish? Yvonne rolled his eyes and everyone was dead. What else did you do to correct these minutiae? Well, from now on, I will try not to speak as much as possible. Sirius shrugged, then looked at Creaker and said. Quickly skip these useless ones. You haven't told us yet, why did Regulus choose to betray Voldemort in the end? Creaker shook his head blankly. It didn't know why Regulus made such a change, but he still tried his best to remember. 1 year after joining the Death Eaters, the young master has changed, not as happy as before. He often whispers to Creaker, because Creaker is a trusted house elf. Master Regulus said that the Dark Lord had to do something different from what he thought, and he might have done something wrong. Then after a while, the Dark Lord personally invited Master Regulus. After that, the little master stayed in the library all day and turned the book, and did not come out for several days. The library was turned over in a mess, and Creaker had to sort it out every day. And for several days, Master Regulus didn't have a good meal. Until the 6th night, he walked out of the library with excitement and said that he had figured out the secret of the Dark Lord. Creaker recalled. Said intermittently. Chapter 496, Cutting-Edge Black Magic Decryption. The Secret of the Dark Lord. Sirius was surprised. He suddenly realized that Regulus' death might have something to do with this, so he hurriedly asked. What secret, did Regulus tell you? Master Regulus didn't tell Creaker. The old house elf shook his head. Creaker only knew that after that the Dark Lord would ask Master Regulus for a house elf. It seems to be related to this locket. Lupin said affirmatively. Regulus is willing to destroy this thing with his life, which shows that this is very important. Yvonne understands that Regulus should be referring to the mystery of Voldemort's immortality Horcrux. From this, it can be inferred that there must be a record of Horcruxes in the Black family's library. Regulus probably had a little impression after reading related books a few years ago, and then he happened to be there when Voldemort killed people and made the Horcrux, or Voldemort showed up in other places. In short, Regulus had some guesses in his heart, so he went back to the library to look through the books, looking for more information. Thinking of this, Yvonne turned to look at Creaker and asked. Creaker, do you remember that Regulus read those books? The house elf shook his head again. The pile of books that Master Regulus had read in the past few days was higher than it, and it has been more than 10 years since it can't remember it clearly. Don't we know if we go directly to the library to find it? Lupin suggested that they only need to do what Regulus once did. That's right. But you have to be prepared, there may be a lot of books there. Sirius said. Many? How much can there be? Yvonne really didn't have a concept in his mind. He had read several books in the library, and no matter how much he could compare to Hogwarts. But when Sirius took them into the underground library, everyone was shocked. There are too many books here, too. Yvonne looked around and couldn't help but stunned. The entire library is like a square, rows of bookshelves are neatly arranged, and you can't see the end at a glance. Just because it hasn't been taken care of for a long time, it is covered with dust, and some close bookshelves are even connected with spider webs. This is all the books that Black has accumulated for thousands of years. Sirius explained with a smile, and there was some pride in the words. I am afraid that no family in England has more books than the Black family. But if we were to find one by one, when would we find it? Harry asked a very embarrassing question. Sirius's smile stuck to his face. Fortunately, although Creaker does not remember every book Regulus has read, he still has some impression of the area where Regulus once stayed, which directly narrowed the scope of the search. After determining the approximate range, everyone split up to search. Yvonne found a bookshelf casually, scanned the name of each book, knew that he was related to Horcrux, and only needed to find books related to soul and advanced dark magic. But Yvonne is also a little helpless. He knows everything, but he has to pretend to be ignorant. If it weren't for his good acting skills, I'm afraid he would have revealed the bottom. I can take the opportunity to bring the Horcrux thing to the table, so as not to have to lie every time I face this problem. Yvonne scanned the collection of books in the bookshelf, pulled out a few books from time to time and opened them, and found that there were no records of Horcruxes and put them back. Just walked all the way to the end, Yvonne unexpectedly saw that a magic book was not put back in the bookshelf, but just leaned against the corner of the bookshelf. There is some dust on the writing, and I can only vaguely see the picture on the cover and a few intermittent words. Yvonne couldn't help but feel a little familiar. After picking up the book with his hands, the touch proved this point even more. The cover feels different from other books, a bit like touching the skin. Yvonne gently blew off the dust on it, and the cover of the book gradually appeared, and it read Cutting-Edge Black Magic Decryption. Looking at the title of the book on the cover, Ivan's pupils shrink slightly. He hasn't forgotten that when he was in the first grade, he found exactly the same book in Hogwarts' Forbidden Area. At that time, my own strength was not enough. I couldn't crack the magic above. I was busy looking for the origin of blood, so I didn't have time to check it. I waited until the second grade. Yvonne thought he could break the protection. When watching the decryption of cutting-edge black magic, the book disappeared. He rummaged through the entire restricted book area and couldn't find it. There is a high probability that Dumbledore hid it, but I didn't expect that there was a copy here. But that's right. As the oldest wizard family in the British magical world, the Black family mostly prefers dark wizards. It is normal to have such a high-end dark magic collection. Regulus probably also learned the mystery of Horcrux through this book. Yvonne recalled the protective mechanism he encountered when he opened the book, and then gently touched the cover of the book with his hand, sensing the movement of the magic power www.ndlenovel.com and found it in a few seconds. Where the node is located. The curse stops. Ivan put his wand on the note and input magic power. The title text on the cover slowly brightened, and then gradually dimmed after a while. Soon, Ivan felt that the book in his hand trembled as if it had a life, and he opened it automatically. The difference is that this time there was no black mist or human face, and there was no scream that seemed to hit the soul. Ivan curled up the corners of his mouth, and then began to open the contents of the book. However, after turning over a few pages, Ivan's face became very serious, and only a chill came to his heart. Vicious curses, cruel sacrifices, self-harming black magic. The content recorded in the books is creepy. In summary, it is harming others and self. After Ivan finished half of the book, only this idea was left in his mind. At the same time, he also understood why the mediocre Pettigrew Peter could blow up a street with a thunderbolt explosion. Peter Pettigrew uses a black magic that relies on self-harm to amplify the power of the spell. The more painful he is, the more damage he suffers, and the stronger the spell bursts out. This is just a finger as a price, what if it is the whole arm or a leg? Ivan can't imagine how much the power of magic will increase. Of course, it is not a good thing that the power of a spell is too strong. Once the caster can't control it, the magic will backfire the caster. There are countless sorcerers who have died because of this. Basically every few years, you can hear someone killed or injured by their own magic. Chapter 497, Luo Curse. The only thing that makes Ivan feel a little strange is how the Pettigrew learns this deep black magic. The wizard family where the little dwarf is located is ordinary, and does not know the secrets of the Horcrux. Obviously, it was not learned through this decryption of advanced black magic. It is most likely that Voldemort rewarded Peter Pettigrew in recognition of his merits. Because at the end of the first grade, when Voldemort was possessing Chino, he used similar methods to increase his combat power. Ivan still remembers this. However, Ivan is not very interested in this powerful black magic. Relying on self-mutilation to gain strength is undoubtedly pushing himself into the abyss step by step. So just after a few glances and getting a general idea, Ivan began to look at other content. There are many black magics recorded in the decryption of advanced black magic, and there are many practical ones. For example, there is a certain contract magic that connects the lives of two people and divides the magic power equally, but the conditions for achieving it are too harsh, and one of them dies, the other has to die. Even the 3 legendary unforgivable curses have detailed records in it. Although Ivan was a little worried that the learning of black magic would affect his mind, he finally wrote down how to use them one by one. After all, these are very practical magic, and powerful wizards are basically. I just turned over while recording, and Ivan soon found the pages where the Horcrux was recorded. The author of the book is very fanatical in describing the Horcrux as the mystery of immortality, a bridge to eternal life. Ivan sneered at this. Although the number of dark wizards who have made Horcruxes from ancient times to the present is rare, they are not uncommon. There are also several well-known dark wizards recorded in books, and I have never heard of which one has survived. Of course, this is not to say that Horcruxes are useless. Just look at Voldemort, who is like Xiaoqiang after the Horcrux is made. It is good to save your life. There are few ways to avoid death. This is a bit like the phylogeny of the Lich in myths and legends, but it is much weaker in comparison, because after death, it can only wander in the world like a ghost. At the same time, the method of making Horcruxes and the corresponding spells are also recorded in the decryption of advanced black magic. The most critical step is to split the soul, which requires the murder of other people as a prerequisite, and the process of splitting the soul is extremely painful and unbearable. Once it succeeds, you need to put a part of the divided soul into an item and seal it up. Any item can be used, even a stone. As long as it is made into a Horcrux, this thing will become the most evil in the world. Black magic items. The power of the average wizard soul is limited, and one split is already the limit. As for what happens to multiple splits, there is no clear record in the book. But I think about it, which fool would split his soul 6 or 7 times like Voldemort, and it is enough to make a rigorous point of the Horcrux to save his life. Even if I feel unsafe, I will make 2 at most, because splitting the soul is very painful according to the above description. Or to say that Voldemort is mentally abnormal. In fact, I really enjoy this feeling of splitting the soul. I am addicted to tearing it. Ivan felt unlikely, and didn't think too much, turned the book to the next page, and was attracted by another curse recorded on it. Fighting Fire Curse. Ivan was very surprised, this was the dark magic he had always wanted to learn. If it were not for the fact that there were not many black magic books that recorded Luo Curse, Asia would not teach herself, and it would not be delayed until now. After scanning the introduction about the Fierce Fire Curse, Ivan suddenly understood Asia's concerns, because this is a very special and powerful black magic. Does not need a spell when it is released, but it needs to rise up and destroy all emotions, release the desire for inner destruction, and transform it into a substantial flame, swallowing everything around. What shocked Ivan the most was that Li Huo would continue to proliferate itself, using everything that can be burned as nourishment, and continue to expand until there is nothing to burn. And it cannot be wiped out by ordinary means. Once it loses control, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing this, Yvonne couldn't help but think of Malfoy's follower Ben Crabbe in the original time and space, and actually dared to release a fierce fire curse in the storage room of the House of Request. Now I want to come, this is also a talent, if you know that there is a whole house of magic items as fuel, it would be if Crabbe's strength can control the fierce fire. Just when Yvonne was recording black magic, Harry, who was looking for books on the other shelf, noticed Ivan's anomaly. Yvonne, did you find anything? I think you have been holding this book for a long time. Harry walked over and asked curiously. Hearing Harry's voice, Yvonne recovered from the state of being immersed in learning. He turned a few pages without changing his face, turned back to the page where the Horcrux was recorded, and then spoke. Yes, www.mtlnovel.com, that's right. I have found the secret, Regulus said. The voice of Yvonne and Harry's conversation echoed in the closed library. Sirius and Lupin not far away rushed over soon after hearing it. Yvonne, what did you find the secret referring to? Sirius hurriedly asked. Yvonne was not explaining, but handed over the opened cutting-edge black magic decryption. Sirius reached out and took a closer look. Harry and Lupin also curiously leaned over. The more I looked at the few people, the more I was shocked. After reading all the introductions about Horcruxes, Sirius and others felt a chill in their backs. So that locket is Voldemort's Horcrux. Lu Ping breathed out slowly, it was the first time he knew of such evil magic. No wonder Voldemort just lost his power after that night and didn't completely die. Sirius was shocked, but also excited. Because they finally solved the mystery of Voldemort's immortality. Regulus is willing to sacrifice himself, it should be to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, so that Voldemort can die completely when he is defeated one day. Harry thought of what Kreaker had said before. Said with emotion. Obviously, he realized that he was following the wrong person and wanted to make up for this mistake, so he made this choice. Lu Ping also sighed, then turned to look at Sirius and said with admiration. But your brother is really amazing. He successfully lied to the Dark Lord and made the Dark Lord think that he was very loyal, so he would ask him for a house elf. Chapter 498, When did the Dark Lord look like a normal person? Sirius was silent for a long time, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, the emotions he had suppressed for many years burst out. While everyone was not paying attention, Sirius tilted his head and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Regulus' death was great, and he gave them a chance to end Voldemort in exchange for a little choked. I have misunderstood him all these years. Or maybe I never really understood him. Kreaker, the house elf on the side, was crying. After a while, feeling a bit heavy, Lupin hurriedly changed the subject. Now that we have destroyed the Horcrux, which means that Voldemort has no immortality, we will be able to kill him completely when we meet next time. Yes. We can tell Professor Dumbledore about this, and he will be very happy. Harry said. I guess Professor Dumbledore should have known about Horcruxes a long time ago. It might not be so easy to eliminate Voldemort. Yvonne looked at the fighting spirit Harry and the others and shattered their illusions. Why do you say that? Lupin frowned, looking at Yvonne in confusion. I should have told you that at the end of the second year, I destroyed two similar things at Hogwarts. Yvonne reminded. So Voldemort has more than one Horcrux. Lupin realized this immediately, with a look of consternation on his face. Sirius couldn't help but speak. Is he crazy? Normal people would cut his soul into so many pieces. This legend of advanced black magic is very clear, splitting the soul is an extremely evil thing, and it is accompanied by indescribable pain. Now as far as they know, there are only 3 Horcruxes that have been destroyed. I don't know how many of them have not been destroyed. When did you have the illusion that the Black Devil's head is a normal person? Yvonne shrugged and vomited. He had seen Voldemort when he was in 5th grade. It's a pity, what a handsome face, even if it's not as good as myself, it's not far away. If you change to yourself, you must be reluctant to disfigure your face in order to improve your strength. Thinking of this, Yvonne couldn't help but shook his head, and by the way, he repeated the conversation with Dumbledore after he came out of the secret room last school year. I think at that time, Professor Dumbledore obviously saw the details of the diary and the crown, so he praised Tom as the best student ever at Hogwarts. At the beginning I didn't quite understand the meaning of the professor's words, but now I understand a little bit. Yvonne said half-truth and half-fake his inferences, and gave Harry a blind eye. 4 of Voldemort's Horcruxes have now been destroyed. Except for the Hufflepuff Golden Cup placed in the Gringotts and the Serpent Nagini that has not yet been manufactured, only Harry is left. This is also the trickiest one of all Horcruxes. Because Harry is not an enemy, but one of his best friends, Yvonne has not been so cruel to achieve his goal by any means. After all, Harry had never apologized for him, and sometimes Yvonne was ashamed of being generous. He still remembered that when he first met in the 1st grade, he was short of money to buy the relevant materials for the blood fusion potion, and Harry was willing to borrow a dozen Jinjialong to help him through the difficulties. Even after being declined by myself, I still kept it in my heart, so that I gave me 10 gold gallons as Christmas gifts on Christmas Day. This school year, he also relied on the invisibility cloak borrowed from Harry to easily solve Bach and the black-robed wizards. Yvonne couldn't do this kind of revenge, so he could only hope that Dumbledore could think of a solution. Although Sirius and Lupin didn't know this, they were also worried when they learned that Voldemort had multiple Horcruxes. Horcruxes can be anything, or they can be hidden anywhere, even the number is uncertain. Finding these Horcruxes and destroying one of them is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, they felt weak. Actually, we can think about it from another angle, at least we are one step closer to success, aren't we? Harry said suddenly. Harry's words awakened Lupin and Sirius, who were in a pessimistic mood, and cheered them up again. You are right, Harry. At least we now know the secret of Voldemort's immortality and destroyed a few Horcruxes, and we are very close to success. Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder with emotion. Lupin laughed, too, and they all managed to overcome the difficult days when Voldemort was overpowering the magic world. Now Voldemort was just lingering in the dark and could only sit and watch them destroy the Horcrux one by one. The situation was already very favorable. Creaker, do you remember how to go to that place? I mean the place where Regulus obtained this Horcrux. Sirius hesitated, and finally looked at Creaker and asked. Of course, Creaker. Creaker will never forget. The old house elf trembling, choked. Ever since he witnessed Regulus being dragged into the lake by one hand, this scene was accompanied by remorse deeply engraved in Creaker's mind, which would emerge as soon as he closed his eyes. Sirius, what do you ask this for? The Horcrux has been taken out by Regulus. Yvonne frowned. I want to bring back Regulus' body. Sirius sighed. Do you know the risks of doing this? What if he has been assimilated into a corpse? Yvonne did not agree with Xiao Tianran's idea. www.mdlnovel.com. If Regulus's soul is here, I certainly don't want them to take risks for a corpse. Then even more so. The soul of the person who is made into a corpse will never be redeemed. In short, I can't let him stay in that place. Sirius said firmly. When he learned that Regulus was immersed in the cold lake alone, with countless corpses, Sirius's heart was in torment. Recovering Regulus' body was the only thing he could do for this younger brother. Yvonne shook his head helplessly. There is another possibility he couldn't bear to mention, that is, Regulus might be torn into pieces by the corpse, maybe the bones have been soaked. However, thinking about it from another angle, Yvonne also couldn't tolerate the desecration of the corpse of his relatives, so he didn't say any more to persuade him, but made an idea. In that case, let's inform Professor Dumbledore. If you really want Regulus to rest. Or do you expect us to handle a pool of corpses? Chapter 499, Yvonne, no one knows the Dark Lord better than me. Sirius didn't want to trouble Dumbledore because of his personal affairs, but Ivan's words made him unable to refute, so he hesitated for a while. Yvonne is right, this matter is very dangerous, we may not be able to solve it, and if one of Voldemort's Horcruxes is destroyed, he must be notified. Lupin said help. Okay, I'm going to Hogwarts now. Sirius exhaled. Now that he made up his mind, Sirius didn't hesitate to do so, but disappeared in the same place after performing apparition. About half an hour later, Sirius' figure appeared in the underground library again, his brows frowned and his expression very ugly. How is it? Did Professor Dumbledore agree? Harry hurriedly asked. I can't find where Principal Dumbledore is. He doesn't seem to be in school, and no professor knows where he is going. Sirius replied helplessly. Why is it so coincidental? Yvonne was a little surprised, but soon figured it out. As the principal, Dumbledore is not idle all day long without anything to do. It is impossible to spend the entire summer to fish in Hogwarts. In addition, there is not much time for the Horcruxes to calculate, I am afraid that it will be a day. Don't dare to waste. Maybe it's in Moody's home to persuade him to become the new defense against the dark arts class professor. It is also possible that the Ministry of Magic is discussing the upcoming Triwizard Tournament this year. Then what shall we do now? Are you here waiting for Professor Dumbledore to come back? Harry suddenly had no idea. However, Sirius didn't want to wait for a moment. Endless regrets scratched his heart like a brush. He looked at the house elf next to him and said straightforwardly. No. I don't have the patience to wait, what if Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts all summer? So I plan to go there to see the situation with Creaker and talk. You plan to go alone, what are you kidding? Lupin interrupted Sirius excitedly. Listen to me. Remus. I don't want you to take risks because of my personal affairs. Sirius said solemnly, and then pretended to be relaxed and continued. Have you forgotten? Just now Creaker said very clearly that the house elves can perform apparitions in that place without restriction, and I don't need to drink the potion, so there is no danger in being able to come back at any time. And then? How are you going to fish out Regulus' corpse from the cold bottom of the lake? Blessed head curse to dive into the lake. Lupin said sarcastically. Sirius choked immediately. He was right to think so. But instead of jumping off recklessly, he used a potion to put himself into a half-dead state, so as to trick the corpse into salvaging Regulus' corpse. Is a little bit more risky. Once discovered by a corpse in the lake, the consequences would be disastrous. So Sirius doesn't want Lupin to follow his own adventure. You need my help, Sirius. We are best friends, aren't we? Lupin looked at him firmly. Sirius and Lupin stood in a stalemate for a long time, and finally defeated, and said with a wry smile. Well, my friend, if you insist on thinking so. Seeing Sirius and Lupin, Ivan seemed to have reached a consensus, and for a while, he didn't know what to say. They are so courageous. The trap set by the Dark Lord himself, Dumbledore almost couldn't return with Harry, let alone them. Even if you don't drink potions, you can avoid the most dangerous traps, but a large number of corpses is a huge trouble. Ivan doubted whether they could pass the protective measures set by Voldemort and whether they could lift the boat in the lake. With Sirius and Lupin, they want to fish out Regulus's body, it is really hanging, and it is almost impossible to return. Thinking of this, Ivan said to the two of them. If you must go there, how about taking me with you? Never. Sirius shook his head without hesitation, and said with earnest consolation. You are different from us, you are still young, you shouldn't take risks. Sirius is right. Although your strength is far surpassed by your peers, you may surpass me in the use of some magic, but after all, you have insufficient experience with enemies and no experience in dealing with corpses. Liu Ping is also polite. Persuade. They were ready to die there this time, but Ivan was only 13 or 14 years old this year, so there was really no need to accompany them to such a dangerous place. Ivan hesitated to speak and stopped. In fact, no matter how many corpses there is no danger to him. Because he has merged with Bogut's blood not long ago, he can completely become a corpse and mix in it, even if it is seen through, it doesn't matter, just become a basilisk and kill it. He has personally tried it. The thick skin of the basilisk is very hard. Only a powerful curse similar to Shenfeng Wuying can break the defense, not those corpses that can be scratched. No matter how bad it is, it can become an owl and fly in the air. Anyway, those corpses have no means to counter the air. It's just that bloodline magic is an inconvenient whole card www.mtlnovel.com, so Ivan is not easy to explain this. After thinking about it, he can only say it very hard. Professor Lupin, you really underestimate me. You know, I defeated the Dark Lord twice and destroyed 3 dangerous Horcruxes in a row. If you talk about the means of countering the Dark Lord, I'm afraid you two will add not as good as me together. Harry nodded, and in order to testify to Ivan, he possessed Voldemort in Kino when he was in the 1st grade. He wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but was eventually defeated by Ivan. There is also Professor Lockhart, who was bewildered by Horcrux in the 2nd grade. I also noticed his abnormality and picked him out. I had a fight with the 5th grade Black Demon and destroyed the imminent resurrection. That Horcrux. Ivan also mentioned a little about his accomplishments. Although Ivan felt that these were things from the past, and winning was not very glorious, Lupin and Sirius didn't know the details, and they were completely shocked. Ivan had of course heard of 2 defense against the dark arts professors, but it was the first time they knew the hidden information. Have you really beaten Voldemort? Or twice? It took a while for Sirius to recover from the shocking news. As members of the Order of the Phoenix who experienced the last Wizarding War, Sirius and Lupin are very aware of the horror of the Dark Lord. They even had the honor to face Voldemort several times. The man just stood there, the vast magic power could suppress them out of breath. It has been so many years since Voldemort was dead, but most wizards in the magical world still dare not call his name directly to get some clues. Chapter 500, Ivan, I'm sorry, I'm not a normal person. So both Sirius and Lupin felt unbelievable after hearing the news. Of course. But to be precise, I just defeated the remnants of the Dark Lord's soul and those haunting Horcruxes. Ivan explained. He was not so big that he thought he could defeat Voldemort, he could only say that relying on the plot, he bullied the Dark Lord who had lost most of his power. Don't belittle yourself, it's already amazing. I can't imagine that you could do these things when you just enrolled in school 2 years ago. Lupin said with emotion. Sirius was caught in hesitation. Although he knew Ivan's abilities were outstanding, but Ivan's age was so confusing that he couldn't persuade himself to let a little devil follow him to do such a dangerous thing. If you are worried about my safety, you don't have to. I have enough ability to protect myself. Those corpses are not a threat to me. Instead, you should be worried. Ivan talked freely. He was so concerned about this matter. Not only was he worried about Sirius and Lupin's safety, but more importantly, he suspected that Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts during the summer vacation and was investigating Horcrux. Maybe the target is the replaced Slytherin locket in the cave. Yvonne doesn't want to hear about Dumbledore's death when the school starts next year. He is too weak now, and the magical world cannot do without the protection of the old professor. So it is necessary to go to that place to check. As for my strength, you should know Sirius very well, don't forget who caught you in the first place. Seeing Sirius's delay in answering, Yvonne couldn't help but spurn him. Is there anything like this? Sirius, this is the first time I know that you have lost to a child. Lupin turned to look at Sirius and said jokingly. That's because I escaped from Azkaban. I was hungry for several days and didn't have a magic wand. Otherwise, I wouldn't lose. Sirius's face turned black, and he defended strongly. But when I recalled the scenes in my mind, Sirius felt a bit wicked. Disguised as a dog with animagus, even the patrolling aura couldn't find it, but was picked out by a 12-year-old kid. Where is the reason? In addition, Ivan's magic that can petrify people by looking at each other has always been fresh in his memory. It is simply powerful and unreasonable. Once he looks at each other, he can only be slaughtered. But sighing with emotion does not mean giving in. He always believes that it is best not to involve children in these dangerous things. Thinking of this, Sirius sighed, looked at Yvonne and said. Well, if you are so confident, then we will have another match. If you can defeat me, I will agree to your participation in this action. Otherwise you have to stay here obediently, waiting for us to come back. Sirius is not completely sure of winning, but he still wants to prevent Yvonne from participating in this action. If he could avoid looking at each other in battle, he wondered that his odds of winning would be quite high. Yes, when do we start? Yvonne agreed without hesitation, even a little eager to try. Since this school year, his strength has improved a lot. Xingzhou does not have a suitable object to measure his level. Seeing how easy Yvonne had promised, Sirius couldn't help feeling like he was underestimated, and even took everyone to the training room of Black House. After pushing a door open and entering, Yvonne found that it was very wide, as big as a small stadium. All kinds of human-shaped targets are placed around, and the table is neatly stacked with many magic books, which can be consulted at any time. Sirius is also very proud to tell him that all the targets here are magically applied and will automatically evade an attack. It was here that he had practiced duel skills far surpassing his peers in his school days. How about it? It's too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, you might have to suffer a bit. Sirius raised his brows and looked at Yvonne and asked. Yvonne was too lazy to answer, and he drew a distance from Sirius and drew out his wand. Sirius immediately understood Ivan's meaning, and took out his wand. Lupin, as the referee, took Harry a little further away, and then motioned for the two to bow to their opponent in accordance with the etiquette of the duel. Forget it. In a real battle, your opponent won't tell you when to start. Sirius waved his hand. He didn't like this tedious duel etiquette, and before Lupin started counting, he hooked his mouth and waved his wand without warning. For example, Expelliarmus. A red light beam flew out from the tip of the wand. Yvonne had been prepared for a long time, raised his hand lightly, and then excited another beam of light to collide with the former. In the middle of the training ground, the collision of the two spells burst out with dazzling flashes, which melted into each other and broke into several small beams in an instant, venting their power in all directions. Lupin and Harry, who were affected, had to step back again, and used magic to construct several invisible protective barriers to be safer. Professor Lupin, do you think Sirius will lose? Harry couldn't help but ask as he looked at the two fighting on the court. Probably not. Lu Ping said hesitantly, Sirius's strength can be ranked in the forefront of the entire Order of the Phoenix. There are dozens of Death Eaters who died in his hands alone, fighting. Very rich experience. But the opponent is Yvonne, the little wizard he has never seen through. Lupin dare not be too sure, and Sirius has been imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years, and he does not know how much he can retain. Facts have proved that after more than 10 years of imprisonment and torture, Sirius' senses have indeed become a little dull. Within a minute of fighting, due to an oversight, Yvonne was hit by 2 consecutive spells. The iron armor curse blessed on his body suddenly shattered, and it took a few steps to stand firmly. Fainted. Yvonne was overwhelmed, and another spell struck out. Sirius didn't have time to react at all, the beam of the spell was already in front of his eyes. At this moment, Sirius' body suddenly began to deform, his head was a lot shorter, and he evaded this curse dangerously and dangerously. When he landed again, he had already transformed into an animagus form. Under the blessing of magic power, the dog is amazingly fast and extremely flexible, and ran directly towards Yvonne. Yvonne did not expect Sirius to use this method to avoid his own attack, but after a petrification curse on his backhand was easily avoided by the opponent, he simply pointed his wand and hit the floor in front of him. Reducto. The violent magic directly blasted a big hole in the floor, and the flying pieces of wood flew out in a semicircular shape under the guidance of Ivan's wand. Sirius did not evade at all, allowing sharp pieces of wood to hit the whole body, scratching the fur to bring out bloodstains, even embedded in the flesh. Sirius. Harry was taken aback when he was watching, and he was anxious when he saw that Sirius was injured, even if he wanted Lupin to end the battle. However, Lupin shook his head. Look well, Harry. Bleeding and injuries in battle are commonplace. Sometimes it is worthwhile to use some insignificant minor injuries to win a chance to defeat an opponent. Liu Ping explained. But this refers to a real battle, and Lupin did not expect Sirius to fight like this in a competition. Is it because I don't want to lose to a 13 or 4-year-old boy, or is it because I don't want Yvonne to accompany them on the adventure? Or maybe it's both. Lupin thought to himself. At this time on the training ground. As Lupin had expected, Sirius was using a strategy of trading minor injuries for victory. Because of the previous encounters, Sirius found that he had no advantage in reflexes and control over magic. Then you have to be surprised if you want to be sure of winning. In fact, Sirius also did this. Now the distance between the two sides is very close, less than 2 meters apart. With his speed, he can completely subdue Yvonne before the next spell. However, Sirius didn't have the slightest expression of joy on his face. He jumped forward and changed back into a human form in midair, counting silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. An irresistible resistance suddenly spread in all directions centered on Yvonne, hitting Sirius directly, and blasting him out. Faint. All petrochemicals. Yvonne didn't give up this excellent opportunity to chase, and within 1 second he played 2 consecutive spells, one against Sirius, the other blocked his turning. Sirius did not panic at all. When dealing with the black-robed wizards last summer, he saw that Yvonne had used the ring of magic power, so this situation was already in his expectation. Or maybe he did so much just to force Yvonne to use this magic item, so that there is a hint of victory. A few thoughts flashed through his mind. 2 beams of light had already hit him one after another. Sirius waved his wand, his body twisted and disappeared in place. Accept your weapons. Behind Yvonne, a voice rang. At the same time, Yvonne activated the protective ring on his right hand, and the red light beam returned to the original path but hit the clearing. Because Sirius is no longer there. You used Phantom Shift just now? But I remember you told me that it's better not to use this in battle. Yvonne turned his head and asked curiously. Yes, remember to keep this in mind. I was almost split up just now. Believe me, it's really a little bit. Sirius said jokingly. There are some blood stains on his arms and chest, but it is not because of the apparition, but because of the broken stone and wood. Of course, Sirius did not deceive Yvonne either. He was only half confident that he could successfully release the teleportation magic. Fortunately, he won the bet, otherwise he would be split, only half of his body would be sent over, and the other half would stay in place. Although the split won't die in a short time, Lupin and Yvonne can help him pick it back, but he has no choice but to admit defeat in this battle. This is also the reason Sirius told Yvonne not to use phantom transformation in battles, because most of the battles do not have the option of surrendering, and the opponent is not a fool, and will make up for it. While explaining, Sirius did not neglect at all, waving his magic wand and summoning a large flame to sweep towards Yvonne. The wooden table is coming. With a flick of Ivan's wand, the table leaning on the side flew over and blocked him, blocking the flames. However, Sirius was just a smashing curse with a single blow, and the wooden table blocking Ivan's body burst directly. Numerous wreckages were wrapped in hot flames, and they possessed more powerful destructive power under the control of magic. Tisk. You really can count on me. Yvonne stretched out his finger directly to the sink not far away, and with a pull, the water in the pool surged and continued to grow, which played a role in the transformation spell. The next condensation turned into a long snake and swept away. Stop, stop. Liu Ping shouted loudly. He didn't expect that just a small test would reach this point, and he even wondered if the current situation was out of control. The 2 people who were intent on fighting didn't have time to pay attention to him. Yvonne was very excited to match the spells he had learned, drew the water in the pool, and almost restored the magic that Professor McGonagall used to dominate the fire of the Forbidden Forest. The 2 powerful magics quickly collided and melted into each other, and the sound of sizzling reverberated in the closed training room. Thick steam rose up, and quickly spread and spread. From time to time, some wooden wreckage would fly out of the dense fog and hit the surrounding walls. Lupin had to strengthen the protection again, and he was relieved after using the obstacle spell several times. He kept staring at the direction where Yvonne and Sirius were www.ndlenovel.com, but it was covered by fog, and there was nothing to see. Up. Harry, who was watching, was also very anxious. He kept shouting for Yvonne and Sirius but didn't get any response. In the diffuse mist, Yvonne looked around, wondering if Sirius also applied magic in the mist. The mist became very dense and visibility was very low. Is it to limit my snake eyes? Yvonne muttered to himself, and he couldn't help but sigh that the other party is indeed an elite of the Order of the Phoenix, with rich combat experience, and he has been able to act correctly both times. Once forced himself to use the magic ring, this time it was mostly aimed at the eyes of the snake. After all, deliberately avoiding the opponent's eyes in battle is uncomfortable. With this layer of fog, you can avoid your sight and launch an attack from any angle. Even though Sirius had guessed his subsequent reaction twice in a row, Yvonne was not discouraged. He knew very well that he was indeed weaker than Sirius in combat experience. Every previous battle has been unfavorable because he deliberately avoided his own weaknesses, gave full play to his strengths, and used the peculiarities of blood magic to win surprisingly. And Sirius had seen him use magic rings and snake eyes before. With the opponent's combat acumen, he would naturally be able to crack them one by one. Just like now, the eyesight of both parties are greatly reduced, but the sensitive dog nose can help Sirius to confirm his position, so as to gain the advantage. Yvonne couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This time Sirius is afraid that he will miscalculate. Normal people need to use their eyes to determine the direction in the thick fog, but it is a pity, he is not a normal person.